مساكم الله بالخير، ويا هلا ومرحبا فيكم. على ما نبتدي إن شاء الله المؤتمر خلال ثواني، خلونا نتكلم شوي على الذكاء الاصطناعي في سماء المؤسسات. طبعا الكل عارف أن الدكتورة هنادي المباركي ما شاء الله مبادرتها في دعم منظومة الابتكار والذكاء الصناعي والتكنولوجيا وريادة الأعمال، هذه لها السنة الرابعة بالنسبة للمؤتمر. أما هي من قبل تعمل على مثل هذه المبادرات ما شاء الله عليها، وأيضا مثل هذه التقنيات. فإذا قلنا إحنا نحب نتكلم شوي عن الذكاء الاصطناعي ودوره في تعزيز المؤسسات أو تحسين أداء المؤسسات وإنتاجيتها عن طريق إنها يكون برمجة أو تكنولوجيا العمليات أو المهام اللي كانت تتطلب قوة بشرية في السابق. فدخل الذكاء الصناعي واللي هم الروبوتس اللي احنا ممكن نقول عنهم في المؤسسات أو المصانع الكبيرة، وبدأ يكون عامل مساعد إلى العامل البشري في هذا الوضع. معظم الشركات جعلت من علوم البيانات أولوية بالنسبة لها، وما زالت تستثمر فيها بشكل كبير، لأن الذكاء الاصطناعي في القرن الجديد العشرين الألفية الثانية و 2021 2020 2021 22 و 23 قفز قفزات جدا متسارعة من هذه المنظومة. اللي اكتشفوا الشركات أنها أبلغت عن تبني الذكاء الاصطناعي في وظيفة واحدة على الأقل زادت إلى 56%، زيادة 50% عن السنة اللي فاتت. يعني خلال 2020 كانت الشركات أغلبها تدعو إلى أنها تأخذ وظيفة واحدة، ولكن في 2021 أصبح الذكاء الاصطناعي يشارك في هذه العمليات في تلك المؤسسات بنسبة 56%، بمعنى أنهم تقريبا زادوا النصف خلال سنة كاملة. بالإضافة أفاد 27% من المستجيبين أن 5% على الأقل من الأرباح اللي حصلت عليها تلك المؤسسات والشركات تعزى إلى الذكاء الاصطناعي، بزيادة 22% عن عام 2020. وهذه الدراسة أجرتها مجموعة من الشركات العديدة، منها الشركات اللي تستخدم مثلا على سبيل المثال وليس الحصر نتفليكس، اللي هي التعلم الآلي لتوفير مستوى من التخصيص. ماذا يقدم الذكاء الاصطناعي لمعظم الوظائف والأعمال؟ هو استخدام البيانات الخاصة بالمعاملات والبيانات الديموغرافية للتنبؤ بمدى إنفاق العملاء على علاقتهم بالشركة. أيضا تحسين الأسعار استنادا إلى سلوك العميل وتفضيلاته. أيضا من الجانب الآخر استخدام خاصية التعرف على الصور لتحليل صور الأشعة السينية، وذلك في المجالات الطبية. فعندنا مجموعة كبيرة. يا هلا دكتورة
يا
هنادي،
هلا
أتوقع
يا هلا
الساعة
وغلا،
1
أمل
الحين.
نبتدي المؤتمر
أي
بإذن
نعم.
الله، ونرحب في الجميع بتواجدهم في هذا المحفل الدولي الذي ينطلق من دولة الكويت.
شكرا دكتورة، وجدا سعيدة بالتواجد الجميل. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. اليوم الأول المؤتمر الافتراضي الرابع لدعم منظومة الابتكار والذكاء الاصطناعي والتكنولوجيا وريادة الأعمال، اليوم 13 نوفمبر 2023، وهو منطلق من الكويت. فتحت رعاية معالي وزير الإعلام والثقافة الدكتور عبد الرحمن المطيري نبدأ اليوم الأول فعاليات هذا المؤتمر. أصحاب السمو والشيوخ والوزراء والشخصيات القيادية والخبراء الأفاضل، أهلا بكم وأسعد الله أوقاتكم كل خير. يعتبر هذا المؤتمر إحدى المبادرات الخليجية للدكتورة هنادي مبارك المباركي، رئيسة المؤتمر ومؤسس شركة إيكو سيستم للاستشارات الإدارية، والتي تسعى من خلال مبادراتها إلى التنويع الاقتصادي ورفع المؤشرات القياسية للدول الخليجية، وكذلك لنقل أفضل الرؤى المستقبلية والتطبيقات العالمية الناجحة في مجال الابتكار وريادة الأعمال والذكاء الاصطناعي والتكنولوجيا في المجتمعات الخليجية والعربية. ونستهل هذا الحفل بكلمة معالي وزير الإعلام والثقافة عبد الرحمن بداح المطيري، ينوب عنه سعادة الوكيل سعد النافل، فليتفضل ليلقي كلمته سعادة الوكيل.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. معكم أخوكم وكيل وزارة الإعلام المساعد لقطاع الخدمات الإعلامية والإعلام الجديد سعد ناف العازمي. إنه لمن دواعي سروري أن أرحب بكم جميعا، ممثلا عن معالي وزير الإعلام وزير الأوقاف والشؤون الإسلامية سيد عبد الرحمن المطيري، افتتاح فعاليات المؤتمر الافتراضي الرابع العالمي لدعم منظومة الابتكار والذكاء الاصطناعي والتكنولوجيا وريادة الأعمال، والذي نفتخر دوما بانطلاقته من دولة الكويت الحبيبة. ويعتبر المؤتمر امتدادا لتلك الفعاليات الهادفة التي تنهض فيها المجتمعات الخليجية والمحلية والعالمية نحو النمو الاقتصادي والاجتماعي والتكنولوجي. الأخوة والأخوات الحضور الكريم، لقد كانت دولة الكويت سباقة في الاستثمار التكنولوجي والتقنيات المتطورة والخدمات الافتراضية والابتكارية نحو التنويع الاقتصادي القائم على برامج الابتكار وبرامج ريادة الأعمال، وتماشيا مع رؤية دولة الكويت التنموية 2035 التي تركز على النمو الذكي المستدام والتحول الرقمي لتصبح دولة الكويت مركز مالي وتجاري جاذب للاستثمار على المستوى الإقليمي والعالمي، وموائمتها مع أهداف التنمية المستدامة 2030، حيث أن الاقتصاد الرقمي يلعب دورا حاسما في التحول الرقمي في الدول، ويسهم في تعزيز النمو الاقتصادي وتحقيق التنمية المستدامة، مثل تعزيز الإنتاجية والكفاءة، كما يوفر الاقتصاد الرقمي أدوات وتقنيات تساعد الشركات والمؤسسات على زيادة الإنتاجية وتحسين كفاءة العمليات وتوسيع فرص العمل، ويسهم ذلك في خلق وظائف جديدة وتعزيز الابتكار والتنافسية. إن الذكاء الاصطناعي والابتكار يلعبان دورا حاسما في تطوير وتحسين الإعلام الرقمي وتحسين تجربة المستخدم وتصميم واجهات المستخدم البديهية سهلة الاستخدام وتحليل البيانات الكبيرة المتولدة عن المستخدمين وتفاعلاتهم مع الإعلام الرقمي وإنتاج وتوليد المحتوى الرقمي بشكل ذكي ومبتكر. إخواني وأخواتي، أخيرا وليس آخرا، أتمنى لكم جميعا النجاح والتوفيق في أعمال هذا المؤتمر الذي نأمل ونرجو أن تصبو قراراته وتوصياته إلى حجم المسؤولية الكبيرة الملقاة على عاتقنا جميعا من أجل توفير حياة كريمة ملؤها الرخاء والازدهار، متمنين لكم دوام التوفيق والسداد، سائلين الله العلي القدير أن يحفظ وطننا الغالي الكويت ويديم عليه نعمة الأمن والأمان، ويوفق الجميع لرفعته وخدمة شأنه في ظل القيادة الحكيمة لحضرة صاحب السمو أمير البلاد المفدى الشيخ نواف الأحمد الجابر الصباح، وسمو ولي عهده الأمين الشيخ مشعل الأحمد الجابر الصباح، حفظهم الله ورعاهم. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
شكرا سعادة الوكيل سعد نايف على هذه الكلمة بالإنابة عن معالي وزير الإعلام والثقافة الأستاذ عبد الرحمن المطيري. شكرا لك ولتواجدك. والآن نرحب من المملكة العربية السعودية الأميرة هند بنت عبد الرحمن آل سعود، السفيرة الدولية للمسؤولية المجتمعية، فلتتفضل تلقي كلمتها. سعادة الأميرة هند، تفضلي معنا. أتوقع عندها شوي تأخير.
لا، عندها ميوت عندها ميوت.
أي عندها دكتور عيسى ما شاء الله معنا على الخط من دولة الإمارات الشقيقة. إن شاء الله سعادة الأميرة هند الحين تشرفنا وتفتح الميوت. عندك الميكروفون فقط ضغطي عليه بالأسفل. سعادة الأميرة.
السلام عليكم، هل الصوت مسموع؟
اي نعم حاليا مسموع، تفضلي سعادتك.
يا هلا وسهلا، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. السيدات والسادة، الحضور الكريم، بداية أود أن أعرف عن شكري وامتناني لمشاركتكم وللعام الرابع في هذا الحدث الإقليمي الهام، والذي يعد من أهم المبادرات الخليجية المميزة في مجال الابتكار والتكنولوجيا وريادة الأعمال، حيث تعتبر المملكة العربية السعودية واحدة من الدول الرائدة في هذا العالم العربي التي تعمل بجد لتحقيق الانتقال إلى الاقتصاد الرقمي، ويعكس ذلك التزام المملكة العربية السعودية بالتحول الرقمي والاستثمار في التكنولوجيا والابتكار، مما يعزز الاقتصاد الرقمي. وتهدف رؤية المملكة العربية السعودية 2030 إلى تنويع مصادر الدخل وتعزيز القدرات التنافسية على المستوى الدولي وتعزيز التنمية المستدامة. لذلك يعتبر الابتكار وريادة الأعمال من أساسيات الرؤية نحو تعزيز وتطوير الاقتصاد الرقمي للمملكة العربية السعودية، والتي تشمل تطوير التكنولوجيا الجديدة والحلول الرقمية والمساهمة في تحسين العمليات والإنتاجية وتقديم خدمات أفضل للمواطنين والشركات على حد سواء. المملكة العربية السعودية تدعم ريادة الأعمال والابتكار وتشجع على تطوير الشركات الناشئة والمبتكرة، مما يساهم في تعزيز الاقتصاد المحلي وخلق فرص عمل جديدة. فإن الابتكار وريادة الأعمال لها تأثير كبير على الاقتصاديات المحلية والعالمية، وعندما تنجح الشركات الناشئة والمبتكرة في تطوير منتجات وخدمات جديدة يتم تعزيز القدرة التنافسية على المستوى العالمي وتعزيز الاستثمارات المحلية والأجنبية في القطاعات الرقمية، مما يؤدي إلى النمو الاقتصادي وخلق فرص عمل جديدة. وإضافة إلى ذلك يعزز التبادل التجاري والاقتصادي مع البلدان الأخرى، ويعزز صورة المملكة كوجهة استثمارية متقدمة في القطاعات الرقمية. في الختام، فإن رؤية المملكة العربية السعودية نحو الاقتصاد الرقمي تعكس التزامها بالتحول الرقمي والاستثمار في التكنولوجيا والابتكار، حيث تعد الابتكار وريادة الأعمال من العناصر الأساسية في تحقيق هذه الرؤية الخلاقة التي تدعمها بقوة وبدعم لا محدود قيادتنا الرشيدة. وشكرا لكم.
نشكر سعادة الأميرة هند بنت عبد الرحمن آل سعود، السفيرة الدولية للمسؤولية المجتمعية من المملكة العربية السعودية، على هذه الكلمة مشكورة. والآن نرحب من سلطنة عمان في سعادة السفير الدكتور صالح الخلوصي، سفير سلطنة عمان لدى الكويت، فليتفضل ليلقي كلمته.
شكرا. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على سيدنا رسول الله وعلى آله وصحبه ومن والاه. أصحاب السمو والمعالي والسعادة المشاركين في المؤتمر الافتراضي الخليجي الرابع لدعم منظومة الابتكار والذكاء الاصطناعي والتكنولوجيا وريادة الأعمال لعام 2023 المحترمين، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. بداية يطيب لي أن أتوجه بالتحية الخالصة والتقدير إلى الأخت الفاضلة الدكتورة هنادي المباركي، رئيسة المؤتمر والمؤسس لشركة إيكو سيستم للاستشارات الإدارية، على تنظيم هذا المؤتمر الذي يكتسب أهمية كبيرة ومتزايدة في الآونة الأخيرة والمستقبل المنظور. إن الحرص على تنظيم هذا المؤتمر سنوياً يؤكد على أهمية متابعة التحول إلى الاقتصاد الرقمي خليجياً وإقليمياً ودولياً. إن سلطنة عمان تولي هذا الموضوع أهمية خاصة، فقد أطلقت مجموعة من المبادرات لتعزيز مفهوم الابتكار الصناعي وتبني التقنيات الجديدة، ومن أبرزها مبادرة الابتكار الحكومي التي دشنتها وزارة النقل والاتصالات وتقنية المعلومات بهدف تحفيز الإبداع والابتكار في القطاع الحكومي وإتاحة الفرص للتنافس في تقديم مقترحات واقعية لتطوير المشاريع الحكومية ورفع كفاءتها من خلال إيجاد حلول إبداعية للتحديات التي تواجهها في مجال الخدمات والعمليات والإجراءات. كما أطلقت وزارة الاقتصاد الوطني في يونيو 2023 المبادرة الوطنية لتمكين الاقتصاد الوطني المعزز بالذكاء الاصطناعي، لتمكين الجهات والمؤسسات الحكومية من استخدام تطبيقات وتقنيات الذكاء الاصطناعي في المشروعات الإنمائية، إلى جانب دعم الفرص الاستثمارية القائمة على الثقافة والابتكار. واعتمدت الوزارة 10 مليون ريال عماني مخصصة لمشروعات المبادرة لعام 2024. أنشأت سلطنة عمان مختبرات أهداف التنمية المستدامة انطلاقاً من الأهداف التنموية وتحقيق أهداف التنمية المستدامة 2030 من خلال تضمينها ضمن المرتكزات الرئيسية للخطة الخمسية العاشرة ورؤية عمان 2040. وتعد هذه المختبرات برنامجاً تدريبياً يجمع الشباب في مختلف محافظات سلطنة عمان والمؤسسات الداعمة لأهداف التنمية المستدامة، وتعزيز مشاركاتهم وتبادل أفكارهم وآرائهم حول القضايا المهتمة بهذا الأمر. كما تأتي هذه البرامج التدريبية للوصول إلى بيئة إبداعية حاضنة للشباب. في الختام، لا يسعني إلا أن أشيد بالقائمين على تنظيم هذا المؤتمر الذي أرجو لأعماله التوفيق والنجاح والوصول إلى الغايات السامية المرجوة له. وفقكم الله، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
نشكر سعادة السفير الدكتور صالح الخروصي سفير سلطنة عمان لدى الكويت على مثل هذه الكلمة الجميلة اللي معطتنا فائدة كثيرة. والآن نرحب من دولة الكويت سعادة الدكتورة هنادي مبارك المباركي، رئيس المؤتمر ومؤسس شركة إيكو سيستم للاستشارات الإدارية، فلتتفضل لتلقي كلمتها.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. Distinguished practitioner worldwide and excellencies, it is an honor for me to speak at this important conference in economic diversification and shaping the future of the 21st century. Today, we have more than 222 practitioners from 50 countries attending this international virtual conference, supporting the innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystem. Developed and developing countries are focusing on 6 key pillars to support the digital economy. First, foster innovation ecosystem and technological advancement by investing in research and development, supporting startups, and creating a culture of innovation. Second, promote sustainable development toward a greener future by developing clean energy, technological, reducing waste, and protecting the environment. Third, strengthen international collaboration and trade to promote economic growth and stability by working together to reduce trade barriers and promote free trade. Fourth, enable entrepreneurship and small businesses for job creations and economic diversification by providing access to capital, training, and mentorships for entrepreneurs. 5, invest in education and skill training to develop a highly skilled workforce by ensuring that everyone have access to quality education and that workers have the skill they need to succeed in the digital economy. Finally, embrace digital transformation and automation to boost productivity with digital skill to strengthen AI, cybersecurity, public services, manufacturing, and smart city by investing in digital infrastructure and transformations and training workers on digital skill. I look forward to seeing you again next year from November 12 to 14, 2024. Thank you.
شكرا دكتورة هنادي المباركي، رئيس المؤتمر ومؤسس شركة إيكو سيستم للاستشارات الإدارية، على الكلمة. أيضا للناطقين بغير اللغة العربية أخذوا فرصتهم أتوقع في هذا الوقت. والآن نرحب من دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة بسمو الشيخ سالم القاسمي رئيس دائرة الطيران المدني برأس الخيمة، فليتفضل يلقي كلمته.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. أصحاب السمو والمعالي، الحضور الكريم، لعلنا ندرك جميعا الدور الريادي ودروب النهضة المبكرة التي حققتها دولة الكويت الشقيقة في مجالات الثقافة أو العلم أو التنمية، وهو ما يجعلني أستشعر المزيد من الفخر اليوم كمشارك ومتحدث في مؤتمر عالمي يقام على أرضها المباركة في ظل رؤى التنمية والفلسفة الحكيمة لقيادتها الرشيدة العليا، ممثلة في صاحب السمو أمير دولة الكويت الشيخ نواف الأحمد الجابر الصباح حفظه الله ورعاه، حيث يحمل مؤتمرنا اليوم بصمات ومسارات ودروب التطور العالمية، والتي نختصرها مهما تشعبت علومه وتقنياته المعاصرة تحت مفهوم وبند وغاية واحدة للعالم أجمع، وهي منظومة الابتكار والإبداع المتجدد، لكي تجابه دولنا الخليجية والعربية وترتقي بجاهزيتها لمقارعة المتغيرات المستقبلية، وأن نسعى شعوبا وحكومات وأفراد على تحقيق الازدهار والرفاه والتطور. الحضور الكريم، إن كان ذلك المؤتمر والمحفل العالمي الذي نشارك فيه جميعا وغاياته السامية ليس مستغربا على دولة الكويت الشقيقة، فاسمحوا لي أن أرحب بكم جميعا وبكل أشقائنا في دولة الكويت، واسمحوا لي أن أوجه الشكر والامتنان لسعادة الدكتورة هنادي المباركي مؤسسة المؤتمر كونها صاحبة فكرة تأسيس تلك المبادرة والمحفل. الحضور الكريم، لعلنا لا نعلم جميعا أن رهانات العالم وجهوده توحدت والتفت حول هدف الابتكار، فمن لا يبتكر سيتأخر عن مسيرة ودروب التنمية، فيما سنرى تباينات فارقة بين دول تسطع في مجالات التنمية ودول تقبع في متاهات التخلف، كما نعلم جميعا، وإن كنا نتفق على الأهمية البالغة لرؤى واستراتيجيات الابتكار والتحديث في أي دولة بالعالم، فإننا نتفق أيضا ولا نختلف على أهمية شحذ القدرات والكوادر والمناهج الدراسية وخطى البحث العلمي في دولنا لكي يكون الابتكار ومخرجاته مستدام. وإن كنت أطرح اليوم عليكم مفهوم أو ما يسمى بالابتكار المستدام، فإنه لا شك يتطلب منا سواء حكومات أو مؤسسات خاصة وعامة أيضا أفراد الكثير والكثير، بالأخص التوعية والثقافة بأهمية ممارسات الابتكار، وأن يكون الإبداع نهج حياة ومفهوم تربية منذ الصغر للأجيال المقبلة. أصحاب السمو والمعالي والسعادة، الحضور الكريم، لقد حققت دول مجلس التعاون الخليجي الكثير والكثير من تعزيز ثقافة الابتكار وتطوير مساراتها الآنية والمستقبلية، وبما يتضح في سياق المحددات الحاكمة لاستراتيجيات ورؤى التنمية في مجلس التعاون في دول مجلس التعاون. وهنا اسمحوا لي أن أشارككم بالعرض لبعض السمات الحاكمة لاستراتيجيات الابتكار في دولتكم الشقيقة الإمارات العربية المتحدة، فبدون تحديد استراتيجية ستضيع الأهداف والغايات وستتشتت الجهود وتندثر المقدرات. لذا كان إطلاق دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة العام 2014 الاستراتيجية الوطنية للابتكار، والتي تهدف لجعل الإمارات ضمن الدول الأكثر ابتكارا على مستوى العالم خلال السنوات السبع القادمة. وتتضمن الاستراتيجية لتعمل ضمن 4 مسارات متوازية، 30 مبادرة وطنية للتنفيذ خلال السنوات ال3 القادمة، كمرحلة أولى تشمل مجموعة من التشريعات الجديدة ودعم حاضنات الابتكار وبناء القدرات الوطنية المتخصصة ومجموعة محفزات للقطاع الخاص وبناء الشراكات العالمية البحثية، وتغيير منظومة العمل الحكومي نحو مزيد من الابتكار وتحفيز الابتكار في 7 قطاعات وطنية رئيسية، هي الطاقة المتجددة والنقل والصحة والتعليم والتكنولوجيا والمياه والفضاء. وتواكبا مع استشراف دولتنا لمتغيرات وتحديات مستقبل التنمية العالمي والسعي عبر منهجيات مدروسة لتحويلها لفرص، فقد أطلقت حكومة دولة الإمارات في عام 2017 استراتيجية الإمارات للذكاء الاصطناعي، وتمثل هذه المبادرة المرحلة الجديدة بعد الحكومة الذكية، والتي ستعمل عليها الخدمات والقطاعات والبنية التحتية المستقبلية في الدولة بما ينسجم ومئوية الإمارات 2071 الساعية إلى أن تكون دولة الإمارات الأفضل بالعالم في المجالات كافة. وتعد هذه الاستراتيجية الأولى من نوعها في المنطقة والعالم، وتهدف من خلالها إلى تحقيق أهداف مئوية الإمارات 2071 وتعجيل تنفيذ البرامج والمشروعات التنموية لبلوغ المستقبل، وكذلك الاعتماد على الذكاء الاصطناعي في الخدمات وتحليل البيانات بمعدل 100% بحلول عام 31. حضور المؤتمر الكرام، لعلي وأنا أشير لقبسات من جهود دولة الإمارات على مسار خلق منظومة متكاملة للابتكار والإبداع لا تستثني المتغيرات وأحدث الممارسات والتطورات العالمية، فإنني أرى دولة الكويت الشقيقة من خلال تلك المنصة وهي تستقطب حراك عالميا مؤثر يترجم لجهود مخلصة للقائمين على ذلك المؤتمر، لكي تؤتي مشاركتكم البحثية ومداخلاتكم القيمة ثمارها التي لا شك ستصب في تعزيز منظومة الابتكار، ليس على صعيد دولة الكويت الشقيق بل على صعيد كافة دولنا العربية. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
نشكر سعادة الشيخ سالم القاسمي رئيس دائرة الطيران المدني براس الخيمة على هذه الكلمة. والآن نرحب من دولة قطر بسعادة الشيخ الدكتور ثاني بن علي آل ثاني عضو مجلس الإدارة للعلاقات الدولية مركز قطر الدولي للتوثيق والتحكيم، فليتفضل ليلقي كلمته مشكورا.
اعتقد ان بعده ما دخل، تاخذين شو اسمه اللي بعده؟
سمو الشيخة. اي نعم.
اي ما دخل لي من الحين.
إذا بانتظار على ما يدخل الشيخ الدكتور ثاني آل ثاني، عندنا من مملكة البحرين الشيخة مريم آل خليفة رئيسة المؤسسة البحرينية لرواد الأعمال، فممكن تتفضل تلقي كلمتها.
شكرا لكم. تسمعوني؟
اي نعم واضحة معالي الشيخ.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. في البداية أتوجه لكم جميعا بالشكر على حضوري بينكم، وأتوجه بالامتنان للدكتورة هنادي المباركي التي من دولة الكويت التي أتاحت لي هذه الفرصة للمشاركة في هذا المؤتمر الهام الافتراضي الهام العالمي. مساء الخير الذي نسعى جميعا لنشره في بلداننا ومجتمعاتنا، الخير الذي يعاني من الإقصاء والتضييق من حولنا، الخير الذي نؤمن جميعا بأنه سينتشر ويسود يوما. أيها السيدات والسادة، لا شك أن نشاطنا العملي يرتبط تقدما أو تراجعا بكل المؤثرات الاجتماعية والسياسية من حولنا، لأن مجال الأعمال هو وثيق الصلة بالقرار السياسي الذي يدفعنا للنجاح أو لسواه، وعليه فنحن لسنا بمعزل عن محيطنا. الصورة واضحة؟ أوكي. فنحن لسنا بمعزل عن محيطنا الإقليمي، نتأثر جميعا بما يدور بالقلب منا من عدوان على المدنيين وتضييع مستقبل الأطفال وتدمير البنى التحتية للمدن. الأمر الذي يجعل في مقدمة تفكيرنا هو بذل أقصى جهودنا لتقديم المعونة والدعم لهم، وذلك بالتوازي مع تفكيرنا في ابتكار آليات عصرية لتطوير أعمالنا ومشروعاتنا، والأخذ بيد المبتدئين الواعدين في مجال الابتكار والذكاء الاصطناعي والمشروعات الجديدة. إن الاستمرار هو التحدي الحقيقي، فإذا اقترن الاستمرار في الإنتاج مع التطوير في العمل سيكون الانتصار على سلبيات الواقع ومقاومة صعوباته. والآن أتكلم عن المرأة في البحرين. سامحوني. Ladies and gentlemen, today I will speak about Bahrain participation in development. If we want to know about development in any society, in any country, we must study the history of women education. In Bahrain, the first school opened in the 1892 for girls by the American mission. It was the first girls' school in the Gulf. Bahrain guaranteed for women to participate in various aspects of life as early as the beginning of the 20th century, when women has the right to vote for a municipality election in the year 1926, followed by government school for girls in the year 1928, which also was the first in the Gulf. Since women were already educated, the participation did not stop at that. Soon after, she was in nursing as well as military. In the year 1958 was the first government scholarship to send women students abroad for higher education in the American University of Beirut, Lebanon. From all that, we come to the conclusion that women in Bahrain were prepared to start their life with a complete education and good knowledge. That was in the past. Now, today, Bahraini women participate in all fields of life, such as formal, as ministers, ambassadors. At the moment, we have 5 women ministers in the new government, and all government posts, as well as business and all different social bodies. Women are working in all professional. Now, development of women has become social reality, not only political. Equality has been practiced long time ago. That is why we had a lady as head of parliament, as she was elected by voters. Also, that woman was the first position in the Arab world. The Bahrain woman work was esteemed by His Majesty initiative to support women presence and encourage her to participate in King Hamad course of comprehensive development dated November 2000. Finally, we can describe the Bahraini women as they are sure of themselves, they are respected, calm, professional, and that is because they were brought up by their educated mother and father earlier. Thank you very much. I enjoyed very much participating with you. Thank you, and thank you for Dr. Hanadi Mbaraki. Thank you.
Thank you, شيخة مريم آل خليفة، وشكرا على هذه الكلمة. نشكر الشيخة مريم آل خليفة رئيسة المؤسسة البحرينية لرواد الأعمال على الكلمة، ونرحب من دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة بالشيخة الدكتورة هند بنت عبد العزيز القاسمي، رئيس ومؤسس نادي الإمارات الدولي للأعمال BPW Emirates، فلتتفضل تلقي كلمتها. دكتورة هند موجودة معنا؟ لو تفتحين الكام دكتورة الفويس.
أعتقد موجودة.
مو موجودة معنا دكتورة هند. معنا أيضا نأخذ سعادة الأستاذ أنس ميرزا، الرئيس التنفيذي لمجموعة الشركة الوطنية لمشاريع التكنولوجيا، فليتفضل يلقي كلمته. دكتور أنس. إذا نشوف اللي معنا على ما يدخلون إن شاء الله. عندنا أيضا سعادة الدكتور طلال أبو غزالة، المؤسس والرئيس لمجموعة طلال أبو غزالة الدولية من الكويت، فليتفضل يلقي كلمته دكتور طلال.
ميرسي.
دكتور
دكتور طلال يعني يبلغ تحياته للجميع. المؤتمر يتلى سفرة طارئة خارج المملكة الأردنية، وسافر لمهمة إنسانية، ويعتذر لحضور هذا المحفل الدولي اللي هو فعلا متحمس لتواجده لاستثمار معالي الدكتور طلال غزالة في ريادة الأعمال والتكنولوجيا من سنوات عديدة. أعتقد أن في الحين معنا الدكتور جمال السعيدي، يقدر ياخذ الحين المكان على ما يدخل لنا أنس والشيخ ثاني. الشيخ ثاني عنده اجتماع طارئ، وإن شاء الله يدخل بعد قليل بإذن الله.
بإذن الرحمن. نرحب من دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة سعادة الدكتور جمال السعيدي، رئيس مجلس إدارة مجموعة القادة القابضة، فليتفضل يلقي كلمته.
شكرا جزيلا. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم، والصلاة والسلام على أشرف خلق الله محمد بن عبد الله عليه أفضل الصلاة وأتم التسليم. السيدات والسادة، أصحاب السمو، أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، سعادة الدكتورة نادي الباركي رئيس المؤتمر، السادة الضيوف الكرام المشاركين في هذا المؤتمر الافتراضي الدوري لعام 2023 حول التكنولوجيا والابتكار والذكاء الاصطناعي والنظام البيئي لريادة الأعمال. نحن اليوم نتكلم عن منظومة متكاملة في مجال ريادة الأعمال، وإذا تكلمنا عن ريادة الأعمال نتكلم عن الاقتصاد، وبالتالي نتكلم عن العصب الكبير في المنظمات بشكل عام، سواء كانت حكومات أو غيرها. الذكاء الاصطناعي يقود ثورة عالم ريادة الأعمال في العالم أجمع، وتمكن قوة ريادة الأعمال والتحدي الذي يشكل تغييرا إيجابيا في المجتمع. وما شاهدناه في الآونة الأخيرة من الثورة الصناعية الرابعة وتداعياتها بالذكاء الاصطناعي والابتكار، وأصبح مصطلح الذكاء الاصطناعي وريادة الأعمال مرتبطان ارتباطا وثيقا، لأن الذكاء الاصطناعي له دور حاسم وفعال في ريادة الأعمال وتحقيق النجاح وإعادة تشكيل مستقبل النمو الاقتصادي في مجتمعنا العربي، ولا سيما في دول الخليج. يقدم الذكاء الاصطناعي والتعلم الآلي والأتمتة العديد من الفرص لرواد الأعمال وأصحاب الأنشطة التجارية، والقدرة على قراءة المشهد بالإضافة إلى الاستعداد للتحرك بسرعة كبيرة جدا لتغيير ما تبقى من الوقت. وبالتالي بحسب شركة برايس ووتر هاوس فإن 78% من الشركات القائمة على تقديم الخدمات تطبق الذكاء الاصطناعي بشكل كامل. ومن المتوقع أن تدمج نحو 22% من المؤسسات الخاصة بالذكاء الاصطناعي في جميع الخدمات والحلول المبتكرة بحلول عام 2025 بحسب دراسة جامعة ستانفورد الأمريكية. ويعرف الذكاء الاصطناعي على نطاق واسع بأنه له قدرة في التكنولوجيا على الإدراك والعقل والتعلم وحل جميع المشكلات التي تواجهنا وتواجه رواد الأعمال بشكل عام. ومن خلال تواجدنا في منصة رواد الأعمال، ومن خلال أيضا كعضو في جمعية الإمارات ريادة الأعمال، نحن نقيس مدى قابلية المؤسسات والشركات الموجودة على أرض دولة الإمارات بمؤسساتها التعليمية والتجارية وغيرها حول استفادة من تقنيات الذكاء الاصطناعي في عملية زيادة الإنتاجية وتقليل التكلفة. وكأداة تمكين الابتكار يمكن رواد الأعمال المخضرمين والمبتدئين على حد سواء الاستفادة من المزايا المهمة التي يقدمها الذكاء الاصطناعي. تساعد هذه التقنية في الوصول إلى ما كان منذ 10 سنوات يكون باهظة الثمن أو التكلفة، وتتطلب عالم البيانات متخصص. والآن نحن ندرك أن البيج داتا وعالم التقنيات السريعة والتحول الرقمي أصبحت متاحة وأصبحت موجودة لدى المؤسسات والشركات على حد سواء للاستفادة من هذه التقنيات في رفع الإنتاجية والكفاءة لدى المؤسسات المختلفة. فالأسبقية اليوم في سوق العمل أو سوق الأعمال المتغير لأكثر قدرة على استخدام هذه التقنية الحديثة، فباستخدام تشات جي بي تي وغيرها من التطبيقات سيري واليكسا وغيرها في عالم جوجل، يتيح لنا ان نحن نطور مهاراتنا ونطور ايضا قدراتنا في الاستفاده من هذه التقنيات. ولا سيما نحن لاحظنا في الفتره الاخيره في مؤسسات التعليم العالي ومؤسسات ايضا التعليميه وجود الذكاء الاصطناعي في مختلف قنواتها الانتاجيه، سواء كانت خاصه للطلبه او خاصه ايضا للهيئات الاداريه والفنيه، باكتسابها وتطوير مهاراتها وكفاءتها، وبالتالي تطور مخرجات هذا التعليم لتواكب ايضا سرعه الذكاء الاصطناعي اللي موجود والمتغيرات اللي فيها والتطور فيها. واخيرا ان تاثير الذكاء الاصطناعي لا يقتصر ابدا على رياده الاعمال فحسب، وانما يوفر فرصا حقيقيه لعده قطاعات وللعديد من القطاعات الحيويه والمجالات القديمه والجديده والتي عليها التحديث بشكل مستمر في مؤسساتنا المختلفه الخدميه وغيرها في الدوله وفي دول العالم اجمع. مع انتقال الذكاء الاصطناعي لا يمكن ان يتيح فرصه لانواع مختلفه من العمل، وبالتالي يكون عندنا الانتاجيه اكبر ان شاء الله في الفتره القادمه بوجود الذكاء الاصطناعي وتقنيات الذكاء الاصطناعي والابتكار في عالمنا الرقمي. وفي النهايه اشكر جزيل الشكر كل من قام على اعداد لهذا المؤتمر الذي يترأسه سعاده الدكتوره المباركي في هذا الصدد. والسلام عليكم ورحمه الله وبركاته.
جزيل الشكر لسعادة الدكتور جمال السعيدي، رئيس مجلس إدارة مجموعة القادة القابضة من دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة، على كلمته. ونرحب من دولة الكويت سعادة الدكتورة كوثر الجوعان، رئيسة معهد المرأة للتنمية والسلام، فلتتفضل تلقي كلمتها. دكتورة كوثر موجودة؟ وعلى ما تدخل الدكتورة كوثر، معانا من دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة سعادة الدكتور عيسى بستكي، رئيس جامعة دبي، اللي كان معانا مرافق من البداية ما شاء الله عليه وأيضا حاضر. سعادة الدكتور عيسى بستكي، تفضل تلقي كلمتك.
مشكورة الأخت أمل الملة. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم، والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم. سعادة الدكتورة هنادي مبارك المبارك، أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، السيدات والسادة، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. في الحقيقة اختيار موضوع الابتكار في المؤتمر العالمي لمنظومة الابتكار والذكاء الاصطناعي والتكنولوجيا وريادة الأعمال لم يولد من فراغ ولم يأتي محض الصدفة، ولكنه حاجة ملحة في منطقتنا العربية وخصوصا في مجلس التعاون الخليجي، لأنه ليس خيارا بل هو ضرورة من أجل البقاء. إن البترول لا يدوم، حيث قال صاحب السمو الشيخ محمد زايد آل نهيان رئيس دولة الإمارات المتحدة حفظه الله ورعاه: إذا استثمرنا اليوم وبطريقة صحيحة فإننا سنصدر آخر برميل من البترول. عندما نصدر آخر برميل من البترول سنحتفل بهذا الحدث العظيم. فبالتالي يعني هناك رؤية واضحة، هذه رؤية واضحة بأننا سننوع من الموارد الطبيعية وسننوع من مصادر الدخل ليكون الاقتصاد مستداما حتى بعد 50 عاما. لذا فالابتكار في دولة الإمارات ليس خيارا بل هو ضرورة من أجل البقاء. ومن هذا المنطلق يتعين علينا أولا التركيز على الأبعاد المتعددة للابتكار. يمكن أن يتضمن الابتكار التطوير في منتجات جديدة وتحسين العمليات الحالية وابتكار نماذج أعمال جديدة. من المهم تشجيع الأفراد والشركات على تجربة الأفكار الجديدة وتقديمها. يجب أن يكون الإطار التنظيمي والتشريعي ملائما للابتكار والريادة. الابتكار ليس مقتصرا على الشركات الكبيرة، بل يمكن أن يلعب الأفراد والشركات الصغيرة دورا حاسما، بالعكس أكبر دور أيضا في تقديم الحلول الابتكارية والإبداعية. في سنة 2014 أصدر الشيخ خليفة بن زايد آل نهيان طيب الله ثراء استراتيجية الوطنية للابتكار، حيث ذكر سمو الشيخ سالم القاسمي عندما ذكر هناك 7 قطاعات والتي تشمل 7 قطاعات، وطبعا هي ليس لحصر في النقل وفي الصحة والتعليم وموارد المياه والطاقة المجددة والفضاء والتكنولوجيا. هذه 7 قطاعات ليست محصورة ولكنها ضرورية، واحنا في كل قطاع بدأنا نعمل بجد للتطور في مجالاتها. وفي كل هذه القطاعات تطور دولة الإمارات تطورا ملحوظا، ولمسنا قفزات متتالية وسريعة للتطورات في المجالات المختلفة، وكذلك الريادة العالمية والإقليمية في القطاعات الاقتصادية والصحية والتعليمية والسياسية والعقارات وغيرها، وكان ذلك واضحا ريادة الدولة في المؤشرات العالمية. السيدات والسادة، عنصر ريادة الأعمال مهم جدا في هذه المنظومة، ولكنها تحتاج إلى الدور للحكومات في دعم رواد الأعمال للارتقاء بهم إلى نجاحات مستدامة محلية كانت أم إقليمية أم عالمية. من أهم مجالات الدعم يأتي من تقديم كل التسهيلات للنجاح، مثل الدعم المالي وسن القوانين التشريعية والتنظيمية لتمكين رواد الأعمال والشركات الناشئة لتخفيف المخاطر وتمكين هذه الشركات من تطوير منتجاتها وخدماتها لتنافس الشركات العالمية وابتكار خدمات جديدة. فيجب علينا تشجيع الشراكات بين القطاع الحكومي والقطاع الخاص والمؤسسات الأكاديمية يسمون تريبل هيلكس لتوجيه الجهود نحو التطور وتعزيز الاقتصاد واستدامته، وكذلك إنشاء مناطق اقتصادية التي تمكن البيئات الاقتصادية المفتوحة والمرنة لأن تكون بيئات حاضنة للابتكار وريادة الأعمال، والتي تنتج محليا وتباع عالميا. هذا هو شعار في الإمارات، ينتج في الإمارات محليا ويباع عالميا. والوثيقة الخمسينية صاحب السمو الشيخ محمد بن راشد رضي الله ورعاه بند رقم 6 يذكر دليل على ذلك، ويذكر أن كل الجامعات كانت خاصة أو حكومية مفروض تؤسس مناطق حرة اقتصادية في الابتكار وريادة الأعمال، وفعلا جامعات بدأت في هذا الخصوص. السيدات والسادة، إن الذكاء الاصطناعي يلعب دورا مهما في تحسين خدمات مجموعات متنوعة من القطاعات مثل الصحة والتعليم والتصنيع والفضاء والطرق والمياه والطاقة. لذا يجب على الشركات والمؤسسات الاستثمار في تدريب الكوادر البشرية لفهم واستخدام الذكاء الاصطناعي بشكل فعال. الجمع بين البيانات وتحليلها بواسطة الذكاء الاصطناعي يمكن أن يقدم رؤى قيمة ويسهم في اتخاذ قرارات استراتيجية. وفي الوقت الحاضر فإن الذكاء الاصطناعي دخل في كل المؤسسات وفي كل مناحي الحياة ولا يمكن الاستغناء عنه. عندما نتحدث عن تكنولوجيا والذكاء الاصطناعي واستخدام الاتصال اللاسلكي عن بعد، فإن الأمن السيبراني يعد من بين التحديات الهامة لحماية البيانات الحساسة من الاختراق. حتى في المستقبل واحد ممكن يبلع كبسول، هالكبسول ممكن يعمل على العلاج الطبيعي، أو إعطاء أدوية للجسم، ولكن الاتصال بيكون اتصال لاسلكي، فممكن اختراق هذا الجسم. لهذا السبب الأمن السيبراني ضروري جدا، لأن الإنسان هو المحك. لذا يتعين الجهات التشريعية والتنظيمية التحكم في سير العمليات التكنولوجية لضمان التوازن بين التطبيق والحرية والأمن والأمان. لذا خطت دولة الإمارات خطا سريعة نحو استحداث وزارة تعنى بالذكاء الاصطناعي وتعيين وزيرا لها. دور الوزارة هو وضع السياسات والتشريعات للذكاء الاصطناعي والتطوير العلمي والبرمجي والتطبيقي، وكذلك تقليل الفجوة الرقمية والتكنولوجية وتوفير الوصول العادل للتكنولوجيا بحيث تعمل لصالح الجميع لا الحصر. السيدات والسادة، وفي الختام فإن منظومة الابتكار والذكاء الاصطناعي وريادة الأعمال تشكل أسساً لتنمية المجتمعات والدول، لذا يتطلب الأمر تعاوناً محلياً وإقليمياً ودولياً والالتزام بتعزيز الاستدامة والتنمية المجتمعية والبشرية. وأحب أن أدعو الجميع لتحقيق مستقبل أفضل وأكثر ازدهاراً لمجتمعاتنا وبيئاتنا واقتصاداتنا. وأشكركم على حسن الاستماع، وأشكر الدكتورة هنادي المباركي رئيسة المؤتمر الافتراضي العالمي لمنظومة الابتكار والذكاء الاصطناعي والتكنولوجيا وريادة الأعمال، وكذلك اللجنة المنظمة للمؤتمر على هذه الدعوة الكريمة. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
نشكر سعادة الدكتور عيسى بستكي رئيس جامعة دبي من دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة على كلمته، وعلى أيضا مساعدته معنا من بداية الجلسات. شكرا لك دكتور. وأيضا لدينا الآن سعادة الأستاذ أنس ميرزا الرئيس التنفيذي لمجموعة الشركة الوطنية لمشاريع التكنولوجيا، فليتفضل يلقي كلمته.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحضور الكريم، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. إن العالم اليوم في مواجهة تحديات وقوى متنوعة كالعولمة والتكنولوجيا وغيرها، وبسبب هذه المتغيرات يتحتم على المنظمات والمؤسسات أن تتجاوب بسرعة وتتفاعل مع التغيرات السريعة من خلال خلق وإيجاد وتطوير السبل والحلول المبتكرة للبقاء على قيد الحياة والنمو والتطور، من خلال تضافر الجهود محلياً وإقليمياً نحو تعزيز مقومات الاقتصاد الوطني ودعم منظومة الابتكار وتطويرها، مع خلق بيئة مناسبة تضمن تحفيزها واحتوائها في جميع مراحلها، وذلك لضمان استمراريتها حتى في حالات غياب الدعم المؤسساتي لها. أضف إلى ذلك أهمية تواجد مجموعة من التشريعات الجديدة ودعم حاضنات الابتكار وبناء القدرات الوطنية المتخصصة ومجموعة محفزات للقطاع الخاص وبناء الشراكات العالمية البحثية وتغيير منظومة العمل الحكومي نحو مزيد من الابتكار وتحفيز الابتكار في كافة القطاعات الوطنية الرئيسية مثل الطاقة والطاقة المتجددة والنقل والصحة والتعليم والتكنولوجيا والمياه وغيرها. ويندرج كل ذلك ضمن استراتيجية وطنية للابتكار يجب تطويرها وتنفيذها بالتعاون بين القطاع الحكومي والخاص في كافة دول المنطقة، مع خلق نوع من التكامل فيما بينها يعزز من قدرات المؤسسات والأفراد ويصقل المواهب والقدرات الوطنية في مجال الابتكار، مع التركيز على العلوم والتكنولوجيا والهندسة والرياضيات، واستحداث مواد تعليمية في المدارس والجامعات خاصة بالابتكار، وترسيخ ثقافة وطنية تشجع على الابتكار. وانطلاقا من رسالة الشركة الوطنية لمشاريع التكنولوجيا في دعم الابتكار والتكنولوجيا والريادة وتوفير تعليم وتدريب متميز ومبتكر يشتمل على أحدث الوسائل وأرقى الأساليب التي توصل إليها العلم الحديث في المجالات التعليمية والتدريبية المختلفة، فقد أسسنا الشركة الوطنية العالمية للخدمات التعليمية والتدريب، وهي أحد الأذرع الفنية المتخصصة التي تمتلكها مجموعة الشركة الوطنية، والتي تهدف لدعم الاقتصاد الوطني المعرفي. وتعد شركة نست العالمية للتدريب والتعليم شركة وطنية متخصصة بتقديم خدمات تعليمية متميزة وتدريب رفيع المستوى، وقد تأسست في عام 2019 كجزء من الجهود المبذولة للمساهمة في تحقيق الغاية الأساسية للشركة الوطنية والمتمثلة في نقل المعرفة والتكنولوجيا إلى دولة الكويت والمنطقة، حيث أن الشركة الوطنية تدرك أن التعليم الشامل أمر حيوي لتقدم دولة الكويت في مختلف المجالات. وبناء عليه قررت الشركة الوطنية معالجة الفجوة المعرفية الموجودة حالياً في سوق التعليم الكويتي من خلال تطوير التعليم والتدريب التطبيقي الفني وتقنيات التعليم. وبالنظر إلى التطورات المتسارعة التي شهدتها أسواق التعليم والتكنولوجيا الدولية، ومن منطلق حرص الشركة بدعم عجلة التنمية البشرية وتحسين جودة الخدمات التعليمية وتطوير منظومتها، قامت شركة نست بتطوير مجموعة من الخدمات والحلول التعليمية والتدريبية النوعية بالتعاون مع بيوت الخبرة العالمية، والتي من شأنها تحقيق رؤية وأهداف المؤسسات التعليمية في البلاد، أهمها تكنولوجيا شركة إيون رياليتي XR، حيث قامت شركة نست بتدشين مشروع مركز الواقع المعزز والواقع الافتراضي، وذلك بالشراكة مع شركة إيون رياليتي العالمية، وهو عبارة عن مركز امتياز حصري للتعلم المستدام في المنطقة، يعمل على نقل المعرفة القائمة على الواقع المعزز والواقع الافتراضي. هذا بالإضافة إلى العديد من المبادرات التي تدعم التوجه نحو خلق بيئة ابتكارية تكنولوجية محلية، حيث تعكف شركة نست حالياً على تأسيس الأنشطة والمشاريع التالية: جامعة بريطانية محلية متخصصة في قطاع العلوم والتكنولوجيا بالتعاون مع أرقى الجامعات البريطانية، مركز تدريبي متخصص في مجال الذكاء الاصطناعي Artificial Intelligence، ومركز تدريبي متخصص بالتحول الرقمي which we call Digital Transformation. وفي الختام نسأل المولى عز وجل أن تكلل جهودنا وجهود جميع المشاركين بهذا المؤتمر بالتوفيق والسداد، ونشكر القائمين على تنظيم هذا المؤتمر دعوتهم الكريمة لنا للمشاركة، ووفقنا الله وإياكم إلى ما فيه خير البلاد والعباد، ولكم منا أطيب التمنيات، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
نشكر الأستاذ أنس ميرزا الرئيس التنفيذي لمجموعة الشركة الوطنية لمشاريع التكنولوجيا على كلمته. والآن نرحب بسعادة الدكتورة كوثر الجوعان رئيسة معهد المرأة للتنمية والسلام، فلتتفضل تلقي كلمتها. دكتورة كوثر تفتحي لنا المايك. دكتورة كوثر فقط لو تفتحين المايك من تحت عندك، وأيضا
أحاول
الفيديو. أيوة الصوت الحين موجود، الصوت الحين
خلاص.
الصوت موجود، أكو فيديو أيضا، بس ضغطي على صورة
شكرا. نعم
الفيديو. أيوة
جون هذه إيه؟
إيه نعم، تفضلي دكتورة. دكتورة ضغطيهم مرة ثانية راح يفتحون معك.
يلا تفضل، أنا طلعت الحين معاكم.
أيوة معانا، يا هلا والله. تفضلي دكتورة، منورة.
الله يحفظكم إن شاء الله. العزيزة الأخت الكريمة الدكتورة هنادي المباركي، يعني كلامي في حقها أعتقد شهادة مجروحة. معاها منذ عام 2020 عندما انطلقت فكرتها بعقد مؤتمر دولي افتراضي حول الابتكار والتكنولوجيا والذكاء الاصطناعي والنظام البيئي لريادة الأعمال. كانت حريصة جدا، واسمحوا لي يعني قليل أن أتحدث عن دورها وعن جهدها خاصة في موضوع هذا الموضوع الهام واليوم انتشر بسرعة. كان الاهتمام في السابق، عفوا عذرا إذا كان الصوت غير واضح لأني أعاني من ظرف صحي فعذرا. يعني كانت المؤتمرات المعنية في مثل هذه المواضيع كانت تحت غطاء حكومي، لكن عندما تتبنى جهة مدنية بهذا الإبداع، بهذا التنظيم، بدعوة الشخصيات الفاضلة المتنوعة على المستويين العربي والدولي، لابد وأن نرفع القبعة للدكتورة هنادي المباركي. أيها الحضور الكريم، عندما نتكلم نبحث أولاً أن الإنسان على مر التاريخ بحث على اختراع يمكنه أن يحاكي العقل البشري في نمط تفكيره، وقد حاول الكثيرون من صناع الأفلام ومطوري الألعاب إيجاد تفسير منطقي لمفهوم الذكاء الاصطناعي. ولعلنا ندرك على مر الزمان أن الذكاء الاصطناعي حاضراً فقط في الخيال العلمي، ويذهب البعض بتصويره على أنه العدو الأول للبشرية الذي يعتزم اغتصاب الحضارة والسيطرة عليها، بينما يذهب آخرون على أن له جوانب إنسانية مشرفة. وبعد أن أصبح الذكاء الاصطناعي حقيقة لا خيال، تمت على أرض الواقع، وخرجت في مختبرات البحوث وروايات الخيال العلمي، ليصبح جزءاً لا يتجزأ من حياتنا اليومية، وأصبح متأصل من أجل الصالح العام للجميع. وهنا أقف لأؤكد أننا أمام حقبة جديدة تعرف بالثورة الصناعية الرابعة، فقد خلقت لنا فرصة كبيرة لإعادة تشكيل الطريقة التي ندير بها البيئة اليوم، حيث يتم تسخير الرقمنة والتحولات المجتمعية من أجل حل المشكلات البيئية وخلق ثورة في مجال الاستدامة. وفضلاً عن استخدام الذكاء الاصطناعي للبيئة، فإنه يدخل أيضاً في حل سوء التغذية وتوظيفه بنظام الإنذار المبكر، حيث يقوم بالتنبؤ بأزمات التغذية قبل حدوثها. مع العلم قد دخل هذا النظام باستخدامه من خلال منصات علمية معروفة. إن نظام الذكاء الاصطناعي في إحدى الجوانب الإنسانية أيضاً في تمكين الأشخاص من ذوي الاحتياجات الخاصة بالحصول على الاستقلالية والإنتاجية، وتوجد أمثلة على ذلك والتي تعتبر قيد التطبيق حالياً، وهي لمساعدة المكفوفين المجاني، والذي يقوم باختصار بوصف مشهد العالم حولك. وختاماً أؤكد على أننا نعيش في فترة استثنائية غير مسبوقة من التاريخ، إذ أصبح لدينا ولأول مرة على الإطلاق حلولاً حقيقية لمعالجة بعض أكبر المشاكل حول العالم. ولقد حان الوقت لجعل الذكاء الاصطناعي يلعب دوراً ريادياً إيجابياً في خدمة الإنسانية وإنقاذ كوكبنا. متمنية لمؤتمركم هذا كل التوفيق من الله عز وجل ومن خلال الكوكبة المتميزة من المشاركين. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
نشكر سعادة الدكتورة كوثر الجوعان رئيسة معهد المرأة للتنمية والسلام على كلمتها، وأيضا إشادتها بالدكتورة هنادي المباركي.
وأنا كذلك أشكرها لتواجدها معنا، ونتمنى لها الشفاء العاجل. مرت في وعكة صبحية، وندعو لها إن شاء الله بإذن الله أن تتخطى هذه الوعكة بسلام وأمان. ومشكورة على يعني كلماتك الراقية أم يوسف.
شكرا.
نتمنى أيضا جميعنا للدكتورة كوثر الجوعان الصحة والعافية والسلامة إن شاء الله، وتكون بأفضل حال. معنا أيضا معالي الشيخة الدكتورة هند بنت عبد العزيز القاسمي، رئيس ومؤسس نادي الإمارات الدولي للأعمال BPW Emirates، فلتتفضل تلقي كلمتها. دكتورة هند تضغطين على الميكروفون والكاميرا بليز. في صورة المايك تحت تضغطين عليه دكتورة.
المفروض انضغط. تسمعوني؟
أيوة ممتاز، الحين ممتاز، منورة.
الله يسلمكم يا رب. الصراحة بعد كل هالكلام يعجز الإنسان عن التعبير، لأنه ما شاء الله كلكم كوكبة، يعني أعتبركم من العلماء اللي الواحد ما يقدر إنه ما يخط الكلمات اللي ذكرتموها. بس للتصحيح، أنا المستشارة ضحى بالعبيد بالنيابة عن سمو الشيخة الدكتورة هند بنت عبد العزيز القاسمي. فأنا معكم اليوم أمثل نادي الإمارات الدولي للأعمال. نادي الإمارات الدولي للأعمال هو عبارة عن نادي كان بداية يخص بس سيدات الأعمال، وحاليا من سنوات صار نادي مشتركين فيه كوكبة من رجال الأعمال ومن شركات محلية في دولة الإمارات وشركات خارج دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة. واللي ما يعرف دكتورة هند بنت عبد العزيز القاسمي، هي دكتورة حاصلة على دكتوراه في علم الاجتماع، فممكن اليوم كلمتها أكثر شيء تخص شوية علم الاجتماع والتكنولوجيا. أرحب وأحيي جميع الحضور معنا اليوم، وأحب أن أشكر الدكتورة هنادي المباركي رئيسة المؤتمر ومستشارة التنويع الاقتصادي والابتكار على هذه الفرصة التي منحتنا اليوم وجود متميز بين كوكبة من الحضور الذي يبرز أهمية التطوير الذاتي بين مختلف المؤسسات وقطاعات المجتمع. إن تطور المجتمع أصبح ضروريا في جميع التخصصات مثل ما ذكرتم، الاجتماعية والاقتصادية والثقافية والعلمية. فالتطوير الذاتي والذكاء الاصطناعي بات ضرورة لتحقيق البشرية والاستدامة. فالذكاء الاصطناعي هو الذي جمعنا اليوم في ظل هذا. قبل كورونا ما كنا نعرف عن الزوم وعن الاجتماعات الأونلاين، اللهم لك الحمد. فهو الذي جمعنا اليوم في هذا المؤتمر المبارك. فهو بدأ أداة أساسية للمعرفة ويستخدم في جميع المجالات، مثل الصحة حاليا فيها الذكاء الاصطناعي، التعليم وغيرها يعني من المجالات التي في دولة الإمارات وممكن فخارجها. وممكن السادة اللي موجودين في دولة الإمارات يعرفون أن احنا عندنا الذكاء الاصطناعي بدأ يعني حتى في المحاكم وغيرها من القطاعات. لذلك يساهم الذكاء الاصطناعي والذكاء البشري في تطور مجتمعاتنا عند استخدامها بالشكل الصحيح. وكذلك تشيد سموها أن الاستثمار في العقول البشرية هو الذي سيؤدي إلى نشوء أجيال جديدة تساهم في تطوير مجتمعاتنا من جميع النواحي، سواء الاجتماعية أو الاقتصادية أو الثقافية أو العلمية. وبمثل هذه المؤتمرات والفعاليات الثقافية والعلمية التي ترتقي بنا وبمجتمعاتنا، فجهود جبارة قامت بها الدكتورة هنادي مباركي، تشكر على ذلك، وجميع فريق العمل القائمين على المؤتمر والإخوة والأخوات. كما تذكر سموها أن الذكاء الاصطناعي هو بصورة إيجابية أبدا لن يلغي الذكاء البشري. فإذا اجتمع الذكاء البشري والذكاء الاصطناعي مع بعض فسنحقق الاستدامة البشرية بشكل متطور، مما يوفر لنا الرفاهية والدخول في جميع القطاعات العالمية. وتتمنى الشكر للجميع وبالتوفيق للدكتورة هنادي، وشكرا لكم جميعا. الأستاذة أمال الملا والدكتور عيسى ما شاء الله ما قصر، ذكر جميع القطاعات التطور، غطى التطور كامل، وكل الإخوة والأخوات الحاضرين. وأستسمحكم عذرا، ممكن أنا أصغر وحدة فيكم، ولكن أنا جد سعيدة وأشكر مرة ثانية مني شخصيا الدكتورة هنادي اللي منحتنا هذه الفرصة، وثقة الشيخة فيني أني أكون متواجدة معكم اليوم.
شكرا أستاذة ضحى بن عبيد، ممثلة عن الشيخة الدكتورة هند بنت عبد العزيز القاسمي، على ما ألقيتي فيه وعلى ما تفضلتي. والعمر ليس بمقياس للذكاء والعقل، إنما تقاس الأعمار، أو تقاس الإنسان بمدى ثقافته ومدى ومجال العقل والعلم الذي يبحث فيه. شكرا دكتورة ضحى. وأيضا معنا إن شاء الله من عندنا من الكويت الدكتور سعادة الأستاذ أحمد العفتان، مدير إدارة الابتكار بمركز الشيخ صباح الأحمد للابتكار والموهبة. ممكن سعادة الأستاذ أحمد العفتان تلقي الكلمة. أستاذ حمد لو تفتح المايك من ميوت تحت في الفيديو. اي نعم
واضح.
تفضل. ايوه اي نعم منور.
السلام عليكم. نور تلحبك. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. بسم الله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه ومن والاه. بداية أحب السادة الحضور، وأحب أقدم كل الشكر لمدير المؤتمر الدكتورة هنادي المباركي على تنظيم هذا المؤتمر وإتاحة الفرصة لنا أن نكون جزء من هذا الحدث الرائع. وأحب أشكر جميع الناس اللي تكلموا واللي صعبوا المهمة علينا ما شاء الله بحجم المعلومات اللي تكلموا فيها. أحب أعرفكم بنفسي، أخوكم محمد العفتان، مدير إدارة الابتكار والتكليف بمركز صباح الأحمد للموهبة والإبداع، أحد مراكز مؤسسة الكويت التقدم العلمي. وحق اللي ما يعرفون المركز، مركز صباح الأحمد هو مركز غير ربحي تابع لمؤسسة الكويت التقدم العلمي، تأسس عام 2010 بمبادرة من أمير دولة الكويت الراحل الشيخ صباح الأحمد جابر صباح طيب الله ثراه. يهدف المركز إلى اكتشاف ورعاية الموهوبين والمبدعين في دولة الكويت وتعزيز ثقافة الإبداع في المجتمع الكويتي. وهذا المؤتمر يعني يتلاقى ويتقاطع مع أهداف المركز وتوجهاته بشكل كبير، وهي بشكل عام منظومة الابتكار، ومن ثم ريادة الأعمال، وبصورة أكثر جزئية الذكاء الصناعي. ما نقدر نزيد احنا على الناس اللي تكلموا قبلنا، بس ودنا ان شاء الله في الكلمه هذه نقدر نضيف لكم شيء ان شاء الله ما تكون طويله. نود التنويه ان هذه المواضيع الان الذكاء الصناعي والابتكار لا تعتبر مواضيع رفاهيه، بل تعتبر احد الركائز الاساسيه لاي دوله تبحث عن الاستدامه والنمو ورفاهيه شعبها، وجزء لا يتجزا من السباق العالمي نحو الرياده. يعني عشان نقدر نفهم الموضوع هذا بالرجوع الى مؤشر الابتكار العالمي اللي صدر حق عام 2023، نجد ان الولايات المتحده الامريكيه يصل انفاقها السنوي على البحث والتطوير ما يبلغ 770 مليار دولار، يعني اي ما يعادل 3.2 من الناتج المحلي الاجمالي، في حين يبلغ الانفاق بدوله الكويت 0.3% من الناتج المحلي، والذي يعتبر مبلغ صغير نسبيا لو نقارنه ب 3.2، يعتبر 10 اضعاف الولايات المتحده. والكويت الكويت الحمد لله عندها الوعي بهذا الموضوع، وتهدف ان الرقم هذا اللي 0.3% يوصل الى 1% في عام 2025. نود الان نتحدث عن السياق وهو اهميه الذكاء الصناعي للدوله ولبيئه رياده الاعمال، كمثال عن اهميه الاستثمار في هذا المجال. الاستثمار راح نتكلم عنه، الاستثمار هو الاستثمار المالي، الاستثمار اللي هو يكون احد الاولويات للدوله، نتكلم عن التكامل ما بين القطاع الخاص والقطاع الحكومي، ايضا جهات اكاديميه من جامعات في هذا الخصوص. سؤال وايد يتكرر عندنا احنا، يعني هل سيقوم الذكاء الصناعي، هل سيقوم بتقويه الاقتصاد ام بضعفه؟ هل سيقوم الذكاء الصناعي بخلق وظائف ام في قتل هذه الوظائف؟ نفس هذه الاسئله كانت تتكرر عن ويندوز او ما طلعوا عن جوجل، لكن نقدر نرجع حق بعض الدراسات نشوف. في دراسه اجرتها شركه ماكنزي اند كومباني في عام 2020، وماكنزي تعتبر من اكبر بيوت الاستشاره في العالم، وجدت ان الذكاء الصناعي يمكن ان يضيف ما يصل الى 13 تريليون دولار الى الاقتصاد العالمي بحلول 2030. دراسه اخرى بنفس الاهميه اجرتها شركه بي دبليو سي في عام 2021، لقت ان الذكاء الصناعي ممكن ان يخلق ما يصل الى 15 مليون وظيفه جديده فقط في الولايات المتحده في عام 2030. هذا حق بعض الناس اللي يشوفون ان الذكاء الصناعي ممكن يكون في تهديد، ولا ما في تهديد، هو في فرصه للنمو في هذا المجال. وفي هذا السياق اهتم المركز بشكل عام بثقافة الابتكار وتعزيزها في دولة الكويت، وبشكل خاص نتكلم عن الذكاء الصناعي الذي يعتبر أحد أهم مكونات الثورة الصناعية الرابعة. وبهذا الخصوص قام المركز عندنا بتسجيل منذ تأسيسه بتسجيل ما يزيد عن 500 براءة اختراع في المكاتب العالمية لبراءة اختراع، توزعت ما بين المكتب الأمريكي والمكتب الأوروبي والمكتب الخليجي، بالإضافة إلى المكتب الياباني والكندي. ولدعم هذه البيئة وتعزيزها قام المركز بتنظيم كثير من الأنشطة بهذا الخصوص. قام المركز بمحاضرة للمهندس نواف سويد في شهر 7 الماضي تتكلم عن الذكاء الصناعي واستشراف المستقبل عن طريق محاضرة جماهيرية حضرها ما يزيد عن 100 شخص. نحاول من خلال هذه المحاضرات شرح ما هو الذكاء الصناعي وكيفية استخدامه وكيف ما هي أنواعه. وأيضا المركز قام بمحاضرات جماهيرية أخرى، منها قام المركز باستضافة الرئيس التنفيذي لبرنامج شارك تانك العالمي له دايمن جون في محاضرة جماهيرية تتكلم عن الابتكار وريادة الأعمال. وأيضا في الشهر المنصرم أقمنا محاضرة جماهيرية الدكتور بروفيسور ماركو برتيني، يعتبر من أهم 50 متحدث في مجال ريادة الأعمال في العالم، وكان له نجاح كبير. وأيضا هناك قمنا بكثير من الدورات والمحاضرات التوعوية عن الملكية الفكرية، وتكلمنا ان هالسنه قمنا باكثر من 3 محاضرات للتوعيه عن ما هي الملكيه الفكريه وبراءه الاختراع، وما هي علاقه هذه في الابتكار ورياده الاعمال. وايضا قام المركز بمعسكر تدريبي بشراكه مع برنامج بيبان التلفزيوني الذي يقام تنظيم من صندوق الامن البحريني، والحمد لله كان النجاح الاقبال الباهر. كان المعسكر تم تاهيل ما يزيد عن 40 صاحب مشاريع ورائد أعمال، تم اختيار 5 منهم لتمثيل المركز في البرنامج التلفزيوني، وتم عمل تسجيل الحلقات. وأيضا قام المركز بالعديد من المشاركات الخارجية في هذا السياق عشان يكون انطلاق، ونحاول أن نخلي بيئة ريادة الأعمال في الكويت على تواصل كامل وشامل مع ما يتم في العالم. شاركنا في جايتكس موروكو في شهر 5، وأيضا في جايتكس دبي الماضي، عن طريق اختيار العديد من أصحاب المشاريع الناشئة وندعمهم عن طريق إرسالهم إلى هذه المشاريع، هذه المعارض للاختلاط والانخراط والتواصل مع المستثمرين في أمور كثيرة. ونتمنى من خلال هذه الكلمة أن تكون كلمة خفيفة وضفنا عليكم بعض المعلومات، ونطالب الكل أمانة أنه يتابع أنشطة المركز من خلال وسائل التواصل الاجتماعي، ووجودكم شرف وحضوركم يزيدنا شرف في هذا الخصوص. نشكر الجميع ونشكر مرة أخرى الدكتورة هنادي المباركي على إتاحة هذه الفرصة للبقاء. نتمنى التوفيق للسادة التالين في الكلام. شكرا.
شكرا أستاذ حمد العفتان، مدير إدارة الابتكار في مركز الشيخ صباح الأحمد للابتكار والموهبة، على الكلمة. وشهادتنا بالمركز مجروحة لأن ما شاء الله في مجموعة متميزة من المواهب والمتفوقين. أيضا معنا الحمد لله دخل في نقول الدقائق الأخيرة سعادة الشيخ الدكتور ثاني بن علي آل ثاني، عضو مجلس الإدارة للعلاقات الدولية من مركز قطر الدولي للتوفيق والتحكيم، فليتفضل يلقي كلمته مشكورا.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. الحمد لله رب العالمين، والصلاة والسلام على أشرف المرسلين سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. بداية نتقدم بجزيل الشكر للدكتورة هنادي المبارك، رئيسة المؤتمر والمؤسس لشركة كيو سيستم للاستشارات الإدارية، وكذلك تقدم لجميع المتحدثين، بالشكر لجميع المتحدثين والحضور على تشريفهم لهذا اليوم. ومعذرة لدخولي متأخر لأن لم يصلني صراحة رابط إلا منذ 10 دقائق. إن دول العالم تشهد في الآونة الأخيرة تقدما واسعا ومدهشا في مجال التكنولوجيا والذكاء الاصطناعي التي تعتمد على البرمجية الحديثة والمتقدمة. لذلك أطلق على العصر الحالي عدة مسميات، منها عصر المعلوماتية، عصر الثورة العلمية المعرفية، وعصر الانفجار المعرفي. ولقد أصبح الذكاء الاصطناعي والتكنولوجيا تأثير على المنظومة القانونية، فتمكين استخدامها في تحليل الوثائق القانونية مثل العقود والاتفاقيات والوثائق، كما تم استخدام التقنيات الحديثة لفهم وتصنيف النصوص القانونية، وكذلك إنشاء قوانين ونصوص قانونية متكاملة، مما يقلل من الأخطاء البشرية ويزيد من الدقة الموثوق بها. كما تم تطوير النظم الذكية لتقديم توجيهات ومشورة قانونية للأفراد والشركات وتقديم الإرشادات القانونية لهم. يمكن أن تمثل هذه الإرشادات على تفسير القوانين واللوائح وتوضيح الحقوق والواجبات والإجراءات القانونية المطلوبة. وفي المنظومة القضائية أن استخدام الأنظمة الإلكترونية تمكن الجميع ولها تأثير كبير في العمل القضائي الذي يمكن استخدامها في تحليل البيانات القانونية المتاحة، وكذلك إدارة القضايا والملفات القضائية وتنظيم العمل القضائي، وتسهيل التواصل بين الأطراف المعنية، وتوفير وصول سهل وآمن للمعلومات، والتنبؤ بنتائج القضايا المستقبلية، والكشف عن الأدلة والمعلومات القانونية العامة من خلال تحليل كميات ضخمة من البيانات، وذلك لاستكشاف الأنماط والصلات القانونية الحاسمة. ونلاحظ أن الدول المتقدمة ومنها الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية تميز الذكاء الاصطناعي للأعمال الضمنية والقضائية، فقامت بإطلاق ما يسمى المحامي الآلي، والذي يقوم بتوفير المعلومات القانونية والتحدث مع الأفراد بشكل مشابه للبشر. كما تم استخدام تقنيات معينة تتنبأ بالأحكام التي سيصدرها القضاة والتي تسمى بالعدالة التنبؤية. وتحديدا في دولة قطر فإنها تمتلك كافة المقومات التي تساهم في تطبيق الأنظمة الإلكترونية والذكاء الاصطناعي، خاصة بعد اعتماد خطة المبادرة الوطنية لتطوير أنظمة العدالة. فهذه الخطة تهدف إلى لتطوير المنظومة القضائية وإدخال الأنظمة الإلكترونية الحديثة وتطويرها وتفعيل البرامج الإلكترونية الحديثة. هذا وقد قام المجلس الأعلى للقضاء في دولة قطر بإنشاء نظام المحاكم الإلكترونية، وذلك يشمل على كافة الخدمات القضائية الإلكترونية بداية من تسجيل الدعاوي وفحص المستندات المتعلقة بهذه هي الدعاوي حتى صدور الأحكام، كما أنه جاري العمل على كيفية أن يتم الانتقال من التقاضي الإلكتروني إلى التقاضي الذكي، وذلك بإدخال أنظمة الذكاء الاصطناعي في منظومة القضاء في دولة قطر. أسوة ببعض الدول، حيث أن إعداد المنظومة الذكية الإلكترونية المتكاملة تساعد كثيرا على سرعة إجراءات التقاضي وتطوير المنظومة القضائية والعدالة الناجزة، ولذلك تم إصدار قانون العنوان الوطني، وهو العنوان المعتمد من قبل الأطراف، وهو العنوان الإلكتروني أو رقم الهاتف وإرسال الرسالة عبر رسائل SMS مباشرة منذ تقديم الدعوة إلى المحكمة. وقد تناول القضاء القطري المسائل المتعلقة بالذكاء الاصطناعي في الاجتماع الثاني للشبكة العالمية للنزاهة القضائية، والذي استضافته دولة قطر ممثلة بالمجلس الأعلى، حيث تم مناقشة موضوعات دور الذكاء الاصطناعي والأنظمة الإلكترونية في تطوير الأجهزة القضائية. هذا وقد أصدرت دولة قطر العديد من القوانين والقرارات في مجال الأمن السيبراني والذكاء الاصطناعي، ومنها قرار أميري رقم 1 لسنة 2021 بإنشاء الوكالة الوطنية للأمن السيبراني، وكذلك قرار مجلس الوزراء رقم 10 لسنة 2021 بإنشاء لجنة الذكاء الاصطناعي، وقانون مكافحة الجرائم الإلكترونية رقم 14 لسنة 2014، كذلك قانون المعاملات التجارية الإلكترونية الصادر بالمرسوم رقم 16 لسنة 2010. هذا دليل على حرص دولة قطر ودول الخليج على تطوير أنظمتهم القضائية ومواكبة الأنظمة العالمية، وإن شاء الله أن يكون هذا المؤتمر يخرج لنا بمخرجات تخدم قطاع الذكاء الاصطناعي والقطاع الإلكتروني بشكل عام. وأخيرا أكرر شكري للقائمين على هذا المؤتمر الذي أصبح صراحة واجهة لجميع المهتمين بالأمور التكنولوجية والذكاء الاصطناعي في الوطن العربي ودول الخليج تحديدا. شكرا لكم، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
نشكرك سمو الشيخ، ونعتذر لتأخير الرابط تم إرساله على إيميلك، بس يعني نعتذر منك إذا وصل لك الرابط متأخر، نعتذر كل الاعتذار بخصوص هذا الأمر. والمؤتمر أود أن يعني أبين أن هذا المؤتمر هو المؤتمر الأول دوليا الذي يعنى بالتنويع الاقتصادي القائم على البرامج الحديثة أو القائم على الاقتصاد الرقمي، وانطلاقا من السنة القادمة بإذن الله سيتم تغيير اسم المؤتمر من بعد ما أخذ هذا الصدى، وسيسمى بالمؤتمر التنويع الاقتصادي القائم على الاقتصاد الرقمي. وشكرا للجميع لتواجدهم معنا في هذا المحفل الدولي، متمنين للجميع يعني ولجميع دولنا الخليجية والعربية والعالمية يعني التطور والتألق والنجاح الدائم. تفضلي أمل.
شكرا دكتورة، ونشكر معالي سعادة الشيخ الدكتور ثاني بن علي آل ثاني عضو مجلس إدارة العلاقات الدولية مركز قطر الدولي للتوفيق والتحكيم في كلمته، وأيضا نشكرك دكتورة هنادي على التعقيب وعلى إنشاء مثل هذه المبادرات الجميلة التي تجمع نخبة المجتمع في العقول المتميزة. نشكر سعادة الشيوخ والوزراء والشخصيات القيادية والخبراء على تشريفهم لنا في المؤتمر الافتراضي العالمي الرابع لدعم منظومة الابتكار والذكاء الاصطناعي وتكنولوجيا وريادة الأعمال. والآن نبدأ المحور الأول للمؤتمر، أفضل التطبيقات العالمية لمنظومة الابتكار برئاسة الدكتور حسن البحراني. دكتور حسن تفتح المايك. إذا ممكن تفتح المايك
يا هلا،
والفيديو.
أهلا وسهلا
يا
بكم، مساكم الله بالخير. أهلا أختي
يا
أمل،
هلا فيك.
مشكورة على التقديم ومشكورة على هذا العرض الرائع من الأخوة والأخوات أيضا المشاركين في هذا المؤتمر. أيضا أوجه الشكر الجزيل حق الدكتورة هنادي لهذا المؤتمر اللي سنويا يجمع نخبة صراحة في مجال الابتكار وريادة الأعمال. راح أبدأ أنا السيشن الأول، خلينا نسميه الحلقة الأولى، مع البست براكتس اوف انوفيشن اوف ايكو سيستم. خليني أعرف إذا موجود دكتور روندا. I'm sorry إذا if I didn't spell it correctly. Are you available, Doctor? And the second one, Dr. Phil. Dr. Phil, are you here? سارة ناصر، أعتقد موجودة سارة.
أنا موجودة.
يا هلا
بخير.
سارة Associated Program Officer ويبو جرين. سارة نبدي معك وأتمنى أنك تاخذين وقتك.
I think إن عندنا يا هلا دكتور حسن،
يا
شلونك؟
هلا دكتور.
يا
الحمد
هلا
لله.
فيك. رواندا ما دخلت، أعتقد إن هي
لا، I
كانت
called Rwanda, I called Dr. Phil. Nobody answered.
اوكي خلاص تبتدي سارة، لأن شوية تأخرنا
يلا.
عن الوقت، وهم عندهم
أوكي.
يمكن اجتماعات.
أوكي.
تفضلي أستاذة سارة. المايك لك.
فيكم تشوفوا الشاشة تبعي؟
واضح.
أوكي.
اللي قاعد يقطع الإنترنت، اللي قاعد يفوق ولا اللي تحت ولا
أوكي نورمال. أوكي. لسوء الحظ سأضطر إلى تقديم عرضي باللغة الإنجليزية، أعتذر عن ذلك. مستواي في اللغة العربية لا يسمح لي بذلك بعده. But I wanted, first of all, before I begin, to thank you very much, Dr. Hanadi, for this invitation. We're very happy to be here today. Thank you for allowing us to be part of this great event. So my name is...
Thank you so much, Sarah. The language of our conference in English. Only the opening ceremony, it's in Arabic for the VIP. More than welcome to participate.
شكرا. My name is Sarah and I work in the IP for Business division, and today I will present on the best practices of the innovation ecosystem, and also dive into the tools, programs, and services that WIPO offers to SMEs and businesses around the world. So what is an innovation ecosystem? To begin, let's maybe clarify what we mean by innovation ecosystem. It's an interconnected network of stakeholders, resources, and organizations that collaborate to foster innovation. And these stakeholders include government, academia, industry, startups, and even sport organizations. The ecosystem approach differs from the traditional R&D. Here, what we try to emphasize is collaboration and open innovation. And why are innovation ecosystems so important? Here, the main significance of this ecosystem is that they fuel economic growth, they enhance competitiveness on a global scale, they also help accelerate technological advancement, they also help attract talent and investment, they promote collaboration and knowledge sharing, and in short, when you nurture a thriving innovation ecosystem, this can lead to wealth of benefits for a region or an industry or even a country. For an innovation ecosystem to be successful, it must encompass several key elements, and here you have a summary of some of these elements that I will mention. First, there is an element of leadership and vision. Here, you must have a clear leadership and a shared vision to guide this ecosystem. They must also be inclusive. So here you must include a diverse perspective that will lead to more creative solutions. You must also have access to funding, which is essential for startups and innovation projects to be successful. There is also the need for a strong R&D foundation, which is vital for the technological progress. You must also equip the workforce with relevant skills through education and talent development. There is also an importance to have the facilities and the resources to foster innovation. And finally, it must also come through the regulatory environment with policies that encourage innovation and entrepreneurial activities. Some of the best practices and strategies are mentioned in that slide here. For such a successful innovation ecosystem, you must, for instance, foster cross-sector collaboration by breaking down silos to encourage the collaboration between different sectors, promote open innovation and sharing of resources, and also create collaborative spaces that facilitate interaction and idea exchange. There must also be government support, of course, with incentives and policies that support innovation, to maintain also regulatory agility to adapt to changing needs, but also providing fundings, grants, tax incentives to startups and research and development projects. It must also come through education and skill development with a government that will support and foster STEM programs to cultivate a skilled workforce, to promote also entrepreneurship education to nurture future innovators as well, and also emphasize lifelong learning to adapt to the rapidly changing landscape. It must also come through the access to capital by encouraging venture capital and angel investors to invest in startups, to also explore crowdfunding platforms as alternative funding sources, to also promote public-private partnerships to leverage both government and private sector resources. And finally, one last best practices would be to establish incubators and accelerators that will provide mentorships, resources, and networking opportunities, and also organize events such as today's event to also showcase the work of startups and attract investors. So now let's look maybe at some of the best case studies and practices in action. We'll start with the Silicon Valley in the USA that has a rich history of innovation and is known for its diverse stakeholders, including tech giants, startups, and venture capitalists. It benefits from high quality education institutions, which provide also a continuous stream of talent, and the availability also of venture capital makes it a global hub for technology and innovation. If we shift our focus to Asia, we can look at Shenzhen, China, which is also looking at a rapid growth as a hardware innovation hub, which is remarkable. The Chinese government strategic investments and the policies have played a key role in this rapid growth, and the presence also of a vast manufacturing ecosystem supports the product development. You can also finally consider Bangalore, India. Here, Bangalore is renowned for its IT and software ecosystem. Its academic institutions such as the Indian Institutes of Technology produces a highly skilled workforce, and the ecosystem continues to expand and diversify, presenting both challenges and opportunities. So in conclusion, if you look at an innovation ecosystem, it will play a vital role in driving the economic growth, fostering technological advancement, and promoting collaboration. And to create and maintain successful ecosystems, we must first recognize the importance of leadership and diversity, facilitate access to capital and resources, invest in education and talent development, support a conducive regulatory environment, promote cross-sector collaboration, and by doing so, we will be able to nurture a thriving innovation ecosystem that will make a lasting impact on our regions and countries. So with that in mind, we've seen how collaboration, education, and government support are vital to an innovation ecosystem. But one crucial aspect that underpins innovation in this ecosystem is the protection of intellectual property. So now allow me to shift our focus to the role of intellectual property and how it supports businesses within these innovative ecosystem. I will briefly present the work of WIPO and my division in helping businesses, especially SMEs, small and medium-sized enterprises, to harness the power of intellectual property. Before I dive in, I would like to perhaps say some word about my sector. So the IP for Business division is part of the IP and innovation ecosystem sector, and our idea is that this division is the main central reference point within WIPO for any SME IP related issues. And in order to maximize our reach among other, we have worked with SME intermediaries, so what we call business support institutions, but also national IP offices, which we consider to be the primary interlocutors of businesses. We work with them to build their capacity to offer sustainable and effective IP services to businesses. And our division has basically two arms. The first arm is a range of programs that are often based on and built upon original or customized version of the above mentioned division's tools and materials. I will mention later on these tools and materials, sorry. Here we have three programs. The first one is the development of business support units in national IP offices. That program aims to equip IP offices with the capacity to provide effective IP support to innovative businesses and entrepreneurs in response to identified business needs. And here we have three components in that program. First, we try to identify the particular types of IP business support services that the IP office wants to focus on. We also in parallel work on developing a package of materials that will be customized to the legal context of the country for each type of such services that the IP office wants to develop. And the third pillar of that program is the conduct of trainings to ensure that the IP offices and the relevant stakeholders have the necessary knowledge and skills to effectively utilize and implement the IP support services. We have a similar program here, the Effective SME Intermediaries program, that will target a different type of partners. Here we look at support entities that assist entrepreneurs and businesses and startups, particularly those that do not already include services related to IP in their menu of services. So we look at chambers of commerce, business associations, incubators, innovation agencies, any equivalent institutions that wish to develop an IP for business support services. And it provides, again, to that institutions a customized package of tools and materials, and of course, trainings that will then serve as the basis for the work of these institutions with businesses. Then we have one last program. It's our flagship program. It's called the IP Management Clinic for SMEs. We actually have one of these clinics that is currently ongoing in the Arab region, and it's focused on AI. Here, basically, the idea behind that program, it's a 4 to 6 month program that will be a step-by-step guide to businesses that will help them go through the complex IP landscape and try to leverage their IP assets effectively. This means that they will be able to use IP to grow their businesses with the help of a mentor and individualized mentoring sessions with IP experts, trainings, which I will try to explain further on in my next slide. So here, these are the main program components. Like I said, there will be first a mentorship component, which is the main feature of the program. The clinic offers specialized, personalized expert advice to address the specific requirements of a business. It then takes the business through trainings, which takes it one step further than just basic IP awareness. It is meant to strengthen the understanding of IP and its strategic implications for a business. It also creates networking opportunities and foster knowledge sharing between the different businesses that will participate in the clinic. And finally, at the end of the program, we hope that the business will receive a report with actionable recommendations at the end, which we call the IP roadmap. This program is, like I said, our flagship program, and it's actually on the rise with more than 35 participating countries, including in the Arab region, 174 SME beneficiaries already, and 13 clinics by the end of 2023, and more than 15 clinics for the year to come. So all of these programs that I've mentioned are based on and built upon a series of tools, and the main tools are mentioned here on this slide. These are designed to support businesses in their use of IP, to help them integrate IP into their overall business strategy. They are developed with business experts and IP experts, trying to ensure their effectiveness. Here, they're intentionally designed to be easily accessible. They feature simple language. They avoid complex legalistic terms. They also include case studies to showcase real-life example of how businesses have successfully managed their IP. And they can be either used independently or, like I said, they can serve our programs. And one good thing is that all of these tools that I will mention are available in Arabic. So the first one is called the WIPO IP Diagnostic Tool, which is an online self-assessment tool. Basically, by answering a series of questions on your commercial activities, you will instantly receive a personalized report based on the answers that you've provided. So here, the tool, what it does, not only it introduces you to the main IP assets that you may have in your business, but it also introduces you to many IP management aspects. So how do you deal with your intellectual property when you have employees, when you have confidential information, when you want to go abroad with your product, and so on. So it's a very effective tool if you want to get in touch with IP and try to have a first step towards that topic and learn more about intellectual property relevant to your situation. Then this tool is complemented by a series of guides that we have also developed here. The guides are more specific, so each guide focuses on a specific IP topics. We have on trademarks, on designs, on patents, and they just take you through the main questions you may have as a business when it comes to registering your rights, enforcing your rights, so, or protecting your rights abroad, or making a revenue out of this intellectual property. The most recent guide is called Enterprising IDs, and it's designed for startups and young entrepreneurs by taking them through the main moment from ID to market, where the business needs to take care of the IP question. So how in their business journey they need to incorporate the intellectual property component in their journey. It follows the business journey, and it's very interesting, I think, for all young entrepreneurs that may be with us today. The IP for Business moment also was designed to help companies understand what is an IP strategy by breaking it down again into 5 key stages of business growth. This is another tool that we have right now as a beta version. So this is not yet the final version of the tool, but if you're interested to check out this tool as well, I would advise you to do it. You just have to click in the stage that is relevant to your business growth. So let's say that you're already at the growing stage, you will click click, and you will have a lot of IP concepts that will be simplified and easier to grasp for you and really relevant to your business journey. We expect to launch this tool in the next few months, so I'll keep you updated. And finally, one of our last tool that I wanted to mention is a series of podcasts. So this is to make you more aware of the situation from the business perspective. We have experts, industry professionals, entrepreneurs that come and share with us their journey and how they made the most out of their IP. The first season of this podcast series is focused on video games. So again, if you're interested to listen from entrepreneurs and people on the field, I would advise you to check out this podcast series, which is also accompanied by IP lessons learned and bite-sized takeaways. So with that, I will end my presentation. Shukran jazilan once again, and I'm open for any questions you may have, even now or even after that presentation. I welcome you to send me your question via emails. Thank you.
Thank you, Zahra, very much for your presentation with the topic of program that you provide to support entrepreneur. I believe Dr. Phil already there joining us. Dr. Phil, just to capture and to be aligned with the time.
Dr. Hassan, just I need to draw the attention for all the speakers. Sarah, it's from the WIPO from the United Nations, one of the United Nations organization who specialize in patenting and innovation or supporting innovation ecosystem worldwide. And it is our honor to join us every year, specifically Mr. Macro, who is the Deputy VP. He's joining us in the previous 2 years, but for unforeseen activity, they are away from the organization, and more than welcome, Sarah, it's presenting in behalf of them the outcomes of the WIPO. And we hope so to be on time. Regarding for Rhonda sent me a special message. She have unforeseen activity, critical activity, and she be away from the conference, but she sent recorded session. If we have time, we present it. Otherwise, we will continue our sessions because our conference is a live conference, not recorded sessions conference. More than welcome, Dr. Phil.
Good morning. Assalamu alaikum, and thank you, Shukran, for having me here this morning. It is early here in America, so it is wonderful to see such friendly faces, such bright colors, and to wake up Sarah with information from WIPO. I'm about to go and have my coffee in a minute, but I was going to say, excellent. I'm so glad you have that, Dr. Harari Al-Mubaraki. So our session starts in 15 minutes. So we have a video, is that correct, from Rhonda Farrell?
Yes, but we didn't plan to present it. We give you the time and later we closing out. Specifically, we are a shortage of agenda, 10 to 15 minutes. Then we need to be on time for all the speaker.
All right, so you have me and Dr. Sarah Nasser here. And sorry, Sarah, if you already know the plan, but I'm still waking up. So what would you like us to do, given that this is a very important webinar and it's going out live? What would you like us to do in 15 minutes time?
You present your outcome. You are from MIT, and MIT, it's one of the leading in supporting innovation ecosystem, and you are also deploy NSF initiative about the innovations in the United States, and you know better than us about the latest tool and technology, about the innovations who is shaping the 21st century, and this is what I highlighted in my speech today early morning. We are, all of us, shaping shaping the future of the 21st century about the innovation ecosystem, and go ahead and presenting your experience. And also, I need to remind all of you, this conference is a practitioner conference, not educational conference, which the people it's sharing their dreams or their studies. This conference sharing the implementation of successful implementations of their rules and techniques in their countries. Okay, go ahead, Dr. Phil.
That sounds excellent. So who do you want to speak first when we get to the top of the hour, 7 a.m. here in Boston? Is that me?
Yes, yes.
Yes.
Okay. And then I'll do my 15 minutes and then we turn to Dr. Sarah Nasser.
No, we will open a discussion between all of us, specifically the speakers who is in the track, then we will closing the session.
Okay, that sounds like a great plan. Excellent. I will go get my coffee now. And oh, I was going to say, I have a few slides. Would that be useful if I present them from here?
Yes, of course.
You can
share
present
your
it. Go ahead.
Thank you, Hassan. Thank you, Hanadi. I will get my coffee and get my slides ready. In fact, let's just make sure this is sharing okay. Share screen. Play from start. Hassan, you were the last one to speak, so I have your face smiling at me. Can you see that okay?
Yeah, everything is okay.
Brilliant.
We can see your slides.
I will stop sharing and I will go get...
All right, until Dr. Phil bring his copy, Sarah, can you just elaborate about a practitioner that you did with the programmer, with the entrepreneur? Did you see the outcome in recent days? Did you see their outcomes actually, or their innovation break through into the market or specific sector?
Thank you very much for your question. So definitely when we work with businesses, there is always a positive outcome in the end. And all of our good story, best practices are available on our website, where we compile different case studies of success stories of businesses that have been supported by WIPO. So it's called IP Advantage website. I think if anyone is interested, WIPO IP Advantage, and they will be able to learn from the best success stories of businesses, not only those that we have accompanied, but also others that have alone decided to integrate the successful IP strategies into their businesses. And it is quite an important aspect to consider. So I would like to again raise awareness to all those who are joining us today that IP is not something that you should take care of at the end. It's something that you have to take care of from the very beginning. When you have an idea and you know that it will be successful, never hesitate to think about how you can best protect it. Not only it will prevent you from infringing the rights of others. So you could perhaps use a brand name that has already been protected, for instance, and then you will be in very big difficulties in the end where you have to rebrand your product. But it will also protect you from others stealing your IDs, stealing your brand names, stealing your creations without having any means to stop such type of situations. So whenever we go through businesses and we talk about IP in these situations and then they begin to implement it, there is always a positive outcome in the end, and you will see that they will have better revenues and higher prices, and they will have a better visibility for their products on markets as well. So these are some of the benefits for when you use intellectual property.
I have also a question about the fintech as a technology into any innovation that come into the market. Like fintech is utilization of technology for financial services. I believe that every entrepreneur within their sector, they require or they need such fintech technology within their businesses. Did you see that sector growing within the IP or any new invention into fintech technology within your program? Are you specified into the program for fintech, for example?
We do not have specifically programs dedicated to fintech, but definitely for any digital innovation, when it comes even to artificial intelligence now, it's topics that are hot topics. So we try to focus more on these areas of work where also intellectual property is not necessarily still yet up to date, so we don't know really how to protect certain things when something has been invented by AI, for instance. How do you protect that? When it comes also about data protection, there are many topics that are surrounding also. It's not only about IP, so we have to deal with all these complex landscapes, and we try to come up with solutions. So like I said, right now we have one IP management clinic, which is this program where we take companies through a mentorship and then trying to help them build their IP strategy. And one of these clinic is, like I said, focused in the Arab region on the area of artificial intelligence. And this is quite interesting because here they will talk about their revolutionary technologies, designs, and brands that will keep them growing also. And we are really at the crossroad between the innovation and the intellectual property, where we try to use IP also as a key to their protection, to the monetization also of their AI projects. So here we are trying to also get out from the simple intellectual property to something that is more about the new technologies that we have seen in our era. Yeah.
Thank you, Sarah. Do you recommend an accredited certification, or you provide it in way for such programs?
For the IP management clinic, usually
Yes,
we do it in partnership with governmental institutions such as the IP office or other type of partners that may be, it could be an incubator. It really depends on the demand. So we usually work together hand in hand with our member states. So it has to come from them, their request, and then we implement such type of project. So it's not something open to all. But if anyone is interested in having courses in the field of intellectual property and other areas, we have a range of distance learning courses that are offered by WIPO Academy. If you have been familiar with that or not, I don't know, but I would advise you also to check out WIPO Academy offers. Just by clicking WIPO Academy on Google, you will definitely land on the right page. And there may be also, I don't know now the offer as it stands today, but there could be courses that are more focused on the new technologies as well. So this could be something if you wish to increase your knowledge in the field.
Yeah, thank you, Sarah. Don't know if Dr. Phil is here joining again. We were waiting. Yeah, Dr. Hi. Yeah, mic is yours, and take your time. We have you have your time for the presentation. Thank you, Sarah, very much for the fruitful discussion.
Thank you very much. Is it okay if I leave soon because I have another engagement, Dr. Hanadi? I think I've mentioned it to her. It's fine, I guess,
okay.
with the program. All is okay. Okay,
thank you so very much.
Keep talking
Sarah.
for one
Thank
moment.
you.
I'm going to run and get my coffee.
Okay.
Thank you, Sarah. Thank you very much.
Shukran.
I'm waiting Dr.
Merci
Phil
beaucoup.
to join us. Thank you.
Have a
Appreciate
successful
it.
day and conference. Thank you.
Excellent. Hassan, it is wonderful to be back with you.
Hey, you can share your screen now, Dr. Phil, and floor is yours.
That is very kind.
Excuse me, Dr. Phil.
Yes.
Then the next session will be within 3 minutes. Okay, I hope so. To capturing your slide within 5 minutes. Dr. Hassan, we don't need to miss the people, because the people is waiting and having an arrangement for each sessions. Dr. Phil can present your presentations or your experiences within 5 minutes, because we don't need to miss also the following speaker. If you don't mind, Dr. Phil. And if you are able to join us in the next sessions, more than welcome.
Excellent. Thank you, Dr. Al-Mubaraki. So would you like me to start talking now and go for 5 minutes, or do you want me to start in 5 minutes?
Yes, go ahead. Go ahead.
Wonderful. Well, it is wonderful to be joining people today, and I will give you some introductory remarks to get us started. I will, of course, make my slides available to you afterwards. I am here in, let's see, I am here in Boston, Massachusetts. So it is early morning for me here, but I understand it is a much better time.
Sorry, we did miss the sharing screen, Dr. Phil.
Yes,
now
I thought I was starting at the top of the hour, but I shall do so now.
Yeah, great.
Assalamu alaikum, and thank you all so much, shukran, for having me here today. I'm delighted to be joining this conference. My topic is best practices of innovation ecosystems, and I'm delighted to share some lessons and insight from MIT. But let me first say congratulations to the organizers of this conference. This is such an important subject, and thank you all practitioners, participants, and others who have joined us today. It is really very important that we think about this approach. My key message is that innovation happens in various ways, but it only happens successfully and sustainably when it takes place in ecosystems. And these are place-based ecosystems, and this is based on research that I have done around the world with my MIT colleagues, but especially now in the Arabian world with Gulf city-states and other larger states within the Arabian Peninsula. So this is me. My name is Dr. Phil Budden. I was a diplomat before this. That is a picture of me when I used to wear a tie. But I am delighted to be joining you today, and I am honored to be sharing with you some good practices. Now, I'm based at MIT, which is a remarkable institution here in the United States, but I want to tell people it's not purely American. I have friends here who are not only British at MIT, but I have Saudi friends, Palestinian friends, Jordanian friends. So lots of people from your region come to MIT. It really is an international effort. And so what I'm sharing you is with insights from this very international community. One of the things that makes MIT so good is it's not just MIT, it's the entire innovation ecosystem around MIT. And so we have a very systematic approach to studying innovation ecosystems and stakeholders. We have looked at this around the world. We have worked with 80 teams around the world. We have worked with teams from the Emirates. We have worked with teams from Saudi. I have a team from Palestine that has just joined us alongside a team from Riyadh. And we see our approach to innovation-driven entrepreneurship as working around the world. So I'm going to give you a couple of insights from that. First of all, our approach to innovation. A lot of people, when they hear the word innovation, immediately think of intellectual property or a particular technology like AI. And for us at MIT, we think innovation is much bigger than that. That is why I also teach this to governments, working closely with the Monshaat Agency of the Saudi Arabia Kingdom. I'm working with security forces throughout the Arab world. And so I will give you our definition. MIT's definition is 8 words, the process of taking ideas from inception to impact. MIT is a technology institute, and yet we don't put the word technology in our definition of innovation. Our innovation is much broader. Moreover, we talk about impact. Yes, profit is a form of impact, but innovation is so much more than just commercialization times invention. Impact can be medical innovation, it can be national security innovation, it can be net zero decarbonization impact. Profit is important, but it's not the only form. We also think it's a process. Yes, there will be good entrepreneurial ideas from around your part of the world, but only when they get tied into the innovation process do they make a real impact and make a difference going forwards. We also like to separate out capital I innovation from science and technology, some amazing space programs in the Gulf, to more innovative behavior with a little I. And where innovation out at the horizon is often 10x impact, we're very interested in the little I form. So let me just put that in a graph. So a lot of people think that innovation is only out at the horizon, is only about 10x transformation. And it certainly is with startups, with university spin-outs. But I also want to talk about another form of innovation, which is little I innovation. It's beyond BAU, which is American for business as usual, but it's 10% improvements. And for governments, even those trying to reach Vision 2030 or Vision 2071, often government is going to be much better as a public service with little I 10% improvements. The same is true of security forces, police, medical innovations. Yes, there may be some that are right out at the horizon. For example, a COVID vaccine, but there are so many other improvements. For example, AI, large language models being approved for use in medical diagnosis. And so we see innovation as a spectrum. When we talk about ecosystems, there are going to be small and medium-sized enterprises in your economies across the region. Those are very important. But the ones that we find especially important are what we call innovation-driven enterprises. They start off looking like an SME, but they have real growth potential. As you can see on the graphic on the right, they have that valley of death, where in the early stage of time, they are losing money. But when they come out, they have exponential impact. The world's best ecosystems are the ones that support innovation-driven enterprises, not just traditional SMEs. And I certainly found that when I was working very closely with Team Medina, lots of SMEs there to support the Hajj and the Umrah. But it was the IDEs, often digital platforms, that really transformed the experience of the pilgrims, but also provided greater impact for the Mecca and Medina region. So we see these as a spectrum. SMEs we think of as camels. They are sturdy. I saw some in Egypt last year. They can go long distances without much resource. We want to encourage our SMEs to be more gazelle-like. They need to become digitally enabled, but we should not expect them to become IDEs. The IDEs we now separate into two types. The digital ones, which the Americans love to think of as becoming unicorns, they have a role to play. And after the pandemic, these can be anywhere. They don't just have to be in Silicon Valley. A lot of unicorns are arising in the wider Middle East. The new type I'd like to mention are the deep tech IDEs. And this is where we think many countries in the Middle East have a real opportunity, not just to do another digital platform and a digital dance app like we've seen coming out of Silicon Valley, but to do real deep tech IDEs that are not purely digital, but are to do with important things like agricultural technology, desalination of water, border security, medical breakthroughs in really important areas that matter to people. And then my final point before I turn back to Hassan and see how much longer he'd want me to go for is an American journalist called Tom Friedman told us in 2005 that the world is flat. For innovation, he was wrong. The world is not flat. This high-end innovation takes place in certain parts of the world, Silicon Valley, Boston, increasingly in Riyadh, hopefully in Kuwait. So the world is not flat, but it's also not fair. It's not happening in large parts of Africa. It's not happening in large parts of Latin America. It's only by pulling all of the elements of the innovation ecosystem together that your company, your country, your region will actually get the benefits of innovation ecosystem. And that's what I've dedicated my career to, understanding why the world is not flat and learning the lessons that you can help the place that you care about do more effectively. So with that, I'm going to take a sip of coffee and check in with Hassan. How was that as an introduction?
Perfect, Dr. Phil. Because now we should move to the next session, which is Hero's Journey for Entrepreneur. And I will start introducing Katerina, CEO and co-founder for HADA Medical. Katerina, mic is yours. And sorry for the delay, the 8-minute delay, but we will give you your time. Also, Dr. Phil, please take your coffee, stay with us, and you will have more time with us in the next session. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Hassan and Dr. Hamadi. It's wonderful to be back. I must say that the title of it, Hero's Journey for Inventor and Entrepreneurship, and Entrepreneurs, for me, it was a little bit hard to take in from the beginning, because for us, it's such a teamwork. It's not one person, or it's not the 5 big personality traits that one innovator have. And well, we heard Dr. Phil, he was from MIT. My team and I, we used a speed design process to find real needs at the hospitals. But I will walk you through where we are today, but I will focus very much on the teamwork and how one can align the ecosystem, because our journey, we've needed a lot of initially funding, ideas, and access to network. So it's a story and how there can be alignment in the ecosystem. So we started our journey at the Children's Oncology Clinic to identify their unmet needs. And there we observed the need for safer infusions. Infusions is 16 billion IV tubes are used every year and 1.5 billion catheters. However, 40% fail. So there was a real need. We realized that when the problem is that something breaks, the standard solution is to make it stronger. And then there is a study in the US with 1,500 healthcare professionals showing that that method isn't good enough. Eventually, there will be forces on the tube that are strong enough that despite securement devices, there will be accidents. So we were working through this process that is called clinical innovation. Got the scholarship to do so. It was done in collaboration with a few partners in Sweden at the time, KTH and Karolinska Institute. And we got a lot, apart from that we got the scholarship to do so and be access to the hospital for such a long time. We were coached by a lot of entrepreneurs and medical doctors and people who has done these journeys before. So it's sort of fostering from the very beginning, when we were still looking for needs that were worth and where we had the capacity to actually solve them. And this was when we were at the Clinical Innovation Fellowship, it was 2015. And now where we are now, just a spoiler, is that we have finished clinical trials and we are sold 1 box. So we're just entering commercial phase. We need to scale, but it takes quite a long time for medical devices to actually go from idea to being used at the hospitals. And then there needs to be an alignment from the market to the patent. So there is an entire process before you get where we are going. But I spoke more about that last time. So I will, move forward where we are now. So we've had the collaboration with a clinical innovation team, and then the ecosystem in Stockholm has been very good to us, as well as the European Innovation Council in Europe. And a lot of people have said, well, we got a lot of help, or we find that this is your innovation has such an impact for global healthcare that we want to help you. But we have gotten lots and lots of help, me and my colleagues. So we saw initially was the 16 billion IV lines being used and the 1.5 billion catheters. And then there were forces on the that make sure it's basic, and you don't see it here, but if there are forces on the tube, eventually if the force is so high, the tube, everything will be dislodged. But there are other damages to the vein if it can still be in. But in total, 40% of the catheters fail to sit intended well. And then there are the global catastrophic consequences of these. I divided them into consequences and economic consequences. Can someone say something? Because it says my...
Yes.
Yeah, perfect. No, because the internet connection said unstable.
Yeah, I know.
I
I will give you a note, don't worry.
Thank you. Now, so safety consequences, that's the patient can get injured and there is a risk of a death. Then there is a toxic exposure and increased cancer risk for the healthcare personnel. And there is a loss of medication and interrupted treatments. So this is within infusion, but it will of other lines as well. There would be a need for the same when it comes to dialysis, for home care, lots of things. But we have focused really much on the need. So it's like Dr. Phil talked about, was it the dolphins on the idea when it comes to unicorn, but this is a medical device. The financial and economic consequences is that it takes 30 minutes per nurse to reinstate therapy. And there is a huge waste of plastic waste, 23,000 tons. And all these accidents add up to 72 billion euros in unnecessary healthcare consumption every year. And I will come later on how unfair that is distributed. But first, I was just going to say, when the problem is that something breaks, you heard that before, the standard solution would be to make it stronger. We did the opposite. So when there are forces on our device splits into two parts. Double walls keep blood and medicine from spilling, and you can use the protocols at the hospital to reconnect the parts again. This has created an entire new space, since the traditional devices are only working on the prevention, where we are reducing the consequences. So basically, we're allowing for the accidents, but take away the consequences. A map in the middle, you have state of the market today, and then on the other side there are two American companies addressing it as we are doing the breakaway connector. This is really good, because otherwise, if you're the only one, it would be very easy for large medtech corporation to just sweep it under the carpet or something. Whereas there is a focus, and also the Infusion Nurses Society in the US are highlighting the need for helping to prevent dislodgement, because it is a huge problem. We don't want to, remove the securement devices. It's like a match. So you need that, but then to take off the higher forces, you need our device. So it's a collaboration and, again, alignment to the market, that you don't create something that is already there, but adding value, adding impact. This is one example from one 500-bed hospital, how much they can actually save just by adding it in the restart cost. Out of the 16 billion tubes, we have identified different risk patient groups, and where there are hazardous drugs and expensive drug infusions, as well as high-risk settings. And all of these have different patient segments as well as applications. It's obviously a huge area, and I think we'll be busy with this for the rest of our lives, actually. And it's really intriguing, and it's nice. And I think one of those things that drive our journey is that we can make an impact. It is a purposeful time, and it's wonderful to know one can make a difference, actually. And this is how it's spread out with a different caker and different opportunities. And then you have home infusions and all of those things are differently treated depending on which country you're in. In some countries, they're more common with home care, that you prefer to be home than in the hospital. But, infusions, 90% of patients admitted to hospital will receive infusion. And as you heard, 40% actually don't sit intended dwell time. So if you want to move care home, you need a good solution for the infusion, since 90% of the patients we need. There are two key drivers for our product and the need we discovered, and that's the scale with the 16 billion IV lines every year. And then we come to the chronic shortage, and it's chronic shortage at scale. So if we look at nurses, for instance, where medicine, it could have been hospital beds. This average is 3.97 nurses and midwives per 1,000 people. And I am calling in from London. I'm from Sweden, but I'm calling in from London today. And in the UK, it's out of all the nursing positions, 12% are unfilled. We got a call from Ireland where, due to lack of, they are on place 5 on most nurses per capita. And they said that doctors, because there is lack of nurses, they don't have time to change the urinary bags. So the drainage bags get pulled out and causing damages to the patients. So if you see the most well-resourced hospital settings in the world are struggling with lack of nurses, we can of course understand that on the right, it's going to be a lot worse. We worked on as a company, and also where we've gotten help is I've structured them into 5 areas. And also from investor point of view, they see it as a risk reduction, whereas for us, it's the improved possibilities of actually making it. Where we're very lucky in Sweden, we have a lot of people from different nationalities. So our chief financial officer is from originally from Pakistan, but she lives in Sweden now. And then we have people from New Zealand and Singapore and India and China. We need to work on more help from that, I believe. And then me and my co-founders, Rebecca and Christopher, we were part of the founding team. And then we have 2 people in the board that also add value. And I think with this adding value, when we started Clinical Innovation Fellowship, we were put together, meant to be a perfect multidisciplinary team. And we continued doing so. So we added people with different backgrounds. I will speed up. Sarah talked about the IP before, and it's truly, I mean, if you don't have a patent, you're not going to get the funding, etc. And then our first patent is approved in 14 countries, and some are still waiting, and then we have an additional four patents, and those things are important to build up a company. We have, and then the regulatory approvals, of course, are really important. We sold a box into an NHS hospital, and also here we got help from the embassy in Sweden. So, you know, it's a lot of the entire ecosystem that people have helped, because none of those are, I mean, the need is there, fine. Whereas it's something we all do together to make the world better, isn't it? Clinical trials, here we got help from the European Innovation Council. They are funding some of our clinical trials. So that's really, really amazing. And they are going well. And it's such a wonder to see that you first have seen the need at the hospital, and then you see your own product at the hospitals, you know, bringing value. That's truly amazing. Pretty much the same as the lack of nurses. So order from the GDP, and then moving, and the blue markers is the populations in millions. But since it's driven by shortage, I think, you know, the middle world in between would benefit the most from our product. And I think this is quite interesting to see the impact in the innovation and where you can add value and add innovation. We have just started direct sales to hospital, very, very little, because we need to scale the entire bits to jump in. We need to scale production to not only to cut down the cost, but also to be able to deliver the volumes and reach a value inflection point that could, you know, really make this huge. Also here, we're working with a company who helps us to position ourselves at the perfect points from investors. And same here, I'm just jumping. We are looking for investments to scale. And I mean, that's where we are not struggling now. It's a little bit of cornerstones with investments, sale, and manufacturing capacity. So it's three cornerstones then adds together. So in summary, the hero's journey for inventor and entrepreneurs, it's all about team and people. So we've taken need-based innovation with a multidisciplinary team. And then so far we got funding through the journey, and we've got a product that is working, patented, and have regulatory approval for this year. And half of our funding is actually soft funding. So we've obviously gotten lots of help. And the impact, it's so amazing. Those journeys change your life. So I can encourage it and recommend it to anyone who wants to start a journey of their own.
Thank you very much, Katarina, for the wonderful and interesting topic that you cover through your journey. I don't know if Dr. Phil, Paul, I believe, Paul with us?
Yep.
Yes, hi.
Hi.
I don't know, it's a good morning for you?
No, it's good afternoon.
Good afternoon. All right, Paul, I can see that from the introduction that DHU3CO. Am I correct?
You are correct. I'm just going to see the screen.
Please take your mic, introduce yourself better than me, and the floor is yours.
Just give me 1 second, please. So, Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon to everybody on the call. Firstly, thank you to Dr. Hanadi for the invite today and the opportunity to present to everybody. My name is Paul Groom, and I'm not really sure how much detail to go into on the entrepreneur's journey, but really what I'd like to do over the next couple of minutes is just give encouragement to any entrepreneurs in the audience. It can be an incredibly pleasurable, frustrating journey as an entrepreneur, but I'd just like to talk about me, my past, my future. So I live in Bahrain for the last 10 years, originally from the UK. I have 3 grown-up children who have all endured the amount of time I've invested in work, but they still talk to me. I love my family, my partner Jeddah, my business, and all forms of sport and travel. So in terms of the past, I think, being of a certain age, you do become a seasoned business professional with certain skills. But what the entrepreneur's journey has enabled is an incredible international experience in brand business, development and growth. Formative years with Adidas provided some essential business knowledge and skills, but it was in 1994 when
I'm sorry, Paul, if you can just put it as a full screen for a better view for the audience.
Yeah, of course I can.
Instead of the notes on the side. Yeah.
Is that better?
Thank you. Yeah, it's better. Thank you.
Thanks for bringing that up, Hassan. So yeah, 5 startups in 30 years since 1994 across various sectors, latterly with education and technology, various territories experience, go to market across numerous platforms in both B2B and B2C. And I think the sort of attributes that one works towards is innovation, improving the customer experience in all we do, and delivering results for both employees, our clients, and our shareholders. So a couple of warm words, just really having been blessed to work with lots of good people, amazing people, and good brands, one of the quotes that I always mention is that as an entrepreneur, you're only ever one phone call away from euphoria or disappointment, and it's still true to this day. So what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to try and iterate that the entrepreneur's journey doesn't start. The startups that I've been involved with, some are still going. We had a failure, and what it does, you move with the industry and the journey. And I feel that all I've learned up to date can now be applied to our new company, which is Nearfield AI. And from selling Adidas trainers to building a global platform for artificial intelligence is quite a journey. So the context really in this is that artificial intelligence is not new. Agents were a key topic 30 years ago in the 90s. And in fact, Bill Gates, in his book, The Road Ahead, was mentioning agents in 1995. My business partner, Dr. Raj Kerwin, is also a pioneer in the field of autonomous intelligent agents. And he worked with Professor Nick Jennings, one of the fathers of intelligent agents, who wrote the paper on intelligent agent theory. However, it's only latterly in 2023, but it started in November 22 with the launch of ChatGPT. And that, at the time, in terms of subscribers, was the fastest growing subscriber platform in the world ever. I think Threads overtook it early this year, but I think they've lost some of the users. But Chat gained 1 million users in a couple of months, which was a phenomenal achievement. Since then, we've seen multiple startups riding on the back of it, creating, if you like, an interface or a veneer over the large language models. And they're fondly known as the wrapper market. However, they've had a great time in 2023, but we see that journey is going to start to become a little bit more challenging. And as Bill Gates quote, agents are going to upend the software industry, bringing about the biggest revolution in computing since we went from typing commands to tapping on icons. And we at Nearfield are at the cutting edge of this revolution, building agents that are not only safe and secure, but cost-effective, aiding productivity in the workplace. As an exec summary, just want to explain that our platform will be used for building these autonomous intelligent agents. Each agent is trained by human expertise, and they're designed to augment staff and perform as if you like, an assistant to those staff, performing pure business functions. And the first one that we're in alpha stage at the moment, soon to come into beta, is a marketing agent. I'll show you a couple of screenshots in a minute. We're also going to be building in our platform a store where clients can find the agents to support their staff becoming the best that they can be. And we'll also provide consultancy to help customers understand how AI applies to business. And for those larger organizations that Dr. Phil was talking about, providing a tailored or personalized agent architecture for enterprises around the world. And we've already embarked on that journey. We have a working proof of concept with a company that had got 130 plus different businesses within their organization and surfacing information instantly to ensure that you're compliant, that you're not losing opportunity, is quite a challenge. What we are committed to is a level up. Historically, technology has been the behest of the rich and the larger organizations. We feel that our agents will be as well suited to a startup who is cash strapped and resource restrained, as well as an SME, as well as a larger enterprise. It'll be done on a SaaS model, and the monthly cost for the SaaS will be coins and therefore readily available to all businesses. So what is an agent or a near-field agent? It is autonomous. It's an application that acts intelligently and learns. It has that expert capability that we talked about. And in the interim, we're going to be building agents across marketing, finance, HR, supply chain, and any others that become requested through our community. We'll also, in time, have a studio where independent developers come in and build their own agents using our toolkit and market their own agents within the store. But it's all about help. It's about reducing those labor-intensive, monotonous tasks that people are getting paid to do, doing that through the agent, and therefore enabling those individuals in a business to be upskilled, reskilled, to do more important tasks and more self-fulfilling business functions, all of which augment those staff in terms of improving productivity and efficiency. So this is just a screenshot of the first agent, and you can see the capabilities in the marketing. We start with brand discovery, understanding whether it's your own brand or a competitor brand. They're positioning the market. It's redefining your positioning to be competitive, developing a framework for the marketing activity, campaign planning, execution, and evaluation. And that can be from content to creating LinkedIn, Twitter, and various other social media platform content, e-shops, newsletters, etc. And our agents are slightly unique in that they will have a working memory. So it's not just accessing and surfacing information either from internal or external large language models. It's talking about retaining that memory and learning from the search that you and your staff have been doing, and retaining that memory, learning from that user journey, and effectively being able to surface instant information, enabling better decision making. And whilst this is just a rough interface, each of the agents will be able to iterate information and data in whichever format you require, whether that's pie charts, bar charts, graphs, etc. So why? As I mentioned, they're based on human expertise. We configure these with our human experts. All of the agents have model beliefs, desires, and intentions. They're autonomous and run continuously. They don't take coffee breaks. They don't take holidays. They run 24/7 if required. As I mentioned, they learn. So intelligent, understanding, and verifying, improving results as they learn. I've talked about the memory. And always augmenting staff, but all of them are focused on results, not just producing data or a service. And during the course of next year, each of our agents from finance, HR, supply chain, marketing will interact with each other to provide a complete business system. So Statista had done some research recently about AI, and some of the concerns were expensive to develop and implement, may not be feasible for small businesses. Well, we're making ours affordable for businesses of all sizes. Lack of customization, that it is what it is, and aren't fully able to meet business tools. Well, those are the wrapper models that you've seen in the marketplace. Near-field agents are designed by experts, intelligent, with memory, learn continuously, so therefore evolve with your business. There are deep concerns about privacy and security. We know this. NIFLD agents are safe, secure, meeting all international GDPR rules and regulations.
Excuse me, Paul, I just need to highlight, we have George and Dr. Phil up to 4 o'clock. So if you allow me to close within the next couple of minutes.
Yeah, we're nearly there, actually. One other point I would just want to make is around values. Nearfield is committed to building responsible AI, and we have statements, and one of our board members is dedicated to governance and compliance. So I don't know whether there are any questions, but as we're running out of time, I think the next steps solution for all of the audience really is have a think, have a review of what I've said, and then there are 4 areas to consider. We can either talk about a consultation to see how AI can support your particular company. You can request a demo to fully understand how the agents function and perform. We can have a discovery meeting to learn more about our platform and how it has benefits to you. Or we invite anybody in the audience to join the beta program, which will be starting in December.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Really interesting to contact you after the conference, and we have a business, let's say, case to develop between accelerator companies in Kuwait and your institution. I would like to move to Mr. George, as he is engaged to a meeting, and he would like to join us now in this session to present his journey. Mr. George, are you here? Otherwise, I will have to move to Dr. Phil. Dr. Phil, before you start, can I take confirmation from Dr. Hanadi? Dr. Hanadi, I didn't see any George account here. Is he joining through a different account? No. All right, Dr. Phil, mic is yours before we move to the next session with Zahra. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Hassan, for that. And it has been fascinating to listen to the entrepreneurs. So thank you, Katharina. Thank you, Paul. I had not realized there were going to be such wonderful entrepreneurs, and yet they are living examples of that approach of taking ideas to impact. And listening to Katharina and the IV, the medical side, you know, impact is not just profit. With Katharina's approach, this is truly having impact, both for the patient, but also for the medical teams. And in terms of saving resource and plastic, it's also good for the planet. And fascinating to hear from Paul about AI. It's amazing how so many people woke up to AI in March this year. But as he rightly says, you know, it was out there in November. Actually, it was Nick Jennings, Paul, who introduced me to it when he had it write a speech for him in London. And I'm reminded by some MIT professors around here, AI is a new subject. The word was created by MIT professor Minsky in 1956. So the interesting thing is the technology is often out there. It is how entrepreneurs use it and make a difference. I think generative AI is a very special category because unlike some of the digital technologies creating unicorns in the last couple of years, crypto, Bitcoin, blockchain. Do you remember NFTs, non-fungible tokens? For a while, everybody thought that was the future. One of the problems with these technologies is there's always a shiny new technology. One of the things I like about the MIT approach from the professors is they talk about the match between a problem and a solution. Is the technology solution going to solve an interesting problem? And for many of those things, they weren't. But the interesting thing is generative AI is in a different category. And so it's really good that you're getting to look at this. And I see in the chat a kind comment. Thank you, Katharina. I'm just so impressed with you entrepreneurs making the difference. One of the things I would like to say, if it is okay, is I'd just like to quickly show a slide that I was going to show earlier, which will help put some of this in context. Because we believe that entrepreneurship is around the world. Some of the Palestinians on my Team Palestine going through my REAP program are some of the most entrepreneurial people I've met. The same with Emiratis, and Team Saudi Arabia is remarkable. This is an interactive map, so anybody who's interested can just go to that website and you can see who's on those teams. One of the things I'd like to share is we have a 3S approach. And our listener from Nepal was asking me, what should the strategy for Nepal, for Kathmandu be? And we say you cannot know what you need to do or be until you study your stakeholders in the system. And the thing I want to share on the stakeholders side is there's a theory out there called the triple helix, that all you need is government, industry, and academe, and everything will be fine. This is being taught around the world, and the bottom right is an example of this being used in Uganda. But just like the world is flat, turned out to be wrong, the triple helix is not enough. In fact, the triple helix was based on a study of a place called MIT. But unfortunately, the authors did not really understand MIT. It is not just the university. You need to have other people than the big three of big government, big university, and big corporates. And so we find there's two other players, the entrepreneurs whom we've been hearing about from today, and the funders. Katerina is doing an amazing job, but she needs that funding to make the difference. So we've ended up with a 5-stakeholder model. And this is the image that I was keen to get to. Yes, you need the university, the government, and the corporate, but you also need to have the entrepreneur at the table and the risk capital provider. To Katerina and Paul's approach, sometimes you hear from entrepreneurs that they did it by themselves. The best entrepreneurs admit that they were part of a team and that they were supported by the ecosystem. So here we have a team that is female-led, like the entrepreneur who's in Team Riyadh. Sulwa is amazing. But you also need the risk capital provider. And this is more than venture capital. Venture capital often means Silicon Valley venture capital, which is very short term and is good at producing unicorns. But you need patient risk capital, which can come from governments and universities. My friend Nabil now runs Saudi Arabian venture capital and is much more patient, because to make a difference in the medical world, in the energy transition than elsewhere, you need something other that's just going to be a very short attention span, Silicon Valley VC, which wants to do a digital dance app in 3 years' time. But actually, some of these things need much more patience. And that's why I'm excited to be speaking to people in your region. Yes, you need entrepreneurs, and you have a lot of them from across the Arabic-speaking world. When I was in the Emirates, some of the best entrepreneurs were not actually Emiratis. They were Egyptians, they were Palestinians, they were Syrians who had the support of the whole ecosystem. And so thinking about how these all can come together will make a real difference. And I just wanted to show, this is the recent Team Riyadh that was here. Sadly, Team Palestine obviously couldn't travel from the West Bank to be with us at MIT, but Team Riyadh was here. And I mentioned Salwa Radwi. She is the entrepreneur member of the team, and she is amazing. Such an entrepreneurial leader, leading a team, but also realizing that she has the support of an entire set of people, including Sarah and her colleagues from Monshaat, the agency, which is not only helping SMEs, but is also helping those IDEs. And so I wanted to mention this because very much in line with the entrepreneurs we heard from, we need those brave entrepreneurs, but we also need the support of the risk capital providers who fund them to do this wonderful research. And ultimately, everybody else has a role to play as well. So let me stop sharing my screen for a moment, because I wanted to go ahead and show you something else. But I'm just so very proud to have so many teams. As you will have noticed from the REAP map, we don't have teams from around the world. We haven't had many. We haven't had anybody from Kuwait or Bahrain, or we had one from Qatar. We had one from the Emirates. But the thing I wanted to share, given the questions that I've seen coming into me privately, is we do teach these sorts of things around the world, but I want to separate out two things. if you are interested in helping your innovation ecosystem, so working with Team Riyadh, they want to improve the innovation ecosystem around Riyadh, as did Qatar, as did Morocco, as did Cairo, then the reading you should do is about the REAP program. This is focused on how do you help your region, whether it's Qatar or Kentucky, Lima, Peru, or Bangkok, Thailand. But if you are an actor in that, then you might want to think about how you, as a large organization, whether you're a public large organization like a government or a hospital or something, or private like a for-profit company like Saudi Aramco or other companies looking at the energy transition, then you want to think about the other part, not innovation ecosystems, but corporate innovation. And how do you make that difference? And so here's a couple of free resources that we have available, because we are really trying to encourage people to make a difference in your world important region. And then finally, if you have would like to hear from me again, there are also ways of actually going through a very structured way to think about how can your companies do well by engaging their innovation ecosystem, but also how can they do good in the world and support the kinds of entrepreneurs like Katharina and Paul by buying their products, providing money to support them. So we believe this all comes together. And one of the exciting things is that the world is changing in the 2020s. We think we may have had peak Silicon Valley. The pandemic has really shaken things out. As a diplomat, I do not know where in the world are going to be the top innovation ecosystems by 2030, but I know the world is changing faster. We are seeing the rise of Arabian innovation ecosystems. We're seeing Africa, Latin America, Southeast Asia trying to capture this. And so we see this as very important messaging for the world that innovation is shifting. And there is a real opportunity for the places that you care about to do really well in this. Just because America was the top place in the late 20th century does not mean it will be in the early 21st century, particularly with the kinds of things like generative AI that Paul was talking about. That is a real game changer.
Totally agree with you, Paul. Totally agree with you, Paul. I'm really concerned about now the entrepreneur strategy with the quick innovation shift in the world. I would like to move to George, because I did call you, George. Sorry for that. I didn't find you. And now you are here. Thank you for joining us with the great participation from everyone. Paul, George, floor is yours. I would like to give you more time.
Thank you very much. That's wonderful. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, great.
Wonderful. Excellent. Thank you. I just wanted to come on to discuss one of the things that is really important from the perspective of public health and also digital health, and of course, artificial intelligence. And that is making sure that it is actually the best and the safest it can possibly be. Having been a nurse and having worked obviously in the UAE as well, I actually have come across many organizations who have developed new digital healthcare, have developed new technology, and have also developed artificial intelligence to assist not only people with their problems, but also patients coming out of hospitals or just who require assistance. I work for an organization now called ORCA, which is the Organization for the Review of Care and Health Applications. ORCA has one goal, and that goal is to make sure that all digital health is safe and is the best it can possibly be. There is a lot at this moment in time on the market, and I'd like to share a quick presentation with regards to some of this information that you may see here. So what I'd like to say, first of all, is just moving through some of the areas, is that, and I'll just share my screen. Hopefully you can see this now. There we go. Can you see the screen there? Sorry, just to ask.
We'll confirm. Yes, we can see it with the notes. Hopefully it's better to put it as a full screen.
Indeed, yes. So I've got the wrong screen on. So if you just bear with me 1 second, that should be now possible to do it this way. Right. Is that any better?
Yes.
Wonderful. So just to go through very quickly the actual information itself. So ORCA itself has a problem, and the problem is the fact that there are too many applications in the world at this moment in time which are not fit for purpose. So there are 367,000 health and care applications at this moment in time throughout the world. And we have looked at the standards against each one of those, and approximately only 20% of those applications meet the standards which are good for a specific person or for a patient. Now, the problems we have in the past is that with medication, there are organizational bodies such as the MHRA, such as NICE, which go through and look at licensed drugs, look at, for example, specific devices, and look at other individual areas through the frameworks that they use. So trust is there when it comes to medication, but trust currently isn't there when it comes to digital health. Awareness, again, with regards to medication, awareness was always there when we looked at, for example, the British National Formulary or any other organizational artificial organization that looks at medication and defines which medications are safe and how to use them as well. And that even goes down to the elements of looking at medication and how you prescribe that through, for example, EPMA on the actual wards themselves, or over the counter with regards to individual chemists or pharmacies. And the last thing, of course, is governance. You have to make sure that obviously the medication that you are providing is actually correct and, of course, is governed correctly. But when you look at digital health, it's a completely different thing. The trust currently isn't there because there are so many applications which people use and then stop using because it isn't fit for purpose. And this is where we as an organization come into our play. We look at all the frameworks and all the actual standards, and we review against all those standards every individual artificial intelligence stroke digital technology. We do continuous assessments of all the applications and all the technologies available, and we continuously reassess those on a 2-weekly or a 4-weekly basis. We then present those in a digital formulary for hospitals, for governments around the world, for example, ministries of health and so on to use. And we are continuously monitoring those applications as well to ensure that they in fact remain the best they possibly can be. Now, we are looking at assessments all over the world. Obviously here, we do have one also in Dubai. And again, we have looked at assessments against areas such as the DTAC, which is Digital Technology Assessment Criteria, Mindex, the ISO standards, DIGA in Germany, Nordic Baseline Review, and obviously mHealth in Belgium. So we have taken on board not only the basic standards of assessments, but we have built on those dependent on each individual organization's or each individual country's requirements. So to show you here, we have an ORCA baseline review, which looks at clinical assurance, usability and accessibility, and data and privacy. And we go through and perform 350 individual checks against each of those areas. On top of that, as you can see here for our enhanced reviews for our different countries, we also look at evidence analysis, commercial and financial elements, interoperability, clinical safety and technical stability, of course, security, data analysis, user experience, and also clinical assessment. So we look at all those areas for every single application, every single digital innovation that's currently available throughout the world. When you then look at, for example, a review, we look at areas such as privacy policies, data storage, data usage, and also standards. Under professional assurance, our consultants, our doctors, our nursing staff use the information we provide for them for example, evidence and effectiveness, clinical involvement, clinical efficacy, for example, and everything to do with those particular areas. And of course, we ensure that every single application which is made available to the organizations in every single country is checked against usability and accessibility. And we present the best applications on these individual libraries. So we have here, for example, the ability of searching for any application under any condition and finding the best and the safest application under that condition or under that sub-condition. And that's by using either Android, iOS, web applications, and then from there, prescribing them in the way doctors prescribe medication to those patients who need them the most. And having been in A&E in Dubai myself, I was there with my users, actually going through and recommending to them the best applications available on the market at that time. These are some of the things that we look at. This is the digital technology assessment criteria. And we look at areas such as clinical safety, data protection, technical assurance, interoperability, and usability and accessibility as well. And we do not allow applications to be given to clinicians unless they have passed this criteria and reach a mark of 65% or above. We also incorporate many, many other standards, guidelines, and frameworks into our assessments, whether it's Cyber Essentials, whether it's an ISO standard, and we ensure that once the actual assessment is performed and the actual applications are available, they then are presented to the hospitals, the health governments, the ministries of health, and so on and so on. Finally, as you can see here, we are the only organization throughout the world who have been doing this for the last 8 years. We have spoken to a number of organizations throughout the world, and we are now in 14 different countries. We have had conversations with, of course, the Ministry of Health and Prevention in Dubai. We have also spoken to the Ministry of Health in Abu Dhabi and also the Ministry of Health in Saudi Arabia as well. So from here, we have constant conversations occurring based on providing the best and the safest applications through trust, which then sits with ORCA as an organization. Some of the organizations we are working with, as you can see here, have come to us, and they are assisting us, even though we are impartial. We don't work with any organization because we assess them all. They are assisting us with further information. For example, how users find digital health and how it is actually working for them, whether it's good, whether it's bad, and for example, how that could be improved. So that's where my conversation will finish. Thank you so much for allowing me to tell you a little bit about this. From my perspective, it's very, very important. I have lost parents. I've lost my mum and my dad through cancer and through individual illnesses where they could have been given the right applications to assist them with mental health, to assist them with cancer, living with cancer, to assist them with diabetes, and to assist them in other areas as well. But of course, unless you know which are the best and which are the safest and which work the best as well, then of course, you're not sure if you have the right ones. And that's where I'd like to stop and pass back to you. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you very much, George, for the interesting topic in the healthcare, specifically in the technology and innovation. Dr. Hanadi, I believe we close session 2 now with the journey for entrepreneur, and hopefully we should be now in session 3.
Yes, we need you to hold session 3, Nawaf and Professor Walid, till Dr. Marwa will joining us. She is in a meeting, but I think so within a few minutes, inshallah, joining. If you don't mind, Dr. Hassan supporting us and start the next session with Mr. Nawaf al-Shaya. We're talking now about shifting about the AI, best practices of AI. Thank you so much, George, to doing your great presentation. It is our honor to owning you every year to be part of our prestigious event.
Thank you, Dr. Hanadi.
Hassan, you can take care. Marwa.
Yes, yes.
Dr. Marwa.
I believe
joining.
I believe Nawaf. Marwa's here also.
There. Thank you so much, Dr. Hassan. We will see you next session. Thank you. Hi, Dr. Marwa.
Hi,
The
Dr.
floor for
Hanadi.
you.
How are you doing?
I'm fine, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for letting me in this respectful conference as usual.
More than welcome. I think Mr. Nawaf is there and Professor Wael is there. I think Mr. Nawaf,
Okay.
you can start. Mr. Nawaf. Dr. Marwa, you can speak about the importance of AI till Mr. Nawaf is joining.
Okay, how's everybody? I hope you are all fine, and I compliment, as usual, Dr. Hanadi Lambarki for having us in this great conference, which is, I believe, will boost the era of the AI and the technology as general in the region and in the Gulf area. Actually, as a professor, a professor in a university here in Egypt, and as a digital transformation and strategist consultant, I believe that we have a new era of, shifting towards all the AI technology and all the AI-based applications. As a professor, I see that there is a great effort that is done all over the universities in the Gulf and as well as in the MENA region to support all ideas that are related and that are based on the AI technologies, the machine learning and the Internet of Things and the algorithms for all the applications right now are being supported pretty much, especially supported as fundraisers, as the university researchers, we support as well the students and the postgrads to do researches about the AI, as it is an important topic and we are shifting towards the AI technology vastly. So there is a great importance and a great support that is needed to be done in this area.
Mr. Nawaf, it's there. I think so. It's ready to speak. Mr. Nawaf.
Hello, Mr. Nawaf.
Just I contact him and he told me will be in. Professor Wael, I think Professor Wael is ready. Professor Wael. You can continue, Dr. Marwa.
Actually, speaking about the best practices in the artificial intelligence ecosystem, we have here, Dr. Hanadi, as per the ecosystem of the entrepreneurship and in the researches, we have a great support, as I told you, in the era of the AI. We are now building an era of a platform for supporting and funding the new ideas that are based on the AI for both the entrepreneurs and the students and the pre-grads in the universities, especially in the faculties of engineering and at the faculties of computer sciences and AI. So we are building a base for, what is called... Hello?
Yes, continue.
we are building an era of what is called an AI supporting platforms for the ideas that are supporting the go green, the the healthcare, the automotives, all the ideas that are based on the robotics, and how we are dealing with the new ideas of dealing with the robotics and the AI based technologies. And we are having the very good cycle of approving the ideas from the ideation phase until we have pitch deck presentations for the investors to support these ideas with the fund and to get these ideas into the live use, to go live with it. We are building an approach.
Dr. Marwa, I think Nawaf is ready to speak. Nawaf? Professor Wael?
معك دكتور وائل بدوي. ايوه، اخبار حضرتك؟
يلا تفضل.
هلا على هذا ايكو سيستم.
Dr. Wael, how are you doing? We are listening to you.
مستر
ايوه
نواف.
مع حضرتك. احنا نبي نبدا ولا
اتفضل.
ولا نواف معك؟
Mr. Nawaf is here. Hello,
يلا
Mr.
اوكي
Nawaf.
مستر نواف you can start.
ماشي، بس هذا اللي مو طالع صوته هذا
الصوت واضح والبرزنتيشن واضحه.
Mr. Nawaf, we are waiting for you. تفضل.
مطلوب نشارك هلا.
تفضل يا مستر نواف، احنا مستنيين حضرتك.
نشارك.
تفضل يا دكتور نواف، احنا مستنيين حضرتك. تفضل ابدأ.
تعالوا والله بس ساعديني علشان اشوف هذا الصوت لانه مو طالع فيها. ايوه شلتهم بس ما في صوت بالزوم.
احنا سامعين حضرتك كويس.
دكتور وائل، بروفيسور وائل يتكلم. دكتورة مروة ممكن ياخذ بروفيسور وائل. تقدرين تكملين دكتورة مروة لغاية ما يحلون التكنيكال سبورت حطوا البرزنتيشن. بروفيسور وائل أظن هو ردي. ممكن تكلمين بروفيسور وائل؟
حاضر. Dr. Wael will be ready, Dr. Hanadi. He's ready. He will join us in a few seconds.
الو السلام عليكم.
وعليكم
معلش
السلام.
انا بعتذر يعني انا كنت معتقد الميعاد كمان ساعتين. هو انا بالنسبه لي المحاضره انا بعتها، لو تحب تشاريها وانا ممكن اتكلم عنها وهي موجوده. هو احنا كنا بنتكلم على best practice for AI ecosystem. في اول سلايد كنا بنتكلم عن what are the factors or what are the parameters which allow an ecosystem to operate. These parameters usually are political parameters, like is really the government in this country really into digital domain? Like, do they operate in a digital way? Second parameter was economical parameter, which is, does this country really support technologies like transferring, like encryption, like security, like bandwidth, like what are the economy look like? We know, like in Saudi Arabia, for example, you move to a knowledge-based economy back in 2010, 2012, they start to shift toward knowledge-based economy. Egypt in particular, they start to have a communication information technology back end and lots of economic activity.
Dr. Wael, your voice is not
the
clear.
economical impact in this country. What is the factors? So many of دكتور هنادي، انا بعت لحضرتك العرض. انا لو حضرتك تديني بقى دقيقتين ممكن اقف في حته واحط العرض لحضرتك، لان انا بقول لك انا كنت الميعاد بتاعي مش دلوقتي، فانا كنت لسه هروح مكان عشان اوصل لحضرتك.
ممكن تقدم من غير العرض. تفضل تفضل، بس علشان ما نكسب الوقت ممكن تكمل.
ما في مشكلة.
نستمع لك.
ما في مشكلة. فاللي احنا بنقوله ان we have a best model. So the second one was the economy, so infrastructure. So if we look at Egypt inside the ecosystem or the African system, Egypt is one of the 7 countries which is on the AI readiness. It's ready for AI because the economy here in Egypt, we have lots of economy based on digitalization. So one factor of building an ecosystem is the digital economy in this particular nation. The third one, which is in my opinion, almost all countries are failing in the MENA area, which is the technology, because we don't have technologies for AI, which is infrastructure technology. We always depend on cloud-based system, and we don't own the cloud, especially in countries outside Emirates. So Emirates and maybe Emirates is the only one which we know they have an Amazon-based cloud, but we don't know if the infrastructure will prohibit us in the future into building this ecosystem. The third one is the environmental, and the environment does not bother us too much because we don't have lots of hardware to suffer the environment. And the last one is the legislation or the legal. Egypt, for example, we have new policies and the new rules like GDRB, where we take private information and personal information into factors. And inside my slides, I mentioned this particular GDRB and what's on legal aspect. We also are doing right now in Egypt as supporting the ecosystem. We are doing lots of stuff around ethics and ethics in medical, ethics in standard education. There is 3 weeks ago, there was a document came from the Minister of Higher Education about employing AI, generative AI in particular, inside educational process in not a legal way, but in an ethical way. Also, majority of the universities over the last 3-4 months, they were giving educational and awareness to form the legal side. The other factor we mentioned as well in the second slide was the innovation. So if we want to build an ecosystem, we must have a form of innovation. And earlier on from MIT, we had a presentation that they define innovation as new creative idea which has a large impact. So we would like to have an innovation system or an innovation idea where we take this idea and have a large impact. The difficult scenarios we have in Egypt and in the Middle East is we are not known and we don't trust our homegrown ideas. And this is a fact. I'm not diminishing whatever we do in our society, but this is a fact. So for me to go to the Ministry of Health and the standardized AI diagnosing or AI detection system, it takes long time because basically they want it to be tested elsewhere and it's homegrown, so there is no other place to test. However, in Egypt, we have some initiatives around using AI in some hospitals, like a hospital of 57, which basically a hospital for kids with cancer. We have also initiatives in some hospital occupancies, which is basically university-owned hospitals. However, this AI analysis or digital system, you can call it as large, still can suffer if they go outside this particular district or this particular university. So when we look at how we can build this ecosystem, we look also as investment, because investors is one of the largest, I can say, the fuel which fuels the fire. And we do have lots of government-owned initiatives, lots of grants, lots of support, which come where we can support our small companies and startup companies in Egypt, that we can do this kind of technology. And maybe there are a couple of companies like Sue and other company, because Sue itself, before it becomes Amazon, which is, Sue used to be a recommender system. So it has some sort of AI machine learning. There's also a couple of other companies in Egypt have been acquired by external factors or external agencies to support the growth of these companies. The biggest issue, which will be in the slide number 3, we talk about is data. Because we need to build AI technology, we need to have diverse of data. So for example, if I look at medical health or medical diagnosing, we will find out that the experience in USA, like in Florida, they have lots, about 57 institutes information about
Dr. Wael, I think we are losing the connection.
In the Middle East, we should find a way to get diversity of the patient, as well as this diverse, the Gulf regions and all of this. We have all of this kind of close relation. We force that we can build a very strong because countries which have higher population and security, as well as they use. And in the following of my presentation, when you get them from the organizers, you will find we talk about transparency and these things. The two factors which we stop right now, that we don't have an ethical and legal system to penalize and secure users from abuse of the AI. And this is what may kill the whole ecosystem, because if we get a very strange laws, investors will not be interested. However, we come at the conclusion at the end that we are in the infancy of AI. We have some sort of ecosystem among different countries. We talk about Qatar, we talk about Emirates, we talk about Egypt, we talk about Saudi Arabia. We have lots of emphasis as well and lots of projects coming from Canada, US, and Europe. However, we don't have yet a formalization. So we have a good chance to play in a very healthy ecosystem by getting money and investor from a place, getting population data from a place, getting technology in countries advanced like Emirates and Kuwait, and then we can build a Arabian level ecosystem. And this is conclude my presentation. And I'm more than happy to respond to any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Wael. For sure, your points are very important. Building an AI-based ecosystem is not an easy thing, especially in the region. And like you said, in countries with high population, to sum up, you've talked about that we have challenges in owning the technology, in building a healthy ecosystem and innovative ecosystem that supports the entrepreneurs and the funding. We have a challenge in the legalities, and we have a challenge as well in the data and the security and using the immersive technology on top of that. Thank you, Dr. Wael. Are there any comments or questions? Respectful attendees? Oh, I think we have reached to the end of this topic from Professor Wael. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. And I'll be around because I'm listening to the whole show, so I'm really enjoying it. But as I apologize, that's in my time, it's 4:15, so I was just going from the university to home. But I will catch up and I'll be with you.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Dr. Marwa, we can discuss the importance of AI with respect to the economy. Now, you know the outcomes of the AI with respect to the economy. Now, all the countries is transfer from traditional economy to digital economy, and the digital economy needs new tools, specifically the 21st century having latest technology and latest tool. And the most important tool, it's the AI. Then the applications of the AI will be entering in all our levels of the life, specifically in the health sector, in the also in the financial sectors, and also in engineering sectors, and all the life sectors. And everybody know in the pandemic COVID-19, which lead to solve the problems in the COVID-19, AI tools and innovation helping nation to reaching the new vaccine to solving this problem. Then the AI, it is one of the important element for 21st century. And you know now, the AI having new jobs and a new productivity rate, and also creating a new job. Really, there are disappearing for some jobs, but there are also producing several sectors and several new job creation. You can also present from your side, Dr. Marwa, and speaking about the AI and importance.
Yeah, I have a request from Mr. Mustafa to recap what Professor Wael said. So I'll recap it quickly till we have the upcoming presentation. Actually, Dr.
Unfortunately, Mr. Nawaf having Mr. Nawaf have difficulties in. Yeah, no, he is here, but have difficulties in technical issue. I don't know, maybe he is now not in the room, and we can continue together till shifting to the next session together. You can recap Professor Wael topic, and we can also discuss together about the importance of AI for our countries and for the next centuries.
Yeah, because I believe that Dr. Hanadi, what the points Professor Wael has discussed and presented are the main topics and the main challenges we have to work on in our region, in the MENA sector, in Egypt, and in the Gulf as well. We have 4 points that Professor Dr. Wael has mentioned are the challenges and are the main challenges in using and adopting the AI technologies in our real life. Among them, or the first one, he said that we have to own the technology. We have basically to own the technology that we're going to be using. We have to own our data centers, our cloud-based environment in order to have or to adopt the AI applications in a normal way and in a smooth way without having risks of adopting them on the cloud area, not in the region, so that when we have a disaster, for example, or a change in the policies or something, we wouldn't have any risk, and we wouldn't waste our time to find other backup solutions. We have to start from now, actually, to our data centers and to own our platforms. This is the point number one that Professor Dr. Wa'el said. The point number two is that to have, I'll say them, but not in a sequential one. We have to own and to build up a healthy, innovative environments. What is meant by healthy? That we have to remove any boundaries or any obstacles from the legal and from the legalities perspective. We have to build strong ecosystems that is based on strong communications between all the stakeholders in the ecosystems, in this ecosystem, starting from the fundraisers till the incubators, and ending with the main stakeholder or the major player in this ecosystem, which is the innovator himself or herself. So we, to complement this issue or this part, we here in Egypt are trying to build a healthy environment by giving the incubators and the fundraiser a boost and a number of actions to build this healthy ecosystem, but we didn't reach to the top of building it in the right way. We still have challenges, actually. The point number three that Professor Dr. Wa'el has discussed or has made it clear is that we have to build our regulations and our data support and data control systems. We have to build our our systems to secure our data, especially in countries with large populations as Egypt. And I think the other countries are ought to have this point right and clear, and have a control system that is clear and is self-managed as per the data for the governmental agencies or for the educational entities or any other data. During the pandemic, we tried to solve the problem of having our own healthcare platforms that are dependent from the other platforms, because actually during the pandemic, each society has proven to have its unique reactions towards this pandemic, or this from the diagnosis up till the healthcare plan, the personalized healthcare plan that is ought to be built for each group of people in a specific area, so that the Europeans are far from, or are changed from the Egyptians, are changed from the South, Korean or something. So to sum up, Professor Wa'el had made it, clear to all of us that the major challenges in the AI and in adopting the AI systems in the Arab region have major challenges. We have major challenges. that we need to, force action plans to eliminate them and to have a healthy environment which is based on the AI technologies, which is not adopting only AI technologies, but which is innovating new platforms that are based on AI technologies, whether in the fintech, in the edutech, in the agri-tech, and in the other technology field. I hope I made it clear, Mr. Mustafa.
Actually, I like your summarization. I didn't think I talk about that much high level, but I really love it together. But this is wild, by the way. And I can say one more thing, which is I know we are not here to judge anything, but what's happening right now in the Middle East, it demonstrates immediately that we need our social platform. We need our own different things to keep our Arabic fingerprint. Very closely on AI, you will need the same. You'll need our own ChatGPT because our language, our dialect are different. Our concepts, even like in Mid-Journey right now, if you write Egyptian, you will get somebody look Arabian with a turban and a beard. You will not get a standard Egyptian you see in the street. And when I would like to see an Iraqi or a Saudi or a Kuwaiti, the characters will come from Mid-Journey is not reflecting our society. So I cannot find thank you words to tell you really appreciate your summary, but this is how people can brainstorm about what do we need to have our own infrastructure, our own hardware, our own models, our own data. And as I said, I'm always in the conference for any other intervention. Highly thank you very much. Highly appreciate it.
Actually, thank you, dear Professor. We have a question from Mr. Ibrahim about how powerful is AI in Arabic compared to English and what is needed to catch up. So this is, to me, is an important question that is needed to be, and a challenge that it needed to be also focused on.
My input to you is very strong as English because they teach the new AI using online and internet data. So as much as we have powerful powerful digital content on our websites, and these people have access to this content, they will build a very strong, large language models, our LLM, which is translated to ChatGPT. The difficulties we have is as Balkan countries or Dول البلقان. So Balkan made an agreement with ChatGPT to retain and secure the Balkan language, which is actually language which will disappear. So we should find a fund and way to maintain our Egyptian Arabic, our Kuwaiti Arabic, our Kuwaiti dialect. According to missionaries, we have 27 different Arabic language with close to 168 dialects, which means that the people who come as a missionary, they speak this Arabic language, like Moroccan Arabic against Egyptian Arabic, and they understand this as a different language. And I have to go with this classifier because this is the people who studied us better than our lovely friendship and the brotherhood as Arabs. So we need to do something so the AI will understand. But I'm telling you, it's a very strong, but it is not practiced or is not experienced, is not exercised, because the number of Arabic users on this platform till now are minor percentage compared to the English ones. But the training is there, the network is there, the model is there. And this is my immediate answer to your question. I hope I answered the question correctly.
We already have a data set and we can work on, inshallah. Thank you, Professor Wael, and continuing this session with Mr. Nawaf. Thank you, sir, for your valuable contribution. We'll take it from there to Mr. Nawaf. Hello, Mr. Nawaf. Mr. Nawaf, do you hear me? Assalamu alaikum.
He have a technical issue and he missed the communication, and he is also re-entering again. I think now he is ready.
Okay.
السلام عليكم، سامعين صوتي ولا لا؟
سامعين حضرتك، اتفضل. أهلا وسهلا.
الو، السلام عليكم.
وعليكم السلام.
سامعين صوتي الحين؟
سامعينك يا فندم، أهلا وسهلا.
السلام عليكم.
وعليكم السلام.
I am here, Nabil Nassaf. I'm on behalf of Mr. Nawaf Shaya. I will offer the presentation.
Hello, Mr. Nabil. How are you doing?
Thank you. I'm fine.
Would you please start?
Is it my presentation shared with you?
Yes, it is.
Okay, I will start. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Today we are going to talk about nanotechnology because this is the feature that is our company. Let's start to talk about the nanotechnology. Depends mainly on the detection of the properties of materials after they turn into small parts and atoms. The more the size of the material or molecular changes, the different properties detected. This modern technology studies the properties of atoms after they are exposed to division and apply their use in many fields. Now, to talking about our company is considered one of the most important pioneer companies in that field in the Middle East region regarding nanotechnology applications and the products. We have the expertise of dealing with nanotechnology installations for all outside surfaces. We're talking about outside and inside. About the surfaces to add the protection specifications with high standards against many different impulses, affecting the surfaces from direct or indirect reasons. Now, if we talk about these nanotechnology insulations, they are different to be coated for different places. For example, here for the fabric textile, for the anti-rust, for the metal, for the plastic, for the wood, for the marble, for the stone, for the glass, and for the solar panels. Here are some of the examples that we have applied in different places. For the marble, as we have said, for the stone, for the wood, and here for the metal. And many, many applications that we can talk about it later. Today, we will focus on the solar panels and see what we can add of new solutions. This is one of the most important things, and we have seen that all of the companies and the government looking about the solar panels, how they can get use of it. Before we starting, we have to know and understand how the solar panel is working and what we can do about the problems of if there is any problems to avoid. Let's start with this short video.
The Earth intercepts a lot of solar power, 173,000 terawatts. That's 10,000 times more power than the planet's population uses. So is it possible that one day the world could be completely reliant on solar energy? To answer that question, we first need to examine how solar panels convert solar energy to electrical energy. Solar panels are made up of smaller units called solar cells. The most common solar cells are made from silicon, a semiconductor that is the second most abundant element on Earth. In a solar cell, crystalline silicon is sandwiched between conductive layers. Each silicon atom is connected to its neighbors by 4 strong bonds. which keep the electrons in place so no current can flow. Here's the key. A silicon solar cell uses 2 different layers of silicon. An N-type silicon has extra electrons, and P-type silicon.
Now, let's move another step. What are the challenges against the solar panels? First of all, we have the negative affection of high temperature. It is very important to talk about the high temperature. Now we can see there is a loss of between 3.6 to 5% for every extra 10 degrees than the standard testing conditions, STC. 25 degrees, these are the standard testing conditions, which means if the temperature is 55, for example, so the loss, it will be between 13 to 15% of the solar panel effort capacity. Another thing, it's orientation and tilt angle. This is depending according to the geographic place for the plant. The solar panel should be fixed directly to face the sun tilt angle, which enables it to get a high quantity of radiation at the peak of the sun. Here is which we mean about the peak of the sun. Circulation from east to west. Every mistake of 5 degrees will make a loss of between 3 to 4% of solar effect. Another thing, the sun radiation square coverage. According to the standard testing conditions, every square meter should receive about 1,000 watts of sun radiation. But this quantity is different from one area to another. For example, in Europe, it's less than that. It's about 500. But in some places with high radiation, it could be 2,000 or 3,000. If the radiation received is 500 watts, then the solar effort production will be 175 watts instead of the 350, which is already written about the solar panel. Another thing, it's about the dust and the dirt. Dust and dirt and the bird droppings are preventing solar cells to receive the radiation to the cell. It should be cleaned twice a month in desert areas, and it should be twice a week in the deserted areas. One more thing, it's about the cloudy weather and shadows, preventing the solar panel to receive the sun radiation. Number 6 is about the sandstorm, which causes the scratches of solar surfaces. We are talking about all the problems that faces why we are not depending or relying on the solar panels at all. Even if we know that about at the first we have mentioned about 173,000 terabyte coming to the earth from radiation every day. Another thing, we are talking about the reflexive radiation from the surface, which means it's not all the radiation it's consumed. Now we have to look about how we can solve this matter with nanotechnology. We want to invent robots that can deal with these problems and overcome these obstacles. Let's start now about the 2 theories about Wenzel and Cassie-Dexter. One talking about the hydrophobic and one talk about the hydrophilic, which is how I can prevent the water or I want to absorb the water. These are 2 theories. So according to the solar panels, we see it depends on the geographic location. And now we are advising here in our Arabian countries, in Arabian Peninsula, to use the hydrophobic. Hydrophobic, it will make the drops of water like the bells, and it will drop and take all the dirt with it. Also, the nano coatings, it will cover everything of the surface and make it smooth and tough. Number 2, it will cover the surface with ceramic nano coating particles to be solid, smooth, and anti-scratch. Number 3, it's absorbing the sun radiation because these materials of insulations are going to absorb not only the visible or the infrared, but also the UV, and it will get use of that. For example, here one of the microscopic photos show these dots of the photon, but using the nano coatings, it became 3 times better. So absorbing sun radiation by gathering photons 3 times better than usual and preventing from reflection. Here we have example about how we have applied in the University of Alexandria. We have applied this coating for one of the solar panel, and they do the test about that, and we have the reports about that. Let's see. Here we are applying the nano coating on the surface, which is the ceramic coating, SiO2. And here we have the test in the University of Alexandria. Here is a comparison between the coated and non-coated. And here is the reports that has been sent from the university. If we just want to mention that increasing the generating capacity by 4% in all periods for the solar window of the solar cell coated with nano coating hydrophobic 9H, especially in the presence of ultraviolet rays. This reflected into increased productivity, especially in solar power plants with large capacities. And here we have another example that we have applied here in Kuwait for the Department of Traffic. We have applied these nano insulations, but with the use of forklift, clean it and apply it. Now, we have spoken about these nanomaterials according to the two kinds of solar panels, which is monocrystalline or polycrystalline. Now we have another new step forward by using these coatings on the glass, and how we can change the glass to be solar panel by itself. Let's see how. Now we have two slices of these glasses. One is coated with one material which is called TiO2, which is titanium dioxide. And here we dipped in the, just to be colored. This TiO2 slice, it will absorb the photons, and it will be one of the, if we say it will be the anode. So we need the cathode. We use the other slice of glass and covered with the graphene from the pencil. Now it will be the cathode. Now we have two poles. We will gather two poles and let the light to be the only passage for these glasses, because we have the closed circuit. Now the photons will pass and will change these glasses to be solar cell. We use that electrolyte iode to be the transmitter between the photons, between the electrons. Shows us to put 2 or 3 drops of the iodine. It's going to be the electrolyte liquid gathered between these two slices of glass, and then we will direct to the light, and then we will have this new solar cell from glass. Now you will see the fan start to work by the passage of the electricity. Another new step which is invented about the carbon nanotubes, it will be instead of the silicon. And finally, I would like to thank you for this time, to be attending with us. And I hope that I have given you a good idea about our works. That's all.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ayman, for the comprehensive presentation and for the very, very important field, which is the nanotechnology based solutions, and for the immersive efforts you are doing, having this coming to live and in production, in the actual production. This is really, boosting the technology and boosting this type of industry.
Thank you. Thank you. This is nice of you. And there's a lot of things we can do, but it's just about the time that we are focused on just one of the matters of the solar panels.
I think the beauty of what you presented is the collaboration of the researchers or the research centers in the universities to prove to have your MVP and to prove the concepts. So this is really proud-worthy.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the attendees?
I have a question. Because we have been in Canada watching lots of similar technology for post-coating. So the question is, in our region, when we don't have manufacturers for this kind of solar system, how do you see we can use this coating? Will be just a user or someone who will do it for a small project, or we will be in a position somewhere where we can buy this technology, these products, and do a direct deposition of such a nanotechnology coating. يعني أنا بسأل على مدى تصنيع هذه التكنولوجيا في مصر أو في الدول العربية يعني.
Yes, I got the idea. Now this is depending on the region because it's different from geographic place to another. We have to apply to see it is suitable to apply to these nano insulations. Is it hydrophilic or hydrophobic? Is it close to the seashore or it's in the desert or in the mountain? So we have to choose the suitable material among about 16 materials which is used and beneficial for the solar panels. This is number one. Number two, we can train anybody from your side to tell him how he can apply and what are the principles, what are the steps to follow. Is it okay?
Yes, thank you for the answer. So what I understand that this is also processing after we acquire the technology. We don't need to be at the factory where we manufacture solar panels. Thank you. I highly appreciate your answer.
Thank you. We can add it from the factory, from the first production, but this is depending, as I told you, to the location because it's different from one location to another and according to the weather circumstances.
Okay, thank you, Professor Wael. We have another question from Ali about what are the properties that you are evaluating while working with the nanotechnologies materials? I think he's asking about the criteria of evaluating our nanotechnologies materials.
He wants evaluating about the markets, about the public, about the people, about the education, about the services. What about?
He's asking about the materials you are using and the criteria of evaluating it to maintain a high standard of quality, I think.
This is depending on the surface that we are dealing with. It depends what is the suitable material that we are going to do. Is it enough for one layer or two layers? What is the specifications we want to apply? Is it to be, for example, anti-scratch? Is it for the gloss? Is it for the anti-rust, anti-corrosion? So it's different from one material to another. And according to the surface that we are going to apply, is it a wood? Yeah. Is it plastic? Is it outside or inside? Is it want to be thermal or non-thermal? So these are to take in granted.
Okay. Have we got other questions from the respectful attendees? So thank you, dear, for your elaborations and your comprehensive presentation. We for sure made, you enlightened a very important topic, and I'm sure that we will have it towards the future to be productized and to make a booming in this business and in this field.
Thank you. And we are ready for any question, for any suggestion, for anything to be for help, for training, for anything, because we are agent for the whole Middle East, and we can do samples, we can do many advices about that for long experts, more than 10 years about these materials.
Actually, we have another question from Nepal. How are you doing? He has a question about how can we address the energy crisis and combat global warming through innovative and sustainable solutions. I think this is the right place to talk about such solutions, as we are talking about the nanotechnology and how to switch the surfaces to to generate electricity and so on. And he's asking as well about what role can technology, policies, and international collaboration play in mitigating these challenges. From your perspective, sir, what are the challenges you faced doing this business and doing this project, and how are the political and the challenges in the environment as well have affected you?
I think this is depending about how to educate the people about this matter, because they are accustomed to use, let's say, the ordinary materials. Now, if we are talking about the nanotechnology, it's completely different to be compared with any another insulation. This is number one. Number two, it's about how we can let our voice and our documents, our reports, our certificates to be presented for the ministries, and they are, let's say, welcomed, and they are able to understand this matter. If you are facing someone who couldn't understand these matters about explaining about the nanotechnology, it's hard to be acceptable even in the ministries, not only for the people. So this is the matter of educating the public about this matter, and then everything will be solved easily. Now, according to the warming about the world global warming, I didn't mention one important thing about the solar panels. One of the materials we applied, which was called the titanium dioxide, if we apply it, it's not only for the more photons and more protection, it will be cleaning the world. How is that? It will absorb all the carbon dioxide, monoxide, about all the pollutants, and even more, it will capture and kill the bacteria and virus in the air. So if we apply it in the solar panels or on any surface for the buildings, it will clean the atmosphere outside. So there is a lot of benefits if we explain about every material by itself. So it's important to explain about that and educate the people and the public about that.
So the awareness is the most important point here, actually.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, sir, for the elaboration and for your comprehensive material presented. I think we are coming to the end of this session. I thank you very much for being with you, and thank you, Dr. Hanadi, for letting me there manage this session.
With a pleasure. I'm greatly thankful for this invitation.
Great. Thanks, Dr. Marwa Suleiman, for your participation and running these important sessions for our conference. the AI and the outcomes of the AI and best practices of the AI. I think Dr. Hassan will be chairing the next session.
Thank you, Marwa. Thank you, Doctor. I believe now our next session, session 4, best practice with for entrepreneur ecosystem. Yes, I believe Amira is there. I believe also will participate with Hala and Tom. Is Tom available? Tom?
Let's start with Amira to starting the session till the Tom is joining.
All right, great. Amira, welcome, Amira. Amira is a CEO of CBOX or CBEX. Amira, please introduce yourself better than what I did introduce it. The floor is yours.
Excuse me, we accept our apology, Dr. Hassan. Professor Tom sent us he is available. He want to join the first sessions.
Great.
Can you come in?
I'm
Doctor,
here.
Yes. Can you stop share? Yes. Hi, Professor Tom. How are you? Hi.
Hi, Dr.
Nice
Anani.
to meeting you.
Assalamu alaikum. Hi, everybody.
Hi.
Apologies for that. Do you want me to go ahead and start, or?
Yes, please.
Yes, please.
Okay,
Tom.
so let me share my screen. So, hi, everybody, and apologies for the confusion on my part. And let me make sure I get my slides together. And hopefully you can see that.
Great. Yes, if you can put this, yeah, please.
And it's now full screen.
No, it's okay.
So, excellent. So thank you very much for the kind invitation to be with you today. My name is Tom Stradbeck, and I run the Startup and Enterprise Program, probably the easiest way to say it, at Liverpool John Moores University in Liverpool in the UK. And I also run my own consultancy that I named after myself that is also based in Liverpool. And there's my LinkedIn connection. And so just a little background of what I do and my perspective on ecosystems. So I began my career in entrepreneurship about 20 years ago, but it really took root in 2005, where I became a director with the National Business Incubation Association, which is what it was called then. It's now called the International Innovation Association, I think now. And I developed their training and event programming. So I trained people who ran business incubators, and that ultimately led to me becoming a consultant. And really the interesting consultancy was called Global Growth Hub, which I founded with a partner originally from Egypt, now based in Dubai. And we did a significant amount of work in the GCC, in the United Arab Emirates, in Dubai and Abu Dhabi, and Ras Al Khaimah, in Oman, in Saudi Arabia, and so on. And so it was really kind of then when I started thinking pretty deeply about ecosystems, also my work in NBIA, and now with John Moores, some of the research I'm doing in some postgraduate work. And my perspective on ecosystems is shaped by the fact that I've been and worked in a lot of them. So that is a map of the places that I've been able to work, and primarily working with people who run entrepreneurship programs, incubators, accelerators, and the like. If you look at entrepreneurial ecosystems, this might be a chart that you know. It was done by Dan Eisenberg, and it looks at the different structures that entrepreneurial ecosystems are supported in. So you can see there would be potentially, sorry about that, I went too fast. The entrepreneurial ecosystems are made up of policy. So that's government policy relating to how firms are structured and so on, the market, and usually, not always, but it often refers to the home markets. And it's not surprising when you look at like the entrepreneurial ecosystems out there that are really successful, or at least are viewed as successful, they tend to be in places with big home markets, right? So Silicon Valley, Shanghai, and so on. You look at human capital, that's the people, that's education, so on. You look at the support organizations, you look at the financial structures. Usually in Eisenberg's world, that tends to be more private equity and other sources of capital. And finally, you look at the culture of a place and how that culture reflects risk-taking, entrepreneurship in general. And we have all this insight now between startup Blink, which is a organization that does crowdsourcing on activity around startups in an ecosystem. You have the Global Entrepreneurship Monitor, and you have the Startup Genome that created a index of startup ecosystems, allow you to compare. So over the years, I've kind of seen how startup ecosystems has shaped entrepreneurship support. And my focus has always been on the two at the bottom, human capital and the support that's available to them, and how that you can help people become more successful entrepreneurs. I think the thing that has changed the most in my career is that the nature of support has changed. So the first business incubator came out of West New York in a town called Batavia, and that's actually it. That's a picture of it. In 1956, 1957, it was largely I would have called it an economic development initiative. It was trying to replace the lost jobs in that great big factory there that was owned by Harvester, a big manufacturer of farm equipment. And about 400,000 square feet, really, really big. And because they couldn't find somebody to replace it, they began to provide space to small and new firms. And that was really the concept that the Harvester Center and the Mancuso Group put in place there. That changed over the years, and it's kind of changed quite a bit now. Incubators were really popular through the 90s into 2000s, but in mid-1990s, you started seeing the emergence of co-working spaces that were light on programs. Incubators tended to provide a lot of support. Co-working did not, but it provided a great place to work. That's actually a place not too far from where I am called Baltic Creative, which is a creative community of co-working spaces, small offices. And then in the mid-2000s, you saw these kind of bigger hubs open. 1871's in Chicago, you probably know it, that provide space, co-working space, but they might do programming as well. Often they'll do things around acceleration. And that was really kind of the last thing that emerged in 2005 with the launch of Y Combinator, the seed accelerators that you might very well be familiar with, which supports entrepreneurs by providing them an upfront investment anywhere from $50,000 to $250,000 now, and really intense mentoring around product development, product market fit. They do some more stuff. There's other models out there now, but this was kind of the trends, and I kind of got involved in it around the 2005. So as accelerators started to emerge, and as incubators kind of struggled with their business model, because you're now competing with this organization that gave people money, and business incubators tended to charge rents, right? So what are you going to do if you're a founder? You're going to go to a place that's going to charge you, you're going to place that give you $50,000. And so I saw that as kind of changing the way that people supported entrepreneurs. In the early support models, this is fairly anecdotal, by the way, you saw the primary resource being the founders, very founder focused, and really kind of upskilling the founders beyond just the sector that they were working with or coding or things like that. You thought of them more holistically. Whereas the later programs in the Y Combinator and Techstars and the other great accelerators, and they are great, by the way, I think they're excellent programs. The primary resource was capital. And what that meant, in my opinion, and why it relates back to the ecosystems, is that a capital-focused startup is resource-focused. And through those resources, you don't have to develop the founder so much. A startup that raises money, a pre-seed seed round, might move into Series A and start raising more money. And it's not uncommon to see that those startup founders replace the CEOs, and the capital brings in a leader that has led a technology company through scale. And it's a perfectly reasonable strategy, right? It's a meaningful strategy. But in my opinion, it also has an impact on the ecosystem, because the ecosystem does need people in them. It needs founders, and not just needs founders, it needs business leaders, people who build organizations, people who have led companies, that have employed people, that have grown, and that can contribute back to their individual ecosystem. And I'm not sure that the accelerator model does that. It's not a goal of it, Its goal is a liquidity event. The goal is ROI for the people that run the programs. Again, a perfectly reasonable goal. And so that kind of brings me back to where I started. I feel like moving forward, greater focus needs to be placed on human capital, and particularly through the programs that support them, the entrepreneur support organizations, the business incubators, and so on. At John Moores, we think very carefully about this. Part of my job is to instill the following skills into our students, and I think these are very much the entrepreneurial skills that people need no matter what ecosystem they're in. That is planning and problem solving. And I think really kind of the focus, I'm sorry, I went before, the focus, I see it as really kind of 4 areas. I see it as being the strategic areas and being able to think of strategy, to be able to be focused on leadership, focused on how the organization organizes itself and how organizations innovate as they grow and as they see additional increased competition and so on. And I think those skills are really, really critical in the development of entrepreneurs that can contribute back to the ecosystem in which they participate in. So that's the end of my time. I'm sorry I could get started a little late, but I want to keep you on time for your event. As Dr. Hanani knows, I used to run events, and timing is everything. So I'm going to stop there. If there's any questions, I'm happy to ask them. These are my contact information. And again, I'm very, very grateful that I can participate on today's program.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Tom, Professor Tom, for your presentation, moving from founder to capital focus into this innovation. Let us move to Hala and Amira. I believe Hala available with us. Hala. All right, Amira.
Hi, hi everyone.
Hi, Amira.
Thank you so much for giving me the floor and for the invitation already. I do have I think 5 minutes because I need to also to run to another meeting, unfortunately. But I'll try my best to share the most that I know. So I'm sharing my presentation.
Please.
So, yeah. So, are you able to see my presentation?
Yes, if you can put it in
yeah, full screen. Yeah.
Full screen mode.
Yeah.
Great.
Great. So, hello everyone. So, I am Amira. I'm co-founder and CEO of CBEX. And in CBEX, we are an agri-tech company. We focus on irrigation, precision irrigation, and mainly on how to deploy AI in a way that we can sustain the future and produce more, help farmers to produce more. So I don't know if you know this, but today, if we talk about climate change is impacting hugely the agriculture sector. When we talk about Middle East, Africa, and even Europe, and climate change, it's a big problem that is impacting each country today, and especially when it comes to deciding about the right practices from farmers, it becomes really challenging. Irrigation in itself, if we talk only about irrigation today, irrigation efficiency, it means over irrigation or under irrigation, it costs up farmers today up to 50% of their farmers' profit. So our mission in CBEX is to be able to empower farmers and agribusinesses by providing them with valuable, actionable irrigation recommendations and guarantees the yield at the end of the season. And how we are doing this is mainly through deploying AI. So what we offer is an AI-based solution that helps farmers to increase the yield, protect the soil, and efficiently use the available resources without the need of expensive hardware. So we do it in a sensorless mode. So how we do it in sensorless? Mainly, farmers gonna actually draw their field, gonna specify what kind of crop or variety they do have on the field, and our AI models will be fueled with ultra-local data about the field. So we are able to detect the structure of the soil to up to 2 meter of depth. We use almost the climate data, whether it's about current or forecast data, about agriculture data mainly. We use crop data, and today, we master the water need for more than 40 crop and more than 140 crop varieties. And we do use satellite images to calculate the impact of these practices on the yield, on the health of the plant. And we do use sensors only for AI training, actually. So, we don't charge farmers sensor fees. So mainly what we give at the end to the farmer, it's actionable irrigation recommendation. We give them forecast to up 14 days of the upcoming irrigation coming to the yield. So we do prediction, and we enable the low tech to be able also to make this accessible, especially to farmers with no connectivity or low connectivity. So we onboard them through the platform, and we give them, we reach them through SMS directly to their phone, by giving them daily information and insights about what they should to do and they don't should to do. So we are specialists in irrigation and want to go deeply in what we do, mainly in giving automatic microfielding to specify what kind, and this is mainly through the AI and through what we are deploying and we're collecting through the data set today. So how we can deploy variable irrigation rate actually through detecting the not homogeneous part of the field. And even what we want to do is to reach what we call deficit irrigation, because yet today we are talking about the impact of climate change and how to adapt our practices to climate change. But what we want to talk about and work on almost for the coming years is how to be able to use the available resources and the quantity available of water in order to produce more, even if it's not that enough, and even if we're going to deploy what we call deficit irrigation. So mainly today, we are based in 3 countries. We are active in France, in Tunisia, in Saudi Arabia. We have more than 25 partners around these countries. We work with national and international brands, and we collaborate mainly with technical centers, with research and development laboratories, and also with banks and financial institutions. We have more than 400 paid customers and active users in the platform. We do monitor for overall more than today it's 2,000 field active monitored on our platform, and we cover more than 25,000 hectares. Our ability is not what we do offer today, especially in terms of AI, in terms of data aggregation. We give 2 levels. It's not only about farmers, but also about agribusinesses, about food processors, about seed producers. So at the top level of what we do offer is this data aggregated through our platform in order to give these industrials and these actors the capability to centralize through the dashboard that we offer, to consolidate this data and give them depth analysis in terms of KPIs, key KPIs of performance to tracking, whether it's about yield, whether it's about impact of climate change on their produce, and whether it's about water consumptions and carbon footprint and water footprint. So mainly today, compared to last year and this year, by deploying AI and enabling our models, we have been increasing the impact of last year by 10%. So last year we have we are talking about 20% on average of water saving, 25% of more yield. But this year we've increased this by 10%. We are talking about 30% of more of water saving and more than 35% of yield. So what are the main challenges that we had, especially in this sector, which is a very hard sector, especially in terms of data? So mainly the data everyone has been talking about the data and the farming data, especially when it comes to crops, the varieties in itself. It's very hard to find. So we've been working a lot on this point. The regulatory hurdles of deploying precision irrigation systems, especially among like smallholder farmers, and when it comes to train them on the technology, especially, and when it comes to agri-tech, it's the most like unfunded actually sector. So we've been working a lot on finding, because it's essential for startups today to be able to be supported and to be financially robust. So Love Money was here. We have been looking for VCs, BAs, and grants, but what was like the main important funding that we were looking for is to be able to sustain the business in terms of customers, because they will be the most sustainable source of financing for our company, and this is what we did till today. Main things that were like very crucial and key for our success is collaboration and networking. Collaboration is actually the cornerstone of a success in agri-tech company when it comes to collaborate with research and development institutions, with technical centers, especially when it comes about data, because we are the tech side, we are the guys who master the tech, and they are the guys who master the knowledge. So if we combine both of these, we can like create, huge things and extraordinary things in this. So mainly creating alliances, working on public-private collaborations, it was like essential in our like journey. And today, something that I already believe in, it is like your network is your net worth, and your partners is your net worth also. So we've been working a lot on the technology side and remaining in the cutting edge of the technology, which is vital for us in order to be able at the top what we deliver in terms of technology. But the most important this is to be able to simplify this to the farmers level, so they can understand and they can like actually use it in the daily basics. Daily basics operations. So actually I will end by this, because today our vision is to be able to sustain the future of farming by empowering farmers around the globe with accessible, senseless, and trustworthy technology, by promoting sustainable and efficient cultivation to strengthen local ecosystem and communities. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Amira, for interesting topic, really, in a sector where the world is suffering, which is food, water, and partners here, or participant here also mentioned about healthcare. Let us move to Hala, if available with us.
She's available, but maybe in the other room. Hala, raise your hand to come inside our room. The technical support take care about you to take you to our room.
Hala, can't see Hala. I didn't see Hala joining. Still, she's not in this room, I believe.
Amira, can you conclude about the outcomes of your inventions with respect to the digital economy? How it will be added value to the digital economy? I think is Hala joy, but can I know how it will be affected? Is a direct effect or indirect effect on digital economy? Hala,
I believe,
yes, I'm here.
yes.
Aslema,
Hello.
أهلا.
أهلا.
Welcome.
Thank you. Can I share my?
For you, and please
yes.
share this.
Is Amira leaving?
Amira is leaving. Yes.
Yes. Okay. Go ahead, Hela. Okay. One moment. I just trying to share. Okay. So. It's okay.
Yes, if you click the presenter mode.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Hannah Jimbarki, for the invitation, for giving me this opportunity to be here today. I'm happy that so many of us could make it today. And let me introduce myself. I'm Hela Shrif from Tunisia. I'm a lawyer at the Cassation Court, also a consultant, a trainer, and a mediator. I'm here today to talk about my project, Immersive Mediation Center, and about immersive mediation as a whole. But first thing first, who among us have never been through a conflict in any kind, personal or professional? I guess all of us have to deal with conflicts. That's the purpose of my project. The purpose is that I want today to focus on is the future of the conflict resolution and the augmented reality. I have divided my talk into 4 main parts. First of all, I will speak about the assessment and funding regarding conflict resolution. After that, I will explain why immersive mediation center it matters via our services, and then I will move on the market opportunity for immersive mediation center, and finally we will have a look together to the journey ahead. By this I mean our future vision. And if you have any question, I would be pleased to answer them in the end of my presentation.
Thank you, Hala. Sorry, if you just need to click the presentation mode, so that will be in a full screen.
It's not in a full screen?
No, can you click the icon at the bottom, which is the presenter mode?
Because for me it's in full screen.
No, can you click the edit, enable editing the message appear on top of your presentation?
In the top?
Yes, okay. Enable editing. Or Hala, if you can just close the sharing screen and open it again, please.
Okay. Okay. Control. Okay. So. Full screen now. Plus. Okay. In the top or in the bottom?
No, I'm still seeing one screen only, which you shared only one file, the presentation.
Okay. I will move to the another one. Is it okay?
Yeah. Can you close the sharing and reopen it again?
Close and open it. Okay.
Close PowerPoint and reopen it again.
Okay. One moment to escape. Okay. Is it okay?
No, still I'm seeing the same screen. I request control.
Okay, so this I will be back in the full screen now because it's not in full screen And now I will be back to full screen. Is it okay?
No, you are doing zoom in and zoom out. This is not the full screen. Can you see the bottom? Can you see the bottom of the file? The first icon to the right. Can you click the first icon to the right?
To the right? Yes, so this is
the first icon. At the bottom
first
right.
item.
The bottom right, yeah.
Yes.
Hello, I'm sorry. If you can give me the control.
Yes, it's okay. Give you.
Did you see the message? Please accept the control so that I can
accepted
control.
the control already.
Okay, can you share the screen again?
Okay.
Okay, can you click the yellow button in here on top? Can you click the X? Okay, now you are on full screen mode.
It's okay? Okay,
Yeah.
thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, so we begin with talking about the assessment and the funding regarding the conflict resolution. What we noticed is of my 23 years as a lawyer that there is inefficiencies in a traditional conflict resolution. So we need for practical training we need to practice beyond the theoretical knowledges. And we have the desire for accessible and customized mediation solution. Conventional conflict resolution is often drawn out and expensive process in our country, and I think in the other countries also, constrained by theoretical approaches that may not translate well into practical skills. This gap leaves professionals like me ill-prepared for the complexities of real world disputes. So my project is regarding immersive mediation center is to introduce the transformative solution, a VR-driven mediation training program designed to bridge the gap between the theory and the practice. We harness the power of immersive virtual reality to stimulate and intricate real-life conflicts, providing an interactive and engaging learning environment. When it comes to our services at the mediation, so at the Immersive Mediation Center, we are pride ourselves on providing. Sorry. When it comes to our our services at the Immersive Mediation Center, we pride ourselves on providing a suite of services designed to meet the evolving needs of the conflict resolution in the modern era, from in-depth mediation training programs that cover the gamut from foundational principle to complex negotiation tactics. So our training models are meticulously developed to carry participants from the foundational aspects of mediation to the subtleties of intricate negotiation scenarios. We are recognizing that each conflict is unique for the conflict and also for the parties that are involved in these conflicts. We provide bespoke mediation services tailored to the nuances to the dispute at hand. Our experienced mediators facilitate a process that respects the individuality of each case. Our commitment in this center is our commitment to accessibility drives us to offer both on-site and virtual mediation services. Why? Because this dual approach allows us to extend our expertise across borders, delivering high-quality mediation to a global audience. Why Immersive Mediation Center matters? It matters because it impacts on business efficiency with proven conflict resolution strategies.
It matters because it's strengthening interpersonal relationship through effective communication. It also matters because it's promoting peaceful and constructive dialogue in a professional settings. When it comes to the market opportunity for our project, it's in an increasingly interconnected world. The demand of swift and efficient dispute resolution is escalating. Businesses and individuals alike seek methods to resolve conflicts that minimize cost, time, and emotional toll. Virtual reality technology has only begun to scratch the surfaces of its potential application in professional trainings and development. Our innovative VR-based approach stands at the forefront of this wave, opening up untapped opportunities in industries ranging from real estate to healthcare, where immersive training can revolutionize how skills are acquired and honed. Our potential partnership with educational and leagues also is an opportunity in the market because there is an immense potential for strategic alliances with educational and legal institutions. This partnership could foster advancement in VR training methodologies, integrate our program into formal curricula, and establish a new standard mediation training. About our vision in the future or our journey ahead, if I can say, so for scaling up is for us, Immersive Mediation Center envisions expanding its frontier, scaling up operation to extend our innovative VR mediation or VR mediation training globally. Our aim is to democratize access to high-quality conflict resolution education, making it available across continents and cultures, thus fostering a worldwide network of proficient mediators. We are also staying at the forefront of technological advancement because it's the key of our mission. We are committed to continuous investments in research and development, ensuring that our VR experience remains cutting edge. The Immersive Mediation Center is dedicated to raising the bar for mediation practices globally. We believe in setting new benchmarks for the industry, driving up standards and championing the adoption of immersive technology. Thank you for your attention. And I'm available if you have any question regarding our project. Thank you.
Thank you, Hala. I'm really interested to ask you if you can go back to the second slide, which is the surfaces.
This one?
Yes. In which part in the surfaces you are doing a preset of VR-based training program, and you are how you are solving conflict by VR technology? I really didn't get that type of services.
So the first service is a training, and with VR, it means that we could have trainings with the people who are present in the rooms, and we could also have a training with VR. It means that people will leave the situation, and we can have also exams and have diploma as a mediator. This is the first side. The second side is the center is a center of mediation. It means resolution, amicable resolution of problems and of litigation. It means that it could be also possible to have mediation through internet, through a platform that we could, so people could not, who could not, for example, if it's international, for example, litigation. People could not go from one country to another. They can solve their problems via VR mediation.
Thank you, Hala, for the excellent presentation that you provide. Dr. Hanadi, did we miss any in our presentation? Everybody presented, yes? Your mic is closed, Dr. Hanadi.
Everybody is closing, and the remaining is now to make open discussions between the speaker. I think Professor Tom having some sessions with some client, and I think it's also Amira is leaving, and now is only the remaining. It's
Hala and myself.
Hala, just please explain for us: is this tools be implemented in the MENA or in Tunisian? Where will be implemented your tool for the VR?
Basically in the beginning in Tunisia, but it's tools that we can use everywhere, and it could be used in any country.
Yes, it will be used.
We just have to to arrange things depending on the culture or on the law of the other countries, but it could be used everywhere.
Okay, and it will be at a university level for academic institutions or in education institutions?
It's in a center that have a contact with the minister of employment in Tunisia. It means it is a center that could give certificates in our country.
Okay, they issuing certificate, a diploma certificate
for trainings.
For trainings, to train the people on that.
Yes.
Perfect. Did you think this is the value added on the digital economy?
Yes, it is a value because of my 23 years as a lawyer, I noticed that resolution of problems and of litigation in the tribunal, it costs a lot, and it's a long process. So and it doesn't make the peace in the society. I mean, also because I'm a lawyer for companies, I mean also inside companies. Sometimes the company is running, but with problems with the shareholders or problem with people could stop this company, and it's really it's a pity that these companies are bankrupt, and because of misunderstanding between people for resolving their problems and their.
Did you facing any challenges on that by using these tools? And you solve those challenges? Excuse me, Hala?
I believe internet is cut.
Internet
with
connections, maybe it's...
yeah.
Can you give us your experience, Dr. Hassan? Specifically, you are having leading accelerator, technology accelerator, and you working in the AI and Six Sigma about the AI. Can we...
let me have experiences? Let me have a talk and sharing a screen for a financial or fintech technology and my experience on fintech technology. Of course, everybody know the fintech technology. I don't know if you can see the screen, the full screen. Can you see the screen?
Yes, yes.
All right, great. I believe you know about fintech, or what do we mean by fintech. But let me highlight the principle out of financial services for fintech, or where they are targeting for. Within my experience, I can say that it is a secure to yourself, secure to your business management start early to gain the profits, in addition to have a flexibility of saving. And if you compare the traditional banking with the financial services, of course, fintech will give you in the technology more to solve more challenging, or the traditional business are facing more challenging, especially the banks with fintechs. Fintechs startups with innovation of digital services, the compliance with the regulation. You know, you have your internal law or the state law, and you have international laws that you have to be compliant with. So the regulatory banks or traditional banks and financial services provider are really kept challenging the technology to cope with the compliance, the regulation. Of course, the regular banks or financial services without technology are facing a high cost of maintenance and physical branch, where the new technology solve that type of challenge. In addition, of a way of changing customer preference, where we need of generation, for example, they were... Sorry, there are mics open, if you can close the mic. Of course, the fintech or the technology with the innovation associated, they are more flexible to be coped or adopt any changing with customer preference, where I highlight here more generations, especially Generation X, they are more tend to utilize the technology, in addition to have more automated service, and they are changing their preferences quickly. Technology give you the advantage for this. Of course, especially for entrepreneur, technology will provide you with more secure way of your financial services, from fraud preventer, security solution, and data privacy, instead of using manual workflow and automation. Fintech and the technology of innovation, of course, they are participating into more society, and more that's what I call it unbanked people, like people not educated for a few minutes, presenter for farmers, for technology without like networking. So such technology will help the economy to be growth and financial stability, with the price also stability. Here is a proven what technology is insight from since 1990, for example. If you can see here, the green is showing the developed nations, and where the gray color is the person living without or an extreme poverty level, which is less than 1.25. You can see that technology increase within time in the history reduces the person living in extreme poverty, which means that technology is supporting even the poor people to get more and more flexible living area. I believe also the rise of intelligent or artificial intelligence into the technology, also supporting mobile banking with e-banking, biometric technology and cybersecurity, storage of the data, clouding computer. A new possibility with the blockchain is the more trending factor within the next, I believe, the next few years from now. You can see the technology today, but I believe a full market share won't be the same in a few years from today. And of course, you know about the innovation, you know that what we call disruptive innovation, and the technology, it gives you the advantage of this. You are disrupting the existing market to move on into the growth and your financial impact within your market share. And for example, you saw Netflix, you saw Tesla, you live Airbnb, you live an Apple technology, what did to that market. This is what we call it, disruptive innovation within the technology. the threats now, or the threaten and the challenge that for the technology, you need to take care about data breach, fraud, or phishing of your data, because this will eliminate the trust within your business as an entrepreneur. This is my advice. Or you need to focus, once you adopt the technology for any sector while you are working, be careful about your data and get in fraud. In addition, the challenge to be within your regulatory system within your market. I will give you just the last slide before we move to just a few points about Kuwait and how they are interested of using technology. This is a study conducted by KFAS in 2019, where more people are tend to use technology. If you can see that that population are fall between 15 to 39 years old groups who are adopt at emerging technology change. This is done by MBK in 2019. KFAS also study pointed out a number of interesting statistic findings that version to the readiness of accepting fintech product and service, including mobile penetration, stand for 146%, relatively high than the most developed country, and the world average is 64. This is just a flavor about Kuwait. Also, Dr. Al-Hashil state that CBK issued comprehensive guidelines of establish a new digital bank has open and application process, which mean now we are moving from a traditional business in the banks to the an online banking sector in 2023, and the first bank established and published in Kuwait now in 2023. Thank you. I hope that I did give you a few slides and information about technology in Kuwait, in addition of my experience and the advance of using such technology. Let me just close the screen.
Great presentation, Dr. Hassan. Dr. Hassan is one of the leading in the technology accelerators, and he's supporting entrepreneurial and innovation ecosystem from their perspective, using the latest tools and technique. I think now we will be ready to shifting to the next session, or still we have a few minutes. There are a few minutes. Any participations from the speaker?
We have a few minutes. If anybody have any question about
Catherine, did you have any questions, Catherine?
Let me check the question in the center respected organization, the processor fully immersed. I don't believe any. We do have any question. Let's take the few minutes. I don't know if our next session.
The next session will.
Yes.
Sorry,
I am ready.
Yes.
I am ready for the next, but let's start whenever you have scheduled. I filled in 5 minutes. Hello from Barcelona. Hello. Dr.
Hello.
Canari, how are you?
How are you?
Fine, very well. Here near the beach, because as you know, Barcelona is very close to the beach. and close to the football
how is
club
the weather
Barcelona.
now in Barcelona?
The weather is good, but let me tell you that it's hot. It's hot. It seems that
For
it's
a
not
beach.
really autumn as a tradition.
I don't believe it's hotter than us in summertime here.
No, what means hot in the Mediterranean approach is not the hot that you have in Kuwait, but in any case, hot beyond the traditional degrees that we have in autumn. Very
All
good.
right, I will leave the floor for you. Introduce your the next 5 minutes once you start introducing the session.
We have
introducing
chats,
the
5
participants.
minutes. If anybody needs some water or some tea or coffee, they can go to get this cup of coffee or cup of tea, or cup of, I don't know, or whatever, orange juice. Okay, this is like a marathon, no, Dr. Hanadi? It's a marathon, a non-stop conference.
A 12 hour.
12 hour. That's
yes.
Good.
12 hour,
That,
3 day.
That's good. Very
yes.
good. Very interesting.
More than welcome. You can start your presentation.
Okay, let me check that my slide I can share. Okay, good. Let me share. I understand that I have 20 minutes. No? It's 20 minutes. What the time that I have for my presentation? May you see my screen?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, good. Okay, good. That's good that I have this opportunity. And I don't know if you, Dr. Hanani, you want to introduce myself or I directly, or if you prefer, as you want.
You can start, Jos.
Okay, good. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for this opportunity to be with you today. I am Josep Piqué. Some of you perhaps know me. I don't have any connection with Piqué from the Barcelona Football Club, but in any case, in relation in terms of the professional relation, I know him. But in any case, I am the president of La Salle Tecnova Barcelona, and Dr. Hanadi invited me to be part of this interesting conference for sharing our knowledge about innovation ecosystems. And my goal today is to provide a framework that will help us for understanding the role of ecosystems of innovation, promoting the creation and the growth of the new technology-based startups. Our goal today is really provide to you a comprehensive understanding of how the ecosystems of innovation run and how you in your city or ecosystem can make actions that can accelerate this process to grow. I have been president of ISP. I am the 17th president from 2016 until 2018. And nowadays I am president of the Triple Helix Association. This is a global association that is a research network of researchers that are doing research on the interactions between university, industry, and government promoting innovation. And with all this information, let me start just with this first slide. This is the agenda. It's just for sharing with you how we are doing this concept of transforming opportunities and value. We'll talk about open innovation. We'll talk also about clusters of innovation, and we will offer and show the case of La Salle Tecnova Barcelona, my university, where we have our innovation part that is the tool that we're using for the third function of the university beyond the education and research, the tech transfer or impact. And let me start with the first slide that is going to share with you the idea that whatever we want to transform from opportunities in value, we are doing innovation, but we need some ecosystems that are helping us to transform this opportunity in value. When I say opportunity, it could be a market needs or could be a new technology that can really help us, for instance, to solve a problem of the past with a new technology, or solve a problem of the future with a new technology. Whatever we capture and transform this opportunity in value, this is what means innovation. And innovation starts when we understand that we have a challenge, an opportunity, or a problem. We have ideation, pilot, and beyond that, scalability. For that, it's very important that the ecosystems must provide the best environment for developing these new ideas, understanding that we need 3 ingredients for doing that: talent, technology, and finance. Talent and technology, we know both of that because talent is about the output of the universities, research centers, or perhaps the professionals that they have been working in some companies, but also technology is something that you know very well because it's the output of research and technological centers, but also technology that we have now in the market, but perhaps we are not applying in a different way for finding a new business. And the last part is money, finance. How can we finance this new venture to promote and to transform opportunities in value? For that, when we are growing in the way to capture value from the technology perspective, we sometimes start with a concept, with a paper, scientific paper, with a PowerPoint, but makes sense that we can create a prototype of or validate this feasibility, because with that, this proof of concept, we can advance in a patent, and that we can go to the working prototype. Working prototype means a lot because it means that we are really working in a prototype that is working with real in the reality. Beyond that, we can make a manufacturing prototype that we can generate in a continuous way a product or service, and also understanding the regulatory approvals perhaps could be if we are in this health, how the FDA is allowing you to apply in USA, or CE in the regulatory approvals of Europe. It means that we need some kind of regulations for validating that this product is good, but is fulfilling the regulatory approval. With all of that, at the end of the day, we have these new technologies that are advancing in the way to find the market. But also, we can have another approach that is coming from the market approach. When we have some market analysis, imagine in Europe, we have what we say the silver economy. How we know that? Because we see how the people is growing in terms of age. We are growing in terms of age, and we have more adult economy, more what we say the silver economy. And with that, we can really try to understand what needs they have, what concepts we can develop, and also what beta tests we can really validate that somebody is solving a problem because we're providing a solution with a real customer. And also we can make and send to the market, but more than that, we can backlog, we can really track what is the use of our product and what feedback we have from the market. With that, what we do is to connect in an appropriate way to the path to grow to the market. But also we create value when we combine different capabilities, not only from a researcher, also from a person that is creating products like the marketing vice president, or somebody that is manufacturing our product, or somebody is selling our product, somebody is financing our product or getting money, or somebody is managing the people that we will have in our organization. With all of that, what we have is a creation of value. And the value starts in the phase 1 when we have the first product with the first customer, with the first investor. But beyond that, we need to go to understand how can we market and how can we have find the market traction in order to validate the scalability and to go to the phase 4, that is for the exit plan. Exit plan, that means that when a startup is starting, is thinking not just in creating a new company, is thinking in create a new business model that will validate with the market and will validate the scalability, not just all the companies. Imagine that you have a company, you have 100 customers, and all the companies, all the startups, sorry, all the customers are in Spain. It's better to have perhaps 10 people in Kuwait, 10 people in Barcelona, and 10 people in USA. It's a different kind of value when we know how to sell and how to deliver products and services beyond our boundaries. And after that, we go to the exit plan that will be how we combine talent, technology and finance with the exit plans. The important thing about that is these 4 phases is providing us a big picture about how one startup is born to the exit plan. And this is important because it means that if we don't have exit plan, it's better not to born. Or if we don't have exit plan, it's better, it's impossible that nobody will invest in our startups because nobody will pay for the return of investment of this startup. With that, Professor Jerry Engel and other professors from Berkeley were promoting in a very clear way a good strategy to combine the finance from the business angels, venture capital, and the exit plan that could be IPO or corporate venture, merge and acquisition. This is important because from the business perspective, what we do with that is that the startups are not the small companies, are machines of customer discovery and customer validation. Because with that, what we find is who is the customer and it really exists and we can really go to this customer, because with that, we will create a customer creation and company building, because with that, we will scale. Very important is a slide for understanding that what we have to create in ecosystems of innovation is combining corporates and startups, and to open the door of innovation of the corporates that until now were working inside the walls of the company, and they know that now the Department of Research and Innovation is the world. Is the world means that any company that want to absorb innovation, they look for not just inside the walls of the company, will try to find the new innovation outside the company. And the wall is a good news because it's very big. The bad news is that perhaps your competition is using the same department of research and development. It's the moment that we need to understand that we're in a wall of science, a wall of technology, world industry, and perhaps we need to work more and more in the first dimension of the innovation, that is what we say the local market. How can we learn locally in order to scale globally? That's very important because the first mile of innovation became our market, our city, our region. And that's the moment that we can offer the startups the strategy to learn in order to scale. Because if we want to do innovation, we can do some activities internal, but we can make some kind of acquisition by new startups, or why not developing new business from our capabilities. Imagine that you are an oil company and you have an extremely good technology for getting oil from deep funnels. That the idea on that, imagine that you say, why not I am a water company? Because I have the capability to go deep and to get water. And with the water, I can sell water. This is the kind of thinking that perhaps we can rethink our business, not just from our core, with our non-core, but thinking how can we take advantage of our capabilities to do things that we are not thinking. This is important, this concept of new markets with our own capabilities or other markets, new markets with external capabilities. Very important with that, because with that we have business units, we have a scout and we buy startups, but also we can create new business units or to create a new spin-out. With that also we can invest in an ecosystem, like Apple is investing in the apps companies because they want to create an ecosystem around them. With that, we have a big approach for understanding that the companies can do innovation, because really they do not only internally things, also making acquisition, but also developing new business and investment. That's the case of Google when they were buying Hull and a startup from UC Berkeley. After that, because with this company, Google was creating Google Maps. This is Google Earth. It's interesting because the geolocalization was the way that Google could provide a key information around you. That's the real value, not just to look for information that makes sense around you. But Google was not stopping here innovation. They were creating a new division that is Niantic, that is a new division of gaming, geogaming. And that's the reason why they were investing in Pokemon Go as a strategy to grow in this company. Very important to know that innovation is always there, and we need to capture this from startups, but also creating new business from our capability. That's the moment that we need to combine the role of the government, creating the law, the framework, but also the public procurement is a good tool for buying things that are not existing. Also the role of university as a source of talent with education, as a source of technology with research, but also source of new technology-based startups, transferring the talent and technology with new startups, but also the role of the industry with corporate, small, medium, and new, and how the demand side could be the way that we make an alignment with the triple helix agents for solving the market needs or the demand side. But not every agent is working the same way. And we see that in inception, the role of the university is very key. And in the exit plan, the role of the companies are very important. And the government can really help in different phases, for instance, creating a venture capital fund or helping the companies to grow internationally. In all this way, what we see is that we need to cluster our capabilities and more than that, our sectors, for focusing in what sectors we can really be in a different way, like health, energy, or other sectors, because this cluster will help us to start to grow this startup because it's in an ecosystem around. There's the moment that, for instance, if you are in an oil system, you can do a lot of innovation coming from startups and also for investors, or more than that, you can rethink how the corporates can really use, for instance, imagine that you go from the energy sector to the green energy. And really, you need to know how to do innovation, for instance, in hydrogen for storage of green energy coming from solar panels, or perhaps with any kind of green energy. Important because it helps us that open innovation is not just for whoever is in one sector, also it's for developing new sectors and new strategies, taking advantage from entrepreneurs that are the new companies that are creating new business and new ways of doing. They are the disruptive innovation. They are the providers of the disruptive innovation, for instance, applying artificial intelligence or applying blockchain or augmented reality. Let me go to the last slides of my presentation, because this is important to know that nowadays we have a global ecosystem of innovation, and we need to connect universities, government, and industry from different zones for providing the best highway for the people, talent, technology, and capital. Very important, because with that, what we can really create is a cross, for instance, venture capital firm between Barcelona and San Francisco, or Barcelona and London, or Barcelona and Kuwait. The important thing is that you can connect both with the capital, you can promote the mobility of people, and you can provide the mobility of the new technology. Let me talk in the last 5 minutes about La Salle Barcelona. La Salle is in Barcelona city. This is Barcelona. We have an instructor of an executive president, my person, the general manager, innovation manager, operation manager, entrepreneurship manager, and also some project managers for European projects. And we have a head of the investor, a head of incubation, and a community manager. The important thing is that we are part of our university and entrepreneurial university. We connect our activities, entrepreneurs with investors. We transfer our knowledge from research groups, and also we promote the safeguard of the intellectual property. Also, we have a living lab inside La Salle that is promoting the developing of pilots, and also to promote the answer of economic and social challenge. For instance, we stimulate that all the students of our campus are developing social entrepreneurship. This is very interesting. following the SDGs. And also we organize a lot of technology-based events. With that, we have incubators, we have multidisciplinary labs, the startup lab, restaurants, sport facilities, auditorium, and also the IoT Institute of Technology. With all of that, with some facilities that help any startup to grow. And also we help them in the T-launch, T-growth, and also Tenisa, or also we have the network of investors like is H-Technova, or also the affiliation of where we have a community of startups. We create near 80 startups every year that we connect with the ecosystem, and we connect also with alumni. We believe a lot in the investors, and we invite our alumni to be investors of our students. Very important, because they can be mentors or can be really beyond mentors, investors. And we participate in a very active way in international events like the ISP or the Pan-European Hub, like the Scale Up Champions. If you go and come to Barcelona, you will see that we have the Business Angel School, we have the Business Idea Contest, we have the Investment Morning. That is something that we invite the people to connect with investors, but also with the technologies, the showtime for our startups to show in front of our startups. Important because the showtime is the moment that we show the result of our work in front of not only startups, also investors and corporate. We host in a really good way the Christmas tours, the summer party. This Christmas tour, by the way, was in COVID time, but also we participate in some events like Rebuild or Digital Enterprise Show. Let me go to the last 2 minutes, just talking about the conclusions of my presentation. First, the importance of the technology as a value, but important to transfer and to create this value from talent, technology, and finance. Important, technology is good, artificial intelligence is good, everything is good, but if it's not creating value, it's not enough to capture the business model, and it means that somebody will pay for our product or service. Important topic about the open innovation. How can we invite the companies to listen to startups as a source of disruptive innovation? Because with that, we can really orchestrate ecosystems of innovation, quadruple helix, that is connecting with some demand side. We know very well what is the path to grow: inception, launching, growing, and exit plan. And we also promote these clusters of innovation between the startups, investors, and corporate venturing. Really, what we believe at LaSalle is that we believe in the role of the universities and entrepreneurial universities as the source of the ecosystem of innovation, working with government and industry. Thank you very much. And I feel that we have like 1 minute. If there is any question or comment, I will be very happy to answer. If not, we can jump to the next speaker. But in any case, I was delivering all what I was planning. Perhaps David.
Hi. Thanks very much for that. Thank you. Really good exposition of what an ecosystem is. That's great.
Yes, very well demonstrated. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Thomas. I feel that now we can start with the next presentation.
Yes, the next speaker is David Gills, Director of St. John's Innovation Center.
Hi, and have you got my screens in the right order?
You have to commute because we see only now perfect. Now it's perfect.
That's good. Thank you very much. Thanks for your help. Good afternoon in Europe. Good evening in Kuwait. I think it's still morning in the East Coast, but it's great to be able to speak to people around the world. And a big thank you to Dr. Hernadi for another opportunity to talk about the Cambridge ecosystem. I spoke at this conference 2 years ago, and what I hope to do this year is to take the argument forward a little bit, because my talk is in 3 parts. I'd like to give a very brief recap of the history of the Cambridge Technology Cluster, which is the optimistic bit.
Excuse me, David.
Yes.
How are you?
Okay.
Honor to seeing you. Did you allow us to let Mr. Finkel present before you? He is in midnight
Yes.
in Korea, and he is in an unexpected visit.
Sure.
And if you allow him just to change between you and Mr. Finkel.
Indeed, that's fine.
Thank you so much, David. I know you are in London and I'm in Paris, then nearby. But for Jeff, he is in midnight. He excuse you if he can present. Go ahead, Jeff. Jeff? Hi, Tom. How are you? How is Florida? Tom?
Florida's good.
Good. Okay. What is Jeff?
Good. Jeff, he's here. I show him on the line.
He is online and he sent me a message if he can speak because he wants to sleep. Yes, Jeff, can you come in? No, yes, I don't know. Check, please, your mic.
He does not appear to be muted. We cannot hear you, Jeff. Or see you.
Technical support. Can you check with Jeff Finkel? He told me the mic and the camera is not activated.
I will check.
So sorry, David, about that, but really we appreciate your potential. Till the problem is solved, David, you can continue, accept our apology.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll just start sharing the screen again. And just to pick up, when I spoke 2 years ago, I talked about the history of the Cambridge cluster, which was quite an uplifting story. And I also talked about some of the problems that we're now facing. And now, 2 years on, I'd like to come to some of the solutions to the issues that we've encountered as a growing cluster to take the story forward and bring it right up to date. Let me take a little bit of a step back. For many people, this is the image of Cambridge. It's historic, it's timeless, it's serene. And it was certainly visiting this Cambridge that made me want to be a student here all those years ago. However, there's at least one other Cambridge, and it's this one. It's the Cambridge of science parks, research parks, business parks. And it's the reason why so many large companies, so many governments are interested in Cambridge today, because it isn't just about pure research, it's about innovation, it's about the application of research, It's about the successful implementation of new ideas. And that really started here in a big way only in the 1970s with the creation of the very first science park, a picture of which is on the screen in front of you now. By European standards, it's quite large. It's a 60-something hectares. There's about 180,000 square meters of usable space. And it has now moved into not only being individual buildings for relatively large companies, but also having a number of incubators such as the Bradfield Centre or the Bio-Innovation Centre, the Bio-Incubator on site. So that was where it all started in Cambridge. If I metaphorically walk you to the other side of the road, to the St John's Innovation Park, I'm sitting in the building right in the middle of that slide at the moment, the Innovation Centre. That's the bit for which I'm responsible. It started in 1987. At the time when it started, it seemed very much like an experiment. Our founder, who was the finance director of the college at the time, wasn't sure it would be a success, wasn't sure there would be the demand for all the space we created. But in practice, it filled up very quickly indeed, and we had to keep building extensions to the original building. And then, roughly speaking, every 5 years, we put a new building around the rest of the park, to the point where over the next 10 to 15 years, we're probably going to almost start again by taking down the oldest buildings and rebuilding them to be taller, larger, able to accommodate more people. That's all I really wanted to say about the St John's Innovation Centre and the Innovation Park itself, before widening the discussion to the Cambridge cluster as a whole. And something that may surprise a lot of people online is just how physically small it is. The population of the city itself is a bit less than 150,000. If you include the surrounding county, the two together are about 300,000 people. But this relatively small place over the past 25 years or so has created, I think it's now 23 companies that had achieved an exit valuation of at least $1 billion, in many cases, several billions of dollars. Within just a few kilometers of where I'm sitting now, there are about 5,000 knowledge-intensive firms. They employ 60-something thousand people. So obviously they employ more than just the population of Cambridge or its county. There are people working remotely. There are satellite offices in London. There are operations in California and so forth. But whichever way you look at it, it's had a major impact on the economy. Another unusual feature, I think, of the Cambridge cluster is the extent to which there's quite a variety of different research sectors on which it's based. The majority, more than 50%, are still based in information technology and communications. But over time, the life science subcluster has been growing and growing. It didn't really get off the ground until about 20 years ago in this part of the world. But in recent years, there have been more life science startups, more investment in life sciences, greater recruitment into life science companies. So I wouldn't be surprised if we were to come back in 10 years' time to find that those two subclusters are approximately the same size. The other extraordinary thing for me about the Cambridge cluster is, in reality, just how modern it is. The university itself is more than 800 years old, but until the later 19th century, the university didn't even teach any science or technology subjects. It was only from the late 1860s that the physics laboratory, the Cavendish laboratory, was formed. It was modeled on some of the teaching of new sciences that had emerged in Germany in the mid-19th century. But even once the Cavendish laboratory had been formed, it took nearly another 100 years before you saw any meaningful startup or spin-out activity. Spin-outs being companies formed by the university itself, or startups, new companies formed by recent graduates, perhaps using some research from the university. We didn't really see that until the 1960s, when the British economy went through quite a lot of modernization in the years after the Second World War, and a lot of industry, a lot of business, a lot of firms wanted to collaborate with the university. However, back then, The problem was that our planning regulations were so restrictive that it wasn't possible for big companies to move in and have a laboratory next to the university. There was no space for startups to be based in the city centre, because the rule was that the only development that would be permissible was any development that would support the advancement of the university, so nothing to do with industry. That all came to a bit of a crisis in the mid-1960s, when IBM, which was back then one of the largest R&D firms in the world, was turned down when it wanted to move its European research headquarters to the Cambridge cluster. And the scandal that arose out of that led to a complete review of the planning regulations under Professor Sir Neville Mott, who was the head of the physics laboratory, as a result of which the first science park was created, followed by St John's Innovation Park and so forth. So it was a relatively late development. And as I say, until the 1860s, 1870s, no science was being taught in Cambridge at all. If I move the argument on to where we are today, by a combination of serendipity, really, we have seen a proliferation of venture funds, of angel groupings, and down the left-hand side of the screen there's the list of all the investor groups that I could think of that have a presence in Cambridge. Most of those actually started in Cambridge. Some are outposts of London funds or California funds. But for a city of our size, 140, 150,000 people, that is a lot of venture capital. Down the right-hand side, I've listed a selection of the science parks, accelerators, incubators that are based within about 12 kilometers of here. So without anybody having been in charge, without there having been any form of central planning, we've reached a point where there is a center that would cater to almost all the needs, depending on the stage of development, depending on the sector and so forth. There will always be a space for the type of company required. And I'd ask you to bear in mind that really important lesson that this was done without any central planning. And up until recently, I think around Cambridge, you thought that was a good thing, but it's coming under a little pressure at the moment. If I take a step back and try and look at why do I think Cambridge has been successful, why has it been different from other clusters where I've worked over the years, I think it comes down to something to do with the mission statement of the university itself, which is up in front of the screen now. And that is that the university has a mission to contribute to society. So it doesn't just exist to do well in teaching and research. It doesn't just exist to win many prizes. But that sense of value, that sense of purpose, that sense of benefiting other people is something that has permeated so many of the entrepreneurs that I work with in my day job here in St John's Innovation Centre. And on top of the social impact, I think you can see from some research that was published earlier this year by London Economics, looking into the economic impact of the University of Cambridge. Over the years, it has been astounding. And one fact that leapt off the page for me was the extent to which the economic contribution of the University of Cambridge is almost 4 times that of the Premier Football League. So around the world, people have heard of Manchester United, Manchester City, Chelsea, Arsenal, and so forth. But actually, this one university is contributing 4 times the impact to the economy of the United Kingdom of all those well-known international football clubs. Another striking fact is that with so many startups and spin-outs, it's like a very advanced form of Pareto efficiency. It's a tiny number of companies, maybe 2 or 3% of companies, that tend to produce about 80% of the impact. So you have to produce a large number of companies before you can sort them into those that are going to be really successful. That was the good news. What I'm now going to move on to is the problem. And I think part of it comes down to the fact that for most of the 2010s into the 2020s, we in Cambridge embraced the idea that an ecosystem is a rainforest. It's something spontaneous, it's serendipity, it's creativity that comes through, nobody being in charge. Is the complete opposite of a plantation. And in many ways, personally, I subscribe to that as a value. I certainly subscribe to the values that Victor Huang and Greg Horowitz put forward in their famous book on the rainforest as the ecosystem paradigm. For instance, I think that so many companies in this building do keep failing, persisting, and learning from their problems. They do keep helping other people behind them, the pay it forward model. And it's a very high trust environment around here. So it's not as if I'm against the norms, the values, but what I think went wrong in Cambridge is because we had no means of having a little bit more cooperation, a little bit more central planning, we kept losing out on the real upside of the value created on our own cluster. Just to give you one example of that, I think you can see that almost every year in the past 20 years, any company that reached a very high valuation, let's for simplicity call it $1 billion, found itself being bought, often by an overseas acquirer, often by a US acquirer. And that's carried on right up until the past few weeks with Abcam being bought by Danaher. I think that deal has now been ratified. In terms of value, in terms of financial value, it's wonderful. It's $5.7 billion total value, but it probably means that so much of the know-how, so much of the directing mind will migrate to Boston, migrate to the other Cambridge rather than stay here in Cambridge in the UK. Another brief example of how sometimes not having a joined up approach can lead to a lot of challenges. The latest research that I can find on the availability of laboratory space around Cambridge shows that compared with demand, we've got 1 or 2% supply only. So even if we wanted to accommodate a lot of new startups in the whole lab space, we can't do it. If we wanted to accommodate drug companies, established players in the market coming here, we can't do so. We just don't have the space. And the planning cycle is so long that it takes a very long time to rectify that problem. And it isn't only in the tech space that the lack of having a joined up approach has hit hard. We're finding it in housing, we're finding it in transport. We're finding, for instance, that at the moment, building new houses is being slowed down simply because we don't have the water supply. And for those of you that have visited the UK for work or on holiday, you might find that surprising, but that's because our population has grown so much. In a nutshell, I think what Cambridge has hit in the past 5, 6, 7 years has been we've become a wicked problem. And a wicked problem is a term from the social sciences that means we're not one where you can define the problem itself simply. You're not one where you can define what the ideal solution would be simply. There are so many different people competing for the space, the resources, the outcome, that it's almost impossible to say what the problem, the solution to the problem would be. And putting that in context, I think you can see that where we've reached in Cambridge at the moment is the top right hand of the board. When I first started working in Cambridge 25 years ago, we were somewhere in the middle. We were a complex problem, but now we are a wicked problem. There are so many parties, so many complexities that the problem and the solution themselves are not clear. Now, classic strategies for dealing with wicked problems. On the one hand, you can take it, break it into chunks and try and solve each individual bit. And I think we've been doing that sector by sector, campus by campus. The other one, which is more exciting, has only just started in the UK, and that is bringing the whole of the system into the room. And let me speed up because I can see that Professor Finkel is here and probably ready to present. When I look at it,
yes, please. Thank you so much, David. I appreciate
campus by campus,
your potential. Thank you. Thank you so much.
We're solving it. And now we've finally created a body called Innovate Cambridge that enables everybody in the cluster to come together formally and informally to recognize we have a problem and we want to do something about it. So I think the future is looking a great deal brighter than it was when I first presented to you in this conference 2 or 3 years ago. So Dr. Hernadi, thank you very much for the opportunity to present.
Thank you so much. You did it, David, finish?
Yes, indeed. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Good job. So Jeff, are you on?
Can you hear me this time?
We can hear you loud and clear. So,
and can you see me?
Yes.
All right.
Thank you for being here. I know you're sleep deprived.
Well, I'm greeting you from tomorrow,
Okay, good.
because where I am, it's November the 14th. So one of these days, you guys will catch up with me.
You can time travel then. Okay, good.
You can time travel. That's exactly right.
All right.
So, well, anyhow, I probably am not going to take a whole lot of time in what I'm about to say today. And I'm not going to kill you all with PowerPoints. It's not going to be death by PowerPoint today. I'm going to talk about what's been going on in the United States. And in particular, there are 2 or 3 important observations that I would make, and I'm going to limit my presentation to those 2 observations. The first is that in the post-COVID environment that we've been working in the States, 2 things happened, and I think these things happened across the world, but I got a better chance to look at them up close in the States. And the first one was, as we have come out of COVID, our workforce has been decimated, not necessarily by COVID, but by our economy coming back very strong, and that anybody that frankly wants a job, can hold a job, will get a job. Our unemployment is way down. We still have a number of people who could go back to work and are not going back to work for some reason or other. And those statistics are not looking great. But frankly, if somebody wants to show up at an employer, we have employers looking for workers day in and day out. And we will also, another observation along those lines is that remote work continues to be a struggle for employers, meaning that during COVID, in order to get some level of productivity out of staffs, people let many of their staff work from home. Well, many of our employees are not wanting to return to work, and it is causing a great number of problems. Some of the studies have said productivity drops by about 20% for remote working. And that is another issue that many employers are trying to fight and trying to get the upper hand on that so they can get employees back into their offices and or call centers and or other types of service operations. The second thing that I want to observe today has to do with what happened when our supply chains broke. And I think it is very clear that COVID did break the back of the supply chains throughout the world. And the United States is trying to deal with that in a variety of ways. And part of that is to encourage companies to return production back to the United States if they had offshored it or outsourced it in the past. And the Biden administration has been particularly active at trying to figure out how to make some of that happen. And I'm going to go through some of the programs that the Biden administration, frankly, Congress and the administration have appropriated and authorized in order to deal with some of these issues. The first thing that the administration did is they came up with $52 billion in manufacturing grants and research and investments for the CHIPS and Science Act of 2022. What happened during COVID is many companies needed lots and lots of chips, and we couldn't get them. We couldn't get them in China. We couldn't get them in Taiwan. We couldn't get them produced at sufficient quantities in the United States. And other places that produce chips were not capable of getting them to where we needed them in order for our production capacity, not only for the use in computers, but also in the use of automobiles. And frankly, there are many types of manufacturing equipment that need chips these days. So the administration has put a fair amount of money into this CHIPS and Science Act of 2022, $52 billion. 2 chip plants are going in the county that I was raised in Licking County, Ohio, that Intel is putting into place. Second, the administration, and with the help of Congress, obviously, put $1 billion into a program called Build Back Better Regional Challenge. And I think those of us who have watched the economic development space over many years have noticed that many of our traditional clusters have disappeared from the U.S. shores. And so that the broad variety of clusters is down significantly. Well, the administration has goals of having 20 to 30 regions grow new regional industrial clusters, and is willing to put about $50 million per cluster across the country. A third activity that this administration is doing is supporting what are being called tech hubs, and that's to assist into self-sustaining global competitiveness, and that too, in many cases, will be different approaches to tech-led economic development and to tech-led clusters. And the last one that I am going to provide to you today is what is called the Recompete program. It's called the Distressed Area Recompete Pilot Program. They have just done a call for proposals, and they received 565 applications for $200 million in funding that will help persistently distressed communities. Now, there's going to be 3 levels of victory here. There will be a victory in that the Economic Development Administration will help fund strategic plans for many of these distressed communities. There is also a designation where you can just be designated and be allowed to enter phase 2. And that's where the real money comes into. The administration will fund about 20, or it may be as little as 10 to 15 recompete applicants. And those applications can get 8 of them can get up to $20 million, and 1 of them can get $50 million. And these will be game changers for these persistently distressed communities. I find, and I ran the International Economic Development Council for 36 years, and I have never seen as much money put on the table to make some real game changing in the United States. And that's one of the reasons that I have limited my conversation today to these particular activities that are being considered. In the Recompete program, it can fund job training, it can fund daycare, it can fund construction. It has a whole lot of different applications that can be considered for the Recompete program. So if I had to conclude this short presentation, I would say that this is as significant of investments that the federal government has put into regions and distressed communities in a great number of years. I think we'd probably have to go back to our urban renewal programs in the 1960s to see this level of effort. I would not say that the urban renewal program either will be as successful as I believe this will be as well. So with that, I will conclude and would be happy to take a question or two if there exist, and turn the table back to you, Professor O'Neill.
All right, thank you. Again, nice job. Again, wonderful work. I love the work that the IEDC does. I present there annually on second stage companies and support. But I guess I would have one question for you. Is all this money making a difference, or is it just kind of a flash in the pan kind of stuff?
Well, right now, not much of it has actually hit the streets. So I'm hoping that it doesn't get sopped up and spreads thinly and doesn't accomplish much. I'm actually thinking that this will make a real difference. You know, providing $52 billion in manufacturing, and a lot of that is going to go to these fab plants. I mean, Intel is not going to waste that money. They're going to create new chips, faster chips, more powerful chips, and they're going to employ a lot of people in the process. All of those things are going to be good for the U.S. economy.
Good.
Anything else?
I'm
going to go to bed then.
Thank you so much, Jeff, for your participation and supporting our event. Thank you so much. Have a great evening.
You're welcome. Take
Thank
care.
you.
Goodbye.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
What you conclude, Professor Tom, what is your opinion about the presenters and their feedback?
Well, they're all very interesting stuff.
Specifically, you have many experiences. You are a VP, you are a professor, you are inventors. You have many destinations in your life. You are supporting innovations ecosystem. You have many destinations.
Well, yeah, back in 2005, I did my PhD dissertation. It was Innovation and Entrepreneurial Ecosystems. I think I was, if that word was out there then, but I had never heard it before. I thought I made it up, you know. But the whole notion is, everybody has an ecosystem, and what do you do to make it perform in ways you want it to perform? How do you put the right components in there and get the desired result? And I think a lot of people are doing a lot of good work, and they do understand. It's not just an SBDC, or it's not just an incubator. It's not just a little entrepreneurship center. It's everything working together that makes these things robust and will allow you to keep your innovators and entrepreneurs in your community, because they all have to. They tell you they all have to go where they need to go to be successful. And if your ecosystem can support them in what they're doing and they can excel, they will stay there. If not, you need to look at your ecosystem, I guess, very, with a truthful eye, and not try to make yourself feel good, but really look at it with an earnest, objective opinion about what you need, what you're missing, and how you can fill the gaps in the system and make it better and more robust, so you can benefit from the innovation-based economy. That's what everybody's trying to do. And it's interesting that the U.S. is really trying to put a lot of money in it right now, and I hope they're putting that money in the right places. Is all my concern is, not just spreading it out equally, because it needs to be targeted to make sure it has the most benefit. But great presentations, all of them.
Yes, perfect. I think we are ready to shifting to the next sessions.
Okay.
Still, there are 5 minutes, but maybe you can introduce, I think, Peters. Giorgio will present on behalf of Peters.
Next speaker is Professor Peter Tyler. Is he here with us?
Yes, Peter is retired, but there are somebody taking care about.
Okay. Who's filling in for him?
Yes, Giorgio Castley.
Giorgio is going to do it.
Oh,
Excellent.
Giorgio,
Excellent.
yes.
So he's also with University of Cambridge, is that correct?
It is, yeah. Hi, Thomas. I can't believe it's been a year already since I last saw you.
Yes, it's been a while.
Yeah, great. Well, I'm ready whenever you are. I'm happy to wait a couple more minutes. I don't know. Just let me know and I can kick off whenever you like.
We can take well, why don't you introduce yourself? Spend that time talking about what you're doing and what your center is doing, and then unless it's already in your presentation.
Yeah, no, that's brilliant. Thank you very much. So as Dr. Anadi mentioned already, so I'm based at the Center for Business Research. So we are part of Cambridge, the Judge Business School at the University of Cambridge. So today I'm going to present also on behalf of Professor Peter Tyler. He's based at the Department of Land Economy. As Dr. Anadi mentioned, he's emeritus professor now, but he hasn't really retired fully. So he's still in the game, if you like, but he couldn't make it today. So I'm very happy to present our work. So what we do at the CBR is very much focused on businesses. So my topic today is the Cambridge phenomenon, and we heard a bit from David Gill just in the previous session. My talk will be more about the employment base. So from the point of view of the businesses making up the cluster. So I'll talk a bit about the innovation within the cluster, the economic geography of the cluster, because these are the areas we cover here at the CBR. So being part of the business school, our focus is very much on the business side of things. Yeah.
Excellent. All right, we'll go. When you're ready, go ahead.
Well, great. I think I'll then kick off. I'm just going to share my slides. Yeah, can you see that okay, Thomas?
Yes, we can. Looks
yeah,
great.
Brilliant, fantastic. Thank you very much. So hello again, everybody. So I'm Dr. Giorgio Casselli. I'm a senior research fellow at the Center for Business Research at the University of Cambridge. And first of all, before I start formally presenting my topic, I'd like to thank Dr. Anadi, also on behalf of Professor Peter Tyler, for inviting us to deliver this presentation. So in my talk today, it's going to be based on an ongoing research that Professor Tyler and I have been doing together with Dr. Andy Koch, also at the Center for Business Research, with the aim very much of establishing how a high-tech cluster like Cambridge, and as I mentioned before, we heard a bit from David Gill about the Cambridge cluster, the Cambridge phenomenon in the previous hour. So I'm going to talk about how a high-tech cluster like Cambridge, which is at the heart of the so-called Cambridge phenomenon, might look in a post-COVID world. So the starting point of my talk is this idea of the Cambridge phenomenon. So the Cambridge phenomenon is a term that was first adopted in a 1980 Financial Times article to describe the rapid growth of the explosion, if you like, of the high technology companies in and around the city of Cambridge. And the Cambridge phenomenon has recently celebrated its 60th anniversary. The cluster has now grown to be one of the leading high-tech clusters in the world and is home to over 30 science campuses, including the Cambridge Biomedical Campus and the St. John's Innovation Centre, where David is based. So within that context, our research is seeking to establish how this cluster might look in a post-COVID world, looking at issues in terms of changes in shape or floor space requirements and so on. So in the research presentation today, I'm going to examine the performance of the Cambridge cluster before, during, and after the pandemic to answer two main questions. So first of all, how well has the cluster fared during COVID and beyond? And secondly, what contribution does it provide to the local economy when an external and significant shock like COVID occurs? So to put it a bit into context, and these are some numbers that David has highlighted already, so I won't spend too much time on it. But here the question is, how has the Cambridge business base evolved over time? Now, early assessments of the size of the cluster indicated that there were about 300 high-tech businesses in Cambridge in 1985, made up mostly by quite small R&D-driven companies, often academic spin-outs. And whilst the limited number of large companies tended to dominate employment in the cluster during the 1980s, the last 20 years saw a steady rise in number of small and medium-sized businesses, and also shift from a focus on R&D to R&D plus manufacturing. And again, a key figure already given by David, which is numbers that we have here at the CBR, the cluster is now home to more than 5,000 knowledge-intensive businesses. And these are corporates, so these are companies that are homegrown, grown and developed in the area. But alongside them, there are also very important non-corporate knowledge-intensive research organizations like the MSc Lab of Molecular Biology in the area of biological processes at the molecular level, or the Sanger Institute in the area of genomic research, and so on. And then the third element making up the cluster is a series of international tech giants like Amazon, Microsoft, or Apple, who set up offices in the city. And again, one of the key figures of the cluster is the number of unicorns that have been created to date. I do have the same figure as David, so 23. One of the latest being CMR Surgical in the life sciences sector. If we then examine the size of the Cambridge cluster by decade, we can see that the process has not been linear. So there has been a significant growth in employment from the 1980s to about the early 2000s, followed by a slowdown during the mid-2000s, which was caused primarily by reductions in high-tech manufacturing. Growth then resumed in the late 2000s, with strong growth during the last decade, despite COVID and the UK's cost of living crisis. And this strong growth that we saw over the past decade, as you can see from the blue bars in the chart, was driven by fast expanding life science and ICT sectors, which are the two sectors right at the heart of the Cambridge phenomenon. And indeed, the fast expansion of the life science and ICT sectors meant that their contribution to total corporate employment in the Cambridge cluster has gone up quite significantly over the last decade, as we can see in this table, which is looking at 2010-11 against the most recent year we cover, which is 2021-22. And here we can see that sectors like biotechnology R&D, or IT and computer services, or software development and publishing, they all played an increasingly important and dominant role over the past decade. As part of our research, we've also been mapping where companies are actually located, looking primarily at the two sectors that are at the heart of the cluster. So as I mentioned, life sciences and ICT, with the aim very much of understanding the geography of the cluster. So here I provide an example for the life science sector, looking at the latest year we have available, which is 2021-22. And here what we can see is strong employment concentrations around some of the main science campuses in the area. And we have quite a few in the south of the city. We can also provide an equivalent picture for the ICT sector. Here we see a few more bubbles on the map, meaning that the number of ICT companies making up the Cambridge cluster is a bit higher. But the picture we get is very similar to what I've just shown for the life sciences sector, which is noticeable concentrations of employment around the city centre, especially on the north edges of the city, but especially around several business and science parks that we have in and around the city. And one of them is indeed, as you can see on the top right part of the map, the St. John's Innovation Park and Centre. Now, what can we say then about the evolution of the Cambridge cluster in a post-COVID world, which is very much the topic of my talk today? Well, there has been much discussion going on about how the growth of home working associated with the pandemic has altered the need for employees to work in their offices, in traditional city centres, and high-tech clusters like Cambridge. So there are a number of questions that have been raised. So, for example, has COVID changed the fundamentals? The fundamentals being the benefits of cluster proximity, agglomeration, which I just showed via those couple of maps, the attraction of living in a very picturesque city like Cambridge, and so on. So the question is very much, what are the longer term impacts on the workplace, community, and home working? And again, what are the possible impacts on land and property markets? So here the question is, how much of the existing stock of commercial and office space in cities may now be obsolescent in a more pandemic sensitive world? And again, we can talk also about a drive to quality of floor space provision, which has potentially affected the shape, form, and location of buildings. Now, these are key questions. We don't answer all of them in our research, but I thought of highlighting some of them with you. And indeed, within this context, there has been recent research published here in Cambridge, especially an issue in the Cambridge Journal of Regions, Economy and Society, showing that, and here is a positive message or positive finding, that high-tech clusters do remain places for interaction, diversity, and the exchange of knowledge. There are also data by Bidwells that have also been quoted by David in the previous session. And here the key kind of finding is that there are high levels of combined demand for laboratory and office space continuing, running close to record levels in Cambridge. And especially they exceeded 2 million square feet at the end of 2022, which was a 68% increase from the first half of 2020, right at the start of the pandemic. But here the idea is there is a huge demand for office and lab space, but not enough supply. So within then this context, how have businesses that make up the cluster grown since the pandemic? And this is something we are well positioned to shed light on, because this is what we do at the CBH here in Cambridge. So what we've been doing, we've been conducting, and this is right from the beginning of the pandemic, we've been conducting some work on assessing corporate performance within the Cambridge cluster in the aftermath of COVID. And especially we've published 8 updates on the corporate employment growth in the area. And these are obtained by sampling the CBR annual corporate database of all businesses in the area in April and October each year. And every time a large sample coverage is obtained, over 60% of corporate employment on average. And today, I'm just going to take you through some of the findings we have, drawing on the October 2022 update, where we were able to have a first kind of glimpse of the impact of COVID on the local economy, and also more recently, the April 2023 update, which allowed us to establish whether the initial recovery of businesses from the impact of the pandemic has continued during the UK's cost of living crisis. So, first of all, let's look at the immediate impact of the pandemic on the Cambridge cluster. So this chart looks at, as I said, the kind of immediate effects of the pandemic by looking at employment growth in knowledge-intensive KI and non-KI sectors during 2019-20 on the horizontal axis and 2020-21 on the vertical axis by area. So here we have the 3 main areas making up Cambridge. So GC is Greater Cambridge, and we can focus on the bubbles for the Greater Cambridge area, so the green bubbles. And what this chart allows us to do is to compare corporate performance before and during COVID lockdowns. So what do we find here? Well, we find that corporate employment growth slowed down from 5.5% in 2019-20 to 2.5% in 2020-21, very much reflecting the impact of the 3 COVID lockdowns that we had here in the UK. However, it's important to say that this slowdown is modest considering the unprecedented challenges brought about by the pandemic. The lower employment growth during COVID was due to a weaker performance of the non-KI economy in Cambridge, so not to the high-tech cluster, but to the non-KI economy compared with the pre-COVID period. And that was despite the furlough scheme introduced by the UK government to provide support to businesses through the pandemic. Secondly, we can then look at the recovery from the COVID lockdowns. So this chart is equivalent to the previous one, but it compares employment growth during COVID, this time on the horizontal axis, against employment growth post-COVID, or shall I say, post-COVID lockdowns on the vertical axis. And here we can see that there was overall positive employment growth during the post-lockdowns period, and also much stronger than during the lockdowns period. And in fact, employment growth increased from 2.5% in 2020-21 to 6.7% in 2021-22. The faster employment growth in the area during the most recent year was driven by a strong performance of the KI sectors, so of the sectors making up the Cambridge high-tech cluster. In turn, non-KI employment increased by 1.8% post-COVID lockdowns after declining by 2.1% during COVID. So here, positive finding of positive employment growth and recovery also in the non-KI economy. Thirdly, we can then look at whether there have been any lasting effects of COVID on employment growth in KI and non-KI sectors by comparing, using the same approach, employment growth pre-COVID on the horizontal axis against employment growth post-COVID lockdowns on the vertical axis. And here, in a nutshell, we can say that the results suggest that corporate employment growth in Cambridge has started to recover from the effects of the pandemic already in 2021-22, helped by the robust performance of the KI sectors. Now, for the interest of time, I'm going to skip the next couple of slides and go straight to this one, which is some of the latest data we have here in Cambridge, looking at post-COVID performance. So compared with the data that I presented last year, we now have 2 years of post-COVID data. And what this data allows us to do is to speak with more confidence about the extent of the recovery of Cambridge-based businesses from the pandemic. So what do we find here? Well, we find that employment growth continued to recover from the effects of the pandemic, and that happened despite the onset of the war in Ukraine. Growth in the area increased from 5.1% in 2020-21 to 6.2% in the latest year. And this strong performance, so 6.2% in a very turbulent period, was driven by a buoyant KI economy, which grew by 7.7% in the latest year. But I think it's also important to say that employment growth in the wider Cambridge area also benefited from the robust performance of the non-KI economy, which points to continued recovery among sectors that were severely hit by lockdowns and other COVID-related restrictions, the typical example being the hospitality sector. So just to conclude, the results I've just presented tell a story of strong corporate resilience during a very turbulent period, which in a way adds to the positive evidence provided by David in his talk. So we find that employment growth of Cambridge-based businesses slowed down during COVID, and that was largely reflecting a poorer performance of the non-KI sectors. At the same time, KI employment continued to grow at pace, and that was despite COVID-related restrictions, once again testifying to the resilience of the Cambridge high-tech cluster during very challenging periods. There was positive and much stronger overall employment growth in the post-COVID period, and that was driven by large increases in KI employment, particularly in the life science sector, which, as I said before, is together with the ICT sector right at the heart of the Cambridge phenomenon. Non-KI employment continued to recover from the worst effects of the pandemic into the autumn of 2022, when inflation here in the UK peaked at 11.1%. Now, importantly, our recent analysis also highlights the important role of KI sectors in enhancing the ability of the Cambridge economy, and particularly of the Cambridge high-tech cluster, to withstand significant shocks like COVID. At the same time, and here I kind of end on a slightly negative note, the evidence points to the expansion of the cluster being now seriously constrained. And I think this is a point that David also made very nicely in his presentation, by a lack of infrastructure with continued shortages of good quality office and lab floor space. So all these calls for further research into how a city and high-tech cluster like Cambridge might indeed look in the future. So I'd be delighted, obviously, to discuss any of these issues in more detail. So thank you very much for your attention, and I shall stop here.
All right, thank you for a great presentation. Any questions from the general audience? I have a couple that I would like to ask.
Yes, Thomas. Yeah.
I'd start with, again, the Cambridge cluster. How much did it mirror the UK in generally speaking, in terms of recovery in times, because there's a whole kind of different sector out there, right? And did you study anything other than employment growth? Did you study like GDP or other kind of things as well?
Well, thanks very much. These are great questions. So I couldn't include it in my presentation, but we are currently working, and actually I've got a presentation on Wednesday about it. So we are currently working on, this is the great performance of the Cambridge corporate economy. Where does it sit within the national UK, within the national performance? And here, very briefly, what I can say is that the performance of the Cambridge corporate economy, so remember, we're only looking at the corporate economy, has been exceptional compared with the national performance. So it's been a very difficult period, thinking about GDP growth, unemployment, the level of interest rates. But despite all of that, so although the nation has suffered overall, the Cambridge corporate economy, especially the high-tech cluster, has done very well. So that's in terms of that one. And then just remind me, the second question.
Well, just curious about GDP for the region, and again, if you studied anything other than employment growth.
So what we study also is turnover, so sales by local companies. And that is quite interesting, because what you see, so we had this scheme in the UK launched by the UK government to support businesses across the country called a furlough. And furlough was a scheme to protect people in employment. So to make sure that during the pandemic, many of them could remain in employment. So what we find is that the employment of the pandemic, if you like, was a bit muted on employment, but it was far more significant on turnover, because turnover was not as equally protected as employment. So then if you look at employment growth against turnover growth, you can see a much more significant dip in turnover growth during the pandemic compared with employment.
Thank you. We need to go to our next speaker now. We're running a little bit late. Our next speaker is Paul Sheedy, and he's the CEO with the Unify NID Limited. So please, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you. Great to be here again this year. Just going to check to see if we have.
Thanks, Paul, for making it.
Pleasure. Always a pleasure. So with theirs, we've got this camera working. So I got two different cameras now, so I'm going to have to turn myself around a little bit. So thank you everyone again for having us this year to present really what we're all about here, which is building occupancy. And I'm sure it's no news to anybody out there that the amount of work actually being done on getting buildings green and lowering our emissions is a lot of talk and there's very little action. Everything we're about.
Sorry, Paul. This photo, it's Canary Wharf.
Yes, that's correct. I
My God, I'm so. I see it only one time.
Oh, really?
Yes.
I've worked in that main tower for over 10 years now.
Okay, in the Canary Wharf. It's success?
Yes, it's expanding hugely. So these clusters of buildings down here in the bottom
My
of
God.
building are
Yes,
all the new
yes, it's very nice building. It's look like it's in New York.
Yeah, it's cutting edge, and really the whole area of Canary Wharf is transformed from just banking into many other companies, but also into leisure and restaurant. There's over 70 restaurants now, a lot of waterways for coming along, and shopping experience is quite amazing as well. So it's really been changing dramatically over the last while.
Sorry to interrupt you. Go ahead.
Pleasure. Well, you're more than welcome anytime. Okay. So I get on my presentation. This is a very famous, I'm Irish, by the way, but this is a very famous UK logo, which is keep calm and carry on. I'm telling everybody, don't keep calm and don't carry on, because actually the issue really right now with the environment is that is what's happening. Nobody's really taking this serious. Nobody's really changing. Nobody's instigating what has to be done. And since we last spoke last year, I have put together a team in here in the company to really work on decarbonization. In fact, we took over a decarbonization company, but I've been working on delivering return on investment modeling to look at everything to do with a building and how many of the ways in which you can cut your energy costs right down and cut your costs down will save you money immediately. And that's true mainly, actually, what you see above me, which is lighting. We found that we can actually lease out lighting over 5 or 6 years and immediately on day one save businesses huge amounts in cost, but more importantly, huge amounts in the energy that they're producing. And we've gone through everything to do with a building and shown them now that this is how you get to net zero. Some of this is going to cost you money, and you're going to have to decide if you're going to invest or not invest. And some of it is a no-brainer because you should be doing it right now. So everything we're about is managing. And the only way you can manage anything is by measuring it. And our whole core of what we do is the occupancy of buildings, floor by floor, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And once you have that data set, once you have that core information on what really happens in your building, and let me tell you, the UK, along with a lot of US, has gone berserk in that people don't come to work on Fridays anymore. Barely anybody comes in on Monday. So we've got like almost a 3-day week. I have to be honest, none of my staff, they come in 5 days a week, whether they like it or not, whether an Amazon package has been delivered or not, they're in 5 days a week. Because the truth is, unless we get people back to the offices, the whole infrastructure, the sandwich shops, the coffee place, it all falls apart. And this working from home, we've decided to take that moral stance and say, no, you got a job, you get paid, it pays your mortgage and your food, you come to the office, we collaborate, and we work better that way. But what we're doing is making sure that for those businesses that are being very, very badly affected by this, that they can start understanding the reality of what's happening in the buildings 7 days a week. Now, I've covered this before. We believe easily, as does JLL and CBRE, that at least 30% of the energy used in a building, commercial building, is completely wasted. And no architect out there can tell me they designed the buildings pre-COVID for the sort of chaos we're seeing today. And this is where you now need to take the building and understand really what's happening and how you should proceed going forward. And the sort of 5 areas we touch on is security. It's knowing who has gone onto each floor of a building. We capture the people who are tailgating in behind other people. The simplicity of our technology means we don't need apps. We don't need anything running in the background which is going to confuse people. We help the reception teams on the ground floor, on each floor of a building, to know how to interact and engage with people. We deliver to your FM, your facilities management teams, exactly the data they need to know as to when they should do what in a building, based on the fact that a Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday is very different to a Monday or a Friday. And as I've mentioned before, the safety and evacuation of buildings is crucial. Now, I'm very aware that in Kuwait, you're now building the Burj Mubarak Al Kabir building, which I believe is 235 stories tall. Well, somebody in Kuwait needs to be picking your phone up to me very shortly, because what we have is really going to be needed in these types of buildings. And as I mentioned before, our real focus now is on the net zero, how we help you deliver net zero and how we help you to engage with other companies. So we don't do everything, but what I have built around me is an ecosystem of people who know what they should be doing. And we're trying to connect all the dots with corporations. So very briefly, the way we make it a building come along and sing and tell us what's happening. Is we install a very few number of sensor technologies in lift lobbies, in stairways, for example. And we use your existing access card, and we just make that a super smart card, embedding 2 or 3 technologies in there, no battery, so there's no change. There's no need for an app. There's no need for people to have Wi-Fi or geolocation or anything else off, which just doesn't happen. And this gives us back the data for you to analyze and help you analyze what is actually happening in your building and how you change. And last but not least, we deliver immediately triggers to act upon what you need to know when you need to know it, from a fire evacuation to a receptionist knowing who's walking in, to a security breach happening, to the data running to your BMS company, your BMS building management systems, to tell them what's happening. And in fact, the work we've done with UCL tells you in advance what's going to happen. And this is where we differentiate ourselves. And this is where buildings really can now focus in and say, right, we can cut our energy costs by 20, 30, maybe 40%. Again, what we do is we detect you from various different ways, from your card identification to anonymous people counting cameras to facial recognition systems, whatever is going to work for your culture. I'll be very clear, culturally in the UK, face recognition is a big no-no. No particular reason for it, just culturally it's a no-no. Whereas we have offices, as you may know, from right across the US to China, and it's a different culture in different countries. But we'll find the right technology to give you the right data to make your building give you the secrets that you need to know about. And behind all this, of course, you get deep levels of information about exactly why a certain building works in a certain way. Now, what I'm showing here is why this is so important to understand every aspect of the building. As I mentioned, we only do occupancy, but we work in collaboration with everybody. And this is an illustration of our office from a Wednesday to a Wednesday. Now, what happens in our office on a Saturday and Sunday is at 2 p.m., the air conditioning goes off, and we get a massive spike on only one side of the building. The other 3 sides are not affected at all. But on one side of the building where the sun shines in the afternoon, we get a huge spike as if it's a greenhouse. And therefore, you can start asking yourself the question, if there's only 5 people in a floor that takes 300 people, why don't I just my air conditioning on one side of the building and turn the rest off where it's not going to affect anybody, or change the way we work? And this is where we're trying to get through to people. If you only have 5 people coming in on Saturday and Sunday, you've got to ask yourself some questions. Why can't I ask those people to do something different and to work on a certain floor or a certain section of a floor and only power that, only air condition that section up? And again, when it comes to facilities management, it's looking at how many times is the main door to the toilet open, the front door to the toilet open. Now I get my FM team to clean per floor on usage, not on anything else. And this is where we have to move away from 2019 decision-making, 2019 systems of how we run companies and move forward. This is a scandal. So this is quite it's a relative, very unusual, very relative. All this food here got thrown in the bin about 4 weeks ago in London because there was a tube strike. And on that day, we monitored all the buildings in London, and we had a 41.9% drop in the amount of people we expected into work that day. And the reason for that is that at 3 p.m. the day before, the unions called off the strike. But people have made a decision. They decided, okay, there's a tube strike tomorrow, I'm working from home. And this is a consequence of the chefs here taking a normal Wednesday's occupancy, cooking for that level, and then realizing actually 42% of people didn't come to work, all goes in the bin. And this is important because if we can start predicting for your restaurant staff at 9:30 what happens, you can really change how you run your building. Now, let's get to how we're going to change. Right now, what we have in the tech sector is we have FM data companies, we have BMS companies, we have occupancy. We need to get everybody together on the same hymn sheet. And what we're saying to corporates is the solutions for you to deliver smart buildings are all here today. Forget tomorrow, it's here today. But unless you as a corporate are going to pull in the various technology providers into a room, preferably lock the door with no toilet facilities and tell them, you work out my problems and I'll open the door. We'll get on, we'll do it. Because really, we're not a BMS company. We're not an FM data company. We do occupancy. But we can feed into that BMS company based on what we have, based on the data, the predictive analysis. That what will happen tomorrow is this. Your plateau will look like that. How late can I turn on my air conditioning? How low can I turn it down? How early can I turn it off and not affect those occupants? And the same goes for FM. What should they be doing when they should be doing it? And what we've got to get away from is a siloed approach with corporates and with the tech sector, where everybody works in their separate areas. They don't realize that actually, really, everything here is interconnected. Do I need to have all 32 of my lifts working today when I only have 14% of people in? Do I need to have my access control system? The access control data will give you a certain amount of data, but how do I link this into other pieces of the equation? And by the way, on fire safety, it's horrendous what's going on right now. Let me tell you for fact, there was a situation that happened here and in my own office here. And by the way, I lease the office. I don't own this building. 4 weeks ago, all the lights went out. Every single fire signage on this floor, on the 39th floor of my building, was blank. Because, as I found out last Thursday evening, the last time the batteries were changed, the backup batteries were changed, was 12 years ago. So I'm here at 10:30 at night, lights go off, no fire evacuation signage anywhere, and every single fire door was locked. So no matter how big and shiny and glossy your building is, I'm afraid very, very few people are really paying attention to what's going on. And this is why I really do hope we can start working with Kuwait and all around the world on scenarios like the Burj Mubarak Al Kabir building, because we've got to all get a grip here, and we've got to start being really serious about where we're going. Now, I'm going to talk to you about some of the really simple wins here, as I mentioned at the start. This is a scenario whereby we change from traditional lighting to LED lighting. And the amount of money that this one particular building we looked at could save almost £100,000 a year. That is, we're taking everything out, replacing it, the labor, the parts. Day one, they save £100,000 and a huge impact on their CO2 levels. And this is where we're trying to get through to companies. Don't procrastinate. The days of procrastinating are gone. We've seen the weather impacts of the last years. And if we can show you scenarios where it doesn't cost you anything, in fact, you make money from it, that has got to be your incentive to move forward. And what we're trying to say to companies now is, if we can save you £100,000 on your lighting alone, why don't you start looking at actually scenarios where maybe the sun isn't so great in the UK, but you put solar in place, and maybe the ROI model of that is 8 years or 9 years. But let's do the right thing. And there really are ways now to sort of move forward and make sure we see the right scenarios. Now, this, again, is not Kuwait. This is the UK. We get very, very short days in winter and quite long days in the summer. But this, again, is showing you the impact of moving to having solar panels on your roof, and how we can break down in advance from looking at historic weather pattern data, how much of that solar panel use will be worked directly, how much of that solar panel use you can put into storage on your battery system, but how many times you're going to have to go back to the grid and take energy from the grid. So this is showing you from January to December. I can assure you from November right through to February, it's a fairly bleak place to live, okay? Which is why we probably all come over to Kuwait in our winters. But this still shows you that your ROI, your return on investment, is around year 6.5. And exactly, we can measure out, because there's so much work being done on this, what the impact is going to be on the particular roof you have, on the particular size it is, on the aspect ratio where it is, and deliver for you what it's going to look like and what your return will be. Now, I'm also going to talk about AI. I'm going to be very clear. A lot of people talk about AI, and I worry about how much they do, because actually there's a lot to look at here. We worked at UCL on how we worked on predictive analysis, and this took us through looking at, with the data we have, tube strikes, train strike, weather conditions, how many people will be in each day of a week. And this is the exact level of data we got meant we can really give predictive analysis on how a building works with the minimum amount of data. Now, I want to talk one thing about energy in Kuwait, because I looked into the figures here, and there's a lot to be done in Kuwait on energy, because the vast majority is being used on oil and gas. And in fact, if you look at your energy usage, it is going up and up and up, even though we're getting more efficient lighting and more efficient everything. So it just illustrates that really there has to be a change. Like many countries, I've recently had the Singapore delegation and a Malaysian delegation, and they were equally poor on this level. And the amount of renewable energy being used in Kuwait is like 0.35 of 1%. I remember the last time I was in Kuwait, it was very, very sunny. And I think really Kuwait has to start making a big contribution to moving away from oil and gas to solar and wind and other renewables contracts, because as you can see here, we do fairly well on sunlight, certainly compared to the UK. Now, I've been through this before briefly on the high risk risk. This is how we deliver the insights to a building manager on what happens in an emergency. We literally know how many people on every single one of your floors, but how many of those people have got a mobility issue. And as it's evacuating, you have all the data of how many people are in each stairway, how long it's going to take based on this data for your building to evacuate. And this is where we use the AI. We look at how many stairways, the people, where the variations of where they are, right down to age groups. And that will give us the data to push through the algorithms to give you and your fire service in Kuwait or Saudi Arabia or the UK or London or New York, what is going to happen and also what's happening in real time. This is a real impact we want to move forward on. I'm now running out of time, so this illustrates just how bad things are. 62 floors, 13,000 people, and we've got buildings that are built with 2 stairways. It illustrates that we've got a massive issue here, and we can't keep on building buildings like this without having the right insights on how to evacuate. With that, I'm going to jump off.
All right.
Take questions.
Thank you, Walter. Does anybody have any questions? We are at time, but I'd like to allow for a question. They've been very timid with their questions today.
They're all very shy. Try and get them out of the shell.
Very good. There's one comment I want to make to you. There's an initiative over here that I'm a part of. It's called Engineering for One Planet. I think you might be interested in the goals and objective. It's really about getting engineers to start thinking about designing things for the future and sustainability. So it's a real good program. So Engineering for One Planet, the EOP framework. Google that, and you'll see some interesting documents.
Right, because look, we just got to move. We got to move on. That's the whole thing. We got to start making decisions, and there is too much procrastination. Okay, thank you so much for your time.
All right, Raphael, I believe you're on up next. He's the director of Futures Diamond Ltd in the UK. So, Raphael, I'd like to introduce you, and
yes, hello.
Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Hi,
how are you?
Okay, good. I will be sharing my screen now. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Okay, good. Well, thank you for the invitation to deliver this talk, this keynote. It's focused on foresight-driven knowledge transfer for anticipating and monitoring emerging technologies and disruptive innovations, the green iceberg approach. The talk will be based on the knowledge gathered for over 20 years, first working at the United Nations Industrial Development Organization for Latin America and the Caribbean in the first place, and therefore Central and Eastern Europe and newly independent states. I'm still linked and working with colleagues from Manchester University, where I joined and did my PhD on foresight with a focus on science, technology, and innovation policy. So the talk will be based on innovation ecosystem knowledge gathered from several experiences and projects for over 20 years there. And also as an entrepreneur, so I like to talk what I do. So many scholars talk about science, technology, innovation without any close connection with entrepreneurship. So Futures Diamond is not the first company I have initiated and not the last. So there will be lessons learned from that and activities that are featured from that. I'm living in Finland still. I moved to PTT, Technical Research Center of Finland in 2016 as principal scientist, again, foresight-driven business strategies, lessons learned. And I had a short period teaching in a master's program in National Research University, Higher School of Economics in Moscow. Currently, I am an adjunct professor in the Turku School of Economics in Finland Futures Research Center. And I work very closely with Poland. I have a Polish family, Polish wife, so Poland is very close to my heart. And I helped to establish the first Center for Foresight and Internationalization, and the current one, which I am leading as director in Technology Partners Foundation with 20+ years experience in international collaboration. And then Green Iceberg is a newly established enterprise, so entrepreneurship goes on in my career as president and co-founder. And a connection with technologies and innovation is also very strong academically. I'm visiting professor in Białystok University of Technology and Warsaw University of Technology. So this talk will be based on knowledge gathered through this timeline, structured around 5 main slots. First, what is foresight-driven knowledge transfer? Then horizon scanning, a selection of best practices that I have made together with the European Innovation Council and the European Commission Joint Research Center. 4 projects I have been involved, either as leader or work package leaders that were selected because of best practices in Europe. And then the ongoing work in partnership with Kira, AI, artificial intelligence group in Spain and in other parts of Europe and the world, also in the US, how to manage innovation ecosystems. So let's kick off this keynote with understanding of what is foresight and how to plan ahead. Foresight, smart foresight, is a participatory, systematic, and prospective policy-oriented process aimed at anticipating, recommending and transforming a wide range of futures, technological, economic, environmental, political, social. So it's a process and it requires scoping. It requires mobilizing a wide range of stakeholders to do what I mentioned, anticipating, recommending, and transforming. And it must be carefully planned. It might sound easy, this fancy acronym, SMART, but actually the scoping process requires careful planning of different steps, the aims and the objectives, the methodology of the project. The time horizon is not the same to look 10, 20 years ahead than to look 100 years ahead, like a project we recently completed for the UAE Space Agency, looking at 100 years. What are the critical technologies that humans settling on Mars in the next 100 years will be needed, critical life support systems. So time horizon for a project, deep space project on Mars, requires 100 or 100+ years to plan. You need to mobilize multiple stakeholders. Sounds easy, but you need to plan ahead. You need to mobilize the so-called sponsors, champions, the research support team, the methodology and domain experts, and the networks you want to collaborate to do what? To anticipate futures through visions, scenarios, wildcards, low probability, high impact events, weak signals, analysis of drivers, trends, mega trends, SWOT analysis, pathways, roadmaps, action roadmaps, technology roadmaps in order to achieve a desirable future, ideally with shared visions, or to prevent an undesirable one. So scenarios and forecastings are important. Key and emerging and disruptive technologies play a role into what I call the core or the heart of foresight and future studies, which is actually the phase of recommending ways of transforming, the transformation of priorities, strategies. And there is a whole lecture on this. This is not the place for this keynote, but I just wanted to give you a flavor that the SMART process requires planning. And if you want to do foresight-driven knowledge transfer, it is important to understand that knowledge valorization, which is the tip of the iceberg, commercialization of IP, spin-off creation, focuses on harnessing innovation. And we're talking about innovation ecosystems later on in the talk, marketable solutions. And here public procurement is important, incubator, legal services. But this is not happening by magic. This is nurture, and it heavily depends on what I call foresight-driven knowledge co-creation, which is about collaborative research, contract research, where knowledge is actually co-created and upgraded, hopefully to valorize, to commercializable knowledge. But this doesn't happen by magic. So the metaphor of the iceberg goes on. What holds the iceberg together is what people cannot see, which is deep dive into knowledge sharing through professional education, executive education courses, master's programs, but also short certificates, training courses, and networking events. Conferences like this one are catalytic, are helping people to connect, to do matchmaking, to understand who you can really share knowledge with, and then who you can co-create and then later on valorize. So this is just to start understanding what is foresight-driven knowledge transfer. And it is important to focus on the future. Horizon scanning is really important, especially about emerging technologies and disruptive innovations. But these concepts are slippery and they depend on time and geographical context. The technologies of today in a developed country or perhaps in a Nordic European country might be the technologies of the future in 10, 20 years' time, even in developing countries, in another region, or even in the South, in different parts of Europe. You can see that you will find different pathways of development. So geographical context matter, and the concept of disruptive innovations can be divided into low-level disruptions, according to scholars, offering more affordable solutions with acceptable performance, or even very disruptive innovations that create new markets, right? So, or entirely new segments as well in markets. The European Commission, in the European context, it's putting a lot of effort in trying to understand how to boost, how to invest into emerging technologies and disruptive innovations to be one step ahead and to enhance industrial leadership. In particular, the European Innovation Council has launched a 10 billion euro program to identify, develop, and scale innovative and disruptive technologies. And I was approached by the Joint Research Center, the European Union group working on foresight in the Joint Research Center, and in collaboration with the European Innovation Council, to focus on 4 best practices that I have been actively involved in, either as project leader and coordinator or scientific leader of the research agenda. And we selected jointly 4 cases, which I will be briefly highlighting here. But this publication from the previous slide is freely available. The link is there. I believe maybe the conference organizers will distribute the slides. If not, you can simply put the title in Google and you will find it's a publicly available and free report. So this set of slides are just giving you a flavor of each of the case studies, why they were selected jointly with the European Commission, why are they important. The first is the all but gold, I would say, one of the pioneering horizon scanning and foresight projects in Europe and the world, really developing state-of-the-art methods and approaches to understand very complex events, wildcards, the so-called low probability, high impact, black swans, wildcards, and weak signals that are early warnings indicating that a wildcard might happen. So how to analyze those wildcards and weak signals to formulate research innovation priorities. Here, what was important in the process was to use this multi-perception complexity and coexisting assumptions framework, where we put experts and participants confronting existing paradigms. So what if the South is actually upwards and then the North-South? So if we change our perspective, this is the world we know, just from an Australian perspective, who didn't actually like where Australia is in the current worldwide world map. So they decided to portray the world this way. But when you change your worldviews, it matters. You might feel lost. You might not find where you are at the moment, where you were born or where you've been traveling, depending on your current location. So this is an important exercise to do in workshops, in interviews, in order to understand, having a pre-selected list of weak signals, to use the issues analysis framework, which is the main contribution that we were bringing in this project, systematically in workshops with experts and with domain experts, to interpret different weak signals in order to understand, depending on the situation, and assess whether we will see some issues continuing in the future and more wildcards that we have seen before. So that's one type of perception, whether the weak signals can be a signal of something ending, a new technology coming, then an old technology will end. So the old story of what happened to Nokia, for example, and new players emerging. Or, for example, we use this framework, and in the red report on the top right, which is also free, the I know policy alerts, in 2011, we already analyzed COVID, 2011. So when COVID came, we came up with that COVID wildcard and recommendations, which nobody took in the Commission. Nobody listened to that, or in Europe or in part of the world. Our aim was to prove that wildcards and weak signals analysis can lead to interesting disruption. So we actually analyzed COVID and even call it like that in 2011. And that was thanks to thinking about re-emerging issues, because pandemics are not new developments. We had pandemics in the past. So with experts, we were thinking about these issues of viruses, the killer virus, and it was the first one. So recently, after COVID came, then the media contacted me to interview me. Hey, this was the guy or the group, the project that identified the pandemic 10 years ago. What happened? What do you feel? But this type of work is important not only to understand re-emerging issues, but new ones, emerging new technologies, disruptive innovation. So that framework, we recommended for every project that the Commission is hopefully funding for those 10 billion euros, or anyone looking into disruptive innovations, to apply similar framework to run workshops. The second project we highlighted was the Technology Horizon project, where we develop a knowledge platform for the Department of Health in the UK to map, to analyze different type of barriers, wildcards, and weak signals, but also technological developments shaping the future of healthcare, social care, and public health in the UK, in the department, for the Department of Health. We analyze over 300 emerging technologies. We cluster them into 200 using different type of approaches, web scanning, trends analysis, until we arrive to a reasonable list of 2 therapeutic, 2 diagnostic, 3 enabling, 2 preventive, and 1 organizational key technologies. And we applied the double funnel approach to look into their implications for workforce planning, because this work was done for the Center for Workforce Intelligence. And we drew lessons from health technology assessment exercises from Australia, New Zealand, Canada, looking outward, outside the UK, US, Denmark, Sweden, and Spain, of course, looking inward as well. So we organized different expert interviews, brainstorming, and desk research. And we produced a report, which is also freely available, about those 10 technologies. This keynote is not about health technologies, but the report is you can find it as well in my blog or in Google if you're interested in the topic. The third case is very relevant to the topic of this conference. It's about artificial intelligence for cybersecurity. It's a project recently completed for the European Union Agency for Cybersecurity, where we used over 10 methods combining the 4 sources of knowledge, which I have positioned in the literature as the foresight diamond, where creativity is important. So wildcard is kind of like the ultimate creativity, because you need to think about very low probability events that might have high impact, or evidence-based literature review, extrapolation, bibliometrics, patent analysis were methods that we were using there, interaction and expertise, in order to apply the SMART process, SMART foresight process, but also going beyond evaluating, sustaining, and training. So we think that we can move from SMART to smartest by using this approach. And we identify some 12 positive trends shaping the future of cybersecurity, trends in artificial intelligence. So if you are interested into specific trends, you can get access to this presentation, hopefully, after my talk, and 10 negative trends as well, because there are developments. AI is contributing positively to cybersecurity, definitely, no doubt about it, but also is contributing negatively, because what you can use to do good can also be used to do harm. So business, they need to take care about developments in AI that are shaping. The fourth and last case was the combined CASI and Bolero projects that develop a very systematic inductive approach to analysis and to the assessment and management of sustainable innovation. So 3 steps for assessment and 2 steps for management. The first step for assessment, we built a large database of over 500 innovations across the whole European Union landscape. That was before Brexit, so we had 28 EU member states there. We had nearly 200 product innovations in the database, over 100 service innovations, so 7 types: social, organizational, governance, system, and marketing innovations. We selected carefully using some criteria together with the University of Manchester and Coventry University and over 19 partners and country correspondents covering all Europe, 200 case studies that we consider appropriate for the second step, higher deep dive assessment that led to over 1,700 critical issues consisting of barriers, drivers, opportunities, and threats. We analyzed them because no manager will read over 1,000 critical issues, not even 100. So we created 60 half-tweets managerial lessons. And based on that analysis of critical issues, we built we use a very inductive approach to build an action road mapping and management, an innovation management approach consisting of 4 dimensions and 10 key aspects, which are based on critical factors coming from all this analysis. We also develop policy agendas looking at the objectives, short, medium, and long terms of all these innovators. So we have over 1,800 sustainability-oriented objectives, which were clustered by category and typology of innovation, but ultimately innovators and policy actors only like short number of policy agendas. So we arrived to a list of 10 research and innovation agendas, which are also available in another report and a chapter. But story short, we use that inductive approach and the innovation management framework we built, and we piloted with 43 innovators. And we developed over 700 recommendations specific for them. And we arrived to meta lessons. We analyzed short, digestible lessons. But most importantly, we co-created with them 46 action roadmaps, which during the life of the project, 80% of those were implemented or in implementation phase, leading to a large number of lessons and training courses that we capture all of these lessons into a book, a Springer book, together with Mattia Martini and Rick Holzen from Milano Bicocca University and Dortmund University. We co-wrote, edited and wrote a book called Governance and Management of Sustainable Innovation, capturing the lessons from the previous case. But most importantly, we gave an afterlife to the CASI project. We built the Bolero project, which is focused on the Milano region in Italy, with a strong emphasis on SMEs and startups in the Lombardia region. And this project introduced a new approach, both CASI and Bolero, to action road mapping, focused on the context, people, process, and impact dimension, and based on 10 key aspects. What was perhaps the most interesting finding from introducing this managerial approach is that people normally forget about people. So the people layer, the people dimension, was prioritized by innovators, and that consisted of 2 key aspects: the aptitude, which is the competences and skills to manage innovation, but most importantly, in many cases, regardless of whether you have the aptitude, the competence and skills, you must have the right attitude. They can do, they can innovate, they can trade, they can transfer knowledge and absorb and move to the next level. So the attitude box in the road mapping became the most important. Now, how to manage innovation?
Okay, I hate to interrupt you, but we're out of time.
Yes, I have a couple of slides.
Okay.
How to manage all this? We are now building a partnership with Kira, Artificial Intelligence Group, to understand innovation ecosystems, to build ecosystems virtually with the help of AI to understand the needs, the innovation offer and the innovation demand from companies or startups, the innovators, to understand disruptive technologies with the help of AI, also using AI to disrupt the understanding in different areas, energy, life science, and to recognize which technologies match which each areas and which sectors and industries. This platform is ongoing. We are at the moment, as we speak, further developing the functionalities in order to help to build a brain based on trends, follow-ups. We have a dashboard, an innovation map to understand the market map, scouting challenges. So we have a whole presentation on this as well. And the dashboard helps to understand how to centralize the ecosystems patterns and the values. The last slides are recommendations for those who are joining us today. First recommendation is it's really important to apply the issues analysis framework and to conduct systematically action road mapping, to understand the importance of critical issues, the cross-cutting funding opportunities that are there, not only in the European Innovation Council, but at ministry level, nationally and internationally, the cross-fertilization of innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystem. Then it is important to build these platforms and to maintain them, to systematically manage critical issues. And the last slide, thank you for your attention, is the ecosystem players who can master both foresight-driven knowledge transfer and control the intelligence, both human and artificial, will lead the way in industry and innovation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Very good presentation. Anybody have a quick question? I think we're running into the next session.
Yes,
already.
thank you so much, Rafael. Is this dashboard ready for use, or just it's for your own implementation?
Yeah, we are happy to engage in discussions bilaterally. You can reach me through the app and via email. We are piloting at the moment this dashboard with engaged entrepreneurial and polytechnic or University of Technology. So we are happy to, if you are in a university, to pilot it and to work with you, because we are building this type of university and academia-oriented case studies. If you are in industry, I didn't get, because I'm still sharing the screen. Maybe I can stop sharing and I can see where you're based. No, but you can maybe stop video here. No, but I'm happy to engage with you bilaterally later on. But
No
yes,
problem. Thank you so much. It was a very valuable presentation.
Very
Specifically, will be on spot about the innovation ecosystem.
You can reach me via LinkedIn. Here is my LinkedIn link.
Okay.
And then we can discuss that. Thank you very much.
Oh, okay. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Any other question?
No, thank you. We can now jumping for next, I think, sessions. Good night, Dr. Christie.
Yes, thank you. So the next session is the hero's journey for inventors, and we have Mohammed Al-Afri presenting.
Mohammed Alha. I hope he will join. And I will be one of the presenter, because Mohammed Al-Rifai have unfortunately unforeseen activity for their families. And he apologized, and the other guy have a quick travel outside the country, Mohammed Al-Shamsi. This is based on my knowledge. Based on that, there are Mohammed Al-Hal, Mohammed,
I don't see them in the attendees either.
Sorry?
I don't see the name in the attendees either. We're trying to find our panelists, so if you hold on for a second, everyone.
I will be a presenter. Let me share my screen. Sharing. We will speak about innovation. I think Mohammed Irhal, it will be with us because he's sending message. Hold. I'm out of time already, sorry. Okay. A moment. No problem. Moment for me. Today, I will present one of my posters. It's Opportunity and Challenges of Innovation Program Worldwide. This is one of the most important challenges and opportunities about the program. There are many programs worldwide, specifically in the developed countries. Developing countries, it's booming now, and most of the countries try to establish innovation program. The studies is concerning about the innovation. Everyone is knowing that the innovation will be the driver of the for the future, and also the innovation. It's a vital variables in SMEs growth, and also in the indicators for the countries, and also for economic development. And really, it's shaping the 21st century through creation of the jobs and economic growth. This is the reason why most of the country focusing about the innovation program and the innovation ecosystem. That's the objective of our study. It's a practical study to discuss and analyze the adaptations or deploy of innovation program in the United States and in the United Kingdom. And we select 4 successful case study, and we're doing this research in behalf of the 4 successful case study. And the second objective, we need to identify the opportunity and the challenges for innovation program and their potential use in developed countries. Specifically, I'm choosing United States versus to the United Kingdom. I'm using my methodology to get the result of this study. I'm using a survey, and I collecting the sample of the survey, 94 program. And with response rate is 55.3%, and I'm using the analysis for SPSS to finding the descriptive analysis. And also we're using the mixed approach between quantitative and qualitative survey with a multi-case study, to having a good result and a good outcome. It's the methodology chart. I'm using a quantitative data with the qualitative data, and we choose our indicator to measure this quantitative and qualitative. Then we're doing the analysis. Then we're reaching finally the challenges and opportunities for innovation program in developing country. After that, we're doing the analysis, and we're receiving the descriptive analysis. We get some result. We need to present our result for the interview and the result for the the result for the interview and result of the survey. They present that strongly agree for innovation is added creativity. Then we've proven that the innovation program adding creativity and also helping sustainability of growth and also create the entrepreneurial climate over 50%. Then it's the most important thing. We find that the innovation program having creativity and also helping sustainability of the growth and also helping or creating entrepreneurial climate. Also, we indicated that the innovation program helped convert a global idea and acting as a long-term investment. This is what we need to focusing all the time and reminding the government and reminding the private sectors and also NOG that the innovation is a long-term investment. You cannot collect the outcomes of the innovations program within 1 year or 2 years. Specifically, if you're counting the implementations of innovation program, such as today we're hearing from David Gill, it's the oldest center in the Europe, Sant Innovation Center. Maybe it's established 79 or in 80. This is the oldest center in the Europe. And this is the reason why we're having many achievements from this center, because it's really long-term investment. He specified about how this center get outcomes related to the economic growth and economic diversifications. Also, we support inclusive growth, which lead to the smart growth and networking, and also the innovation program presenting a new product and a new services. Based on that, we're reaching we're doing the analysis for the interview, and we're collecting from this data some percentage to proven. This is the 4 program. We analyze those program based on list of indicators. We have many indicators. Let me give you just about our indicators. Me enlarge. This is the summary of the survey. Okay, we're using 9 questions about the survey, and we use the categories, and we're collecting the percentage, and based on the percentage, we conclude the opportunities and also the challenges. We choose 4 categories of indicators. We use culture indicators, the policy indicators, and industry indicator, and also economy indicators. And there are sub-indicators under the main indicators. We're using training program, creativity, and innovation and entrepreneurship. In the policy, we specify or identify the indicators, government role and the role of the university, and strategic focus, and also innovation funding, because the funding also it's important for such program. And also for the industry, we're focusing about innovation type and innovation services and innovation size and the new product to the market. For the economy, we're checking the survival rate, and you know that the survival rate, one of the most most important indicators in the economy and the job creations. The job creations is also one of the most important, how many jobs be created from the innovation program, and the startup companies and the number of patents. Most of the countries now measures their advancement based on the number of patents and the number of the growth or the rate of the startup and the rate of the job creation and also the survival rate to have stability in the market. Everybody knowing that the SMEs, before they incubate or going to the accelerators, the normal SMEs in the market, their survival rate, it's 90% of the companies who's participating in the market will be disappear after the 3 years because they need a strong support from the market. Then we cannot survive. Then will be closing or quit from the market. But however, if the company is joining incubators or innovations program or joining accelerator, they getting tangible and intangible services during their stay, and this is we leave them having high rate of survival rate in the market. This is our indicator which lead to getting the result. After our analysis, we conclude, we have our conclusion. We conclude that the two challenges, the first challenge is innovation required the globalization for transformation of a new product and a new services. And the second challenges is strengthen the climate of entrepreneurship as a vital component in innovation program. However, there are two opportunities could be indicated that sustainability of technology which lead smart growth, then we need to apply more technology. Now specifically they're using the latest AI tools for the technology and for the smart growth. And the second opportunity, the strengthen the platforms for entrepreneurship networking at multiple level. And this is what we discussed from the previous presentations about the dashboard, innovation dashboard, specifically for ideations or specifically for some advanced stage of the innovation, because most of the academic institutions or companies and corporate and financial institution using those platforms to get the outcome, to measure the outcomes in annual basis, and to focusing about to implement also the strategy, innovation strategy in their company. This is it. Let me present my this is my book. We have more and more because this is old. Now I have more than 20 books. This is my book who's focusing about the procurement of international business incubations approach. And it is a first book. It's focusing about internationals program in developed and developing also countries. Since 2007 is published, and I work on this book around 5 years. This book, it's doing a first roadmap book for developed and developing country, comparing between the programs of business incubator. And this book, it's talking about innovation and entrepreneur as a powerful tool for the modern knowledge economy, and also discussing several programs. And we're doing a high-scale survey with added several case studies about developed and developing countries. And we have, at the end of the book, we present our new model for 21st century, as well as we presenting a roadmap for successful implementations. This is in a summary format, or my posters in this conference, to discussing about the innovation opportunity and challenges of innovation program worldwide. Thank you so much, and we hope the other presenter will join. Yes, Rafael?
Yes.
Did you have any feedback?
Yes.
Go ahead.
I think now I couldn't see, but perhaps it was you who asked about the dashboard.
Yes.
Yes, I couldn't notice. I think we could have a one-to-one later on, and we can discuss the dashboard. I think most of the issues you presented are very compatible with the area of work that we do and innovation ecosystem. So it would be good to get your slides as well.
Okay.
So
No problem at all. We have many studies and we have many things. I do it in my previous year, and then I invest all those studies and experiences and convert it to be a business. And I established my consultancies since 2019. And then I launching 2020 my initiative, which is presenting this conference. In my initiative, I taken my responsibility to pop up or launching two conferences, one conference for the MENA in Arabic, to speaking in the same language, same cultures, same experiences, same history. And the other conference, what is this conference? It's international conference, inviting all my practitioners worldwide and all my networking in the previous year, also to sharing knowledge, sharing experiences, sharing a new vision for 21st century. It's part of my initiative, which be helping country to leveraging their indicators and also focusing in economic diversifications. I think now Mohammed Irhal is joining us. The floor for you, Mohammed. Can you join?
thank you.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. You can see my windows?
Yes, we can. If you could put it in, yeah, there you go. We can see your PowerPoint if you want to put it in presentation mode.
Okay, to be here with you. Thank you, my Dr. Hanadi. And so, I'm Arhal Mohammed, founder and CEO of Asolar. Asolar startup, the first startup in Morocco, specialist of manufacturing solar innovative patented solar oven that allows to prepare and cook healthy, sunny food without fuel or electricity. Problem in the world of outdoor camping, cooking can be a major challenge. Energy sources are limited in motorhomes, forcing campers to prepare only quick and easy meals, which are sometimes not healthy. Plus, local restrictions make it difficult to use fires.
Excuse me, Mohammed, you check your internet, your voice, it's disconnected.
After years of research and development, we have created a solar, an innovative solar cooker that provides a solution
Dr. Christie?
Yes.
I don't know what's happening. Maybe he have a bad connection?
It looks like he came back in. So maybe he can try again. We still can't hear you though.
It is okay?
Go
Hello?
ahead.
It is okay?
Yes, please try and present again.
Okay. Okay. Astronaut is a combination of principle of the greenhouse effect and the technique of radiation concentration. This combination makes it more efficient in terms of cooking time, temperature, and easy of use.
واحد الجوازات على الفاتورة ولكن رقم واحد الجوازات على التعبئة رقم المكالمات نحو الأرقام الوطنية اضغطوا على الرقم 1.
Are you still there?
Yes.
I think he have difficulties.
I fixed it.
Excuse me, Mohammed, can you repeat your presentation? Because your voice is disconnected.
Okay.
Can you please start from from first slide and explain about your invention.
Okay. 1 minute, please. Can I start?
You can start.
Okay. Okay. In the world of outdoor camping, cooking can be a major challenge. Energy sources are limited in motorhomes. For campers, prepare only quick and easy meals, which are sometimes not healthy. Plus, local restriction make it to use fires. After years of research and development, we have created an innovative solar that provides a solution to diseases, protected by 3 patents. Mentally friendly cooking that is national like motorhomes, and in Europe with around 2 million motorhomes on the roads. We are aiming to penetrate these promising markets. In addition, we plan to target other markets such as Australia and the United Arab Emirates, as well as the clean cooking sector in Africa, where some 400 million people face problems of fuel scarcity and unclean cooking. Our time includes me, Arhal Mohammed, manager sales, and Yusra, consultant of digital marketing. About competition, the Ojigo-san solar oven in the United States is the only comparable rival to a solar in terms of performance, but does not conform to the usual culinary habits of most people away from Africa, Europe, and the Arabian Gulf target markets, and more expensive than a solar. business model, online sales via our e-commerce site, asrar.ma, and the retail price is 3,200 dirham, excluding tax, and 360 USD. To reach our customer, we will launch advertising companies and collaborations with influencers and demonstration for motorhomes. We have invested more than 600,000 dirhams so far in research, development, and setting up our workshop to perfect the latest version of Asrar F03. The investment program amounts to 600,000 dirhams, Moroccan dirhams, and will be financed by contribution, personal contribution, and loan. We 40% and 60%, 6 million dirhams in turnover in the first year, to reach more than 10 million in the third year, and net profit of more than 2 million, with a commercial profitability of 23%. The investment cost will be fully amortized in the second year. To achieve our first objective, 2.6 million, we will recruit 2 technicians and a salesperson, acquire a new machine and tools, rent a second permit, financing our sales and marketing activities, signing commercial contracts with resellers. To seize this opportunity, we are looking for a passionate investor or distributor. If you share our vision and would like to these exciting ventures, we would be excited to discuss this with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Hamad, and thank you everyone for hanging in there.
There's a question? Thank you.
Are there any questions?
Any participation, please? Tom, where are you? Professor Tom?
For more information.
Unfortunately, Mr. Mohammed Irhal having their invention about a solar. It's their invention, and he have customized product and factory, and he working hard to get this product be having their product internationally to be used. And they're using the solar energy instead of using the normal energy for cooking food with a high quality. And he have, unfortunately, bad connections with the internet, which cannot understand what's going on with the disconnections. Again, he is disconnected. Professor Tom, any discussion? Catherine? Raphael, did you have any discussion?
Oh, no, thank you. I agree with you. The connection was pretty full.
So bad. Yes, yeah. He sent me the message. He is so shy. What's happening? But he don't have other solutions, because sometimes in some countries the internet become poor. In all the networking is not only in the mobile and in the home. Still, the developing countries having little issue about the internet. And now you cannot run the life without internet. Dr. Christie, did you have any opinion about or questions or discussions?
It was a fascinating concept for the cooker solar. It'd be interesting to see a video of it in the future.
Yes, it's very easy for you. Just you enter the website. He have several videos, introductory videos. See, it's disconnected, Mohammed.
Yes, I hear you. You can visit our site web asolar.ma.
Yes, you can send your in the chat box. You can put your website with your YouTubes. Okay. I know he have several YouTubes, because I'm so interesting about this machine, specifically for the people who like to be in the farm or to be in the desert, and they want to cook away from. Let me open your video. Mm-hmm.
One question, perhaps to you and the moderator. Is this meant to be the round table that is my agenda, or am I in the wrong place virtually?
No, you are in the right place. You are finishing. You finish your sessions. If you want to stay with us, because still we have 3 other sessions. It will be very good interact sessions in the coming one. It will be about the new tools and strategies for the innovation. And I know you will hearing about a very good latest tool using in the market, and specifically using in high scale in United States and overall the Europe. And also you will attending with us about the innovations approach in the teaching and creativity. And still the last not least about effective and strategy of the innovation. If you want to stay with us, more than welcome. If you want to leave, it's up to you.
Yeah, I will come back because I have a double booking at this time, so I will come back soon. And if you can, I send you a message in WhatsApp as well about the link to the booth.
We will do the chat. Thank you so much.
Thank
you for your presentation. Thank you. I think Christy, David Mood is there. David. I think David is there. He can handle it.
Stop sharing.
Yes, Dr. Hanadi, how are you? Good to see you.
I'm fine, thank you. Thank you so much, David. We need to starting a little earlier about your sessions because you have a very interesting sessions with your group. And I hope so. Really, we are starting a little bit earlier. You can introduce your tool in front of the attendee till your session officially is start, because we need to wait Sephora, and there are other name, Hussein, I think.
Yes, I just spoke to Safura, and I think she's standing by, so she should be ready to come in here at any moment.
Can you stop sharing, Mohammed? Can you stop sharing your presentation?
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
I think, David, you can start to present your, we will waiting your, but just to present about 360 to 360 growth wheel for a while.
Yes, I
till
can
the
certainly give a little background information maybe while we wait. Again, I think Safura Atan, I just was with her on WhatsApp. I think she'll be here any moment. But let me maybe give some general background information. We're actually going to talk a little bit about the value of the business advisor in this session, and I'm going to share insights about how to become a trusted business advisor. And I see Safura is coming in right now. So yeah, I think you're muted, Dr. Hanadi, or maybe you're speaking to somebody else.
No, I'm speaking with you. I'm so sorry, but it's muted. Dr. David, before you start in your session, I need you to explain for the people your journey as when you start. Do you remember you told me your story and how you converted all your inventions to be product and how you spread it worldwide? Hi, Sephora, how are you? And how you spread it worldwide, just to give more motivations for the listeners, how you starting with your 360 wheels as a small startup coming from Copenhagen.
Yes, I'd be happy to do that. Let me just get some different slides then here. And here we go. All right. So yeah, usually I would not include this information in our session because we have precious time. But since we have a little extra time, I'm certainly delighted to have the opportunity to share a little bit about our story here in Growth Wheel. So Growth Wheel is a business advisory system. Our clients are business advisors, coaches, consultants, counselors, accelerators, incubator programs, universities, women business centers, banks, lenders, and many other entrepreneurs in the system. And we developed a complete advisory platform that is used for the entire workflow when you're a business advisor, from intake of client to guiding them, sharing tools with them, tracking their information, reporting impact, and so on. And it was started back in Denmark in 15 years ago, in 2008, where it was rolled out nationwide in a license agreement with the Danish Ministry of Economics and Growth. So this tool has been used for a long time in the country. However, as an entrepreneur, I wanted to try my luck in the United States. So I moved with my family and we launched Growth Wheel at another conference like this one, though in person, in Orlando in 2010, and suggested that there are alternatives to conventional business planning. And that whenever you're a business advisor, you do need a 360 view on a business. And today, Growth Wheel is used in 49 states in the US. Some of the SBDC networks have implemented it statewide. We work with minority business centers, incubators, women business centers, and so on. And it's now a total of 4,400 advisors that has been trained since 2008. That is 25 business advisors every single month for 15 years. One of them is Safura, who's with us here today, who is one of our, in fact, I guess our first certified business advisor in Malaysia, certainly the longest standing. I think we can credit Safura for bringing Growth Wheel to Malaysia for sure. But we are also in another 68 countries, including yourself, Dr. Hannadi, representing us in Kuwait, of course. And we also have in the Middle East clients in KSA, in Lebanon, in Egypt, Morocco, and several other countries in the Middle East. And we've translated Growth Wheel into 19 languages, including Arabic. So our entire platform and software is available in Arabic. So that's kind of the world that we are in, and what we offer is for thing. Well, we can say here I have some more slides here. We're going to say why are all these people using Growth Wheel anyway? It is a business advisory system to help everyone be the best business advisor they can be, and it does raise the question for all of us: how do we become a better business advisor? It's a challenge that, you know, for advisors that to get overwhelmed by this, you know, highly complex role that it is to advise businesses in many different industries, many different life stages, and in many different sizes. But the real problem is to get organized as a business advisor, and that's why we made a system for that, a system that has 4 components. We have a certification program, number 1, where we train advisors in advising with confidence and managing the entire workflow, all the processes you work with as a business advisor. Number 2, we have a business tool library. So we try to collect all the business tools you need in one place. It's a huge library with hundreds of tools. All of the tools are one page. So it's easy and simple, and no one gets overwhelmed by finding the tool they need in the library. Number 3, we have an advisor CRM and client portal. So for many clients, Growth Wheel replace the likes of Salesforce and Pipedrive and Soho and other systems to keep track of clients. And what is different about the Growth Wheel Advisor CRM, that it's also a client portal. So clients can log in, and now you can collaborate in the cloud, and you can have a digital relationship with clients in between meetings, or even at all times if you don't see your clients ever, but just manage that relationship online completely. We also have an e-learning platform, so that when advisors don't have time to teach and educate clients on all the details, client can go in and they can take classes that gets them trained in the basics of business, so the advisor doesn't have to spend time on it. So yeah, all in all, a complete system to manage that advisory process. I can say a few more words about our training program. Everybody gets certified as a business advisor in the outset, and then they can take workshops every year to increase their insights and knowledge, so they can become a Growth Wheel certified professional advisor, a specialist advisor, an expert advisor, and maybe even a master business advisor. And that works that the way that you have take free workshops every year along with a recertification, and all these things are free. So once you are a Growth Wheel certified advisor, you have a golden ticket. You have access to take this training and increase your skills along the way. And people do it for 3 reasons. It is a way to advise clients with confidence and be more sure about all the things that requires. It is a way to build a career path with certificates, so you get documentation from what you've done. And it is this program offers up to 48 hours of professional development per year. So for organizations that has a requirement for a certain amount of training that advisors should have. This at least cover 40 hours, which is sufficient for many. I'll say a few words about the growth wheel itself as well. It is a simple way to look at a business. It's a framework, so we can talk to a business about the challenges they have. And they have 4. In fact, if you are in a business, or you are in a university, or you run an incubation program, or even if you are an entrepreneur yourself, or even a business of a large scale, you have these 4 challenges that are the same for everybody, no matter what industry you're in, no matter what life stage you're in, no matter what size you're in. And they're no surprise to anyone. You know them very well. It is the 4 basic building blocks of business. Every business is faced by the challenge of creating an attractive business concept, a product, a service, a technology, something that somebody wants to buy, maybe a solar system, for example, and it's got to have the right price, the right market, be different than the competition, has to have a good revenue model, a good value proposition, and so on. But it's not all. You also need to have a strong organization behind it, with staff, with partners, with owners, with investors, with business processes, and so on. And even if you have a great idea and a great team, there's one other challenge, which is to build lasting customer relations, because that's the only place the income can come from, through marketing and branding and communication and networking and all those things. But even if you have a lot of customers and write a lot of invoices, there's one last challenge, which is to make money, have profitable operations and maintaining profitable operations. And what Growth Wheel does is to break this down into 20 focus areas. So business advisors can talk to clients about what is the most important thing right now. And that's how, we develop this Growth Wheel framework. So our training is based on this. Our toolbox, our business tool library is based on this. Our e-learning platform is based on this. And when clients log into the portal, they have access to resources about these things. So that Sephora was, I think, exactly 10 minutes in just spending time while we were waiting to get ready for the real session here. So thank you again for the opportunity to just say a few words about our company before we get started on the real interesting session here today. And Sephora, I see that you are ready.
Okay. All right. So quickly, I wasn't sure what I was supposed to do. Ahlan wa sahlan, kaifa haluk? Hello, everyone. Good morning. It's morning in Malaysia. It's 2 o'clock in the morning. So I'm just going to quickly open my slides very quickly. And what I'm going to share is my experience and how important business advisors are when we're looking at entrepreneur development ecosystem, and how, to some extent, the reason why I use Growth Wheel, not to hard sell it, but to really showcase why it's super helpful for business advisors. So let me just quickly share my screen. If I can get it. Yeah, here we go. Right, so I am Safura Atan. I am with Stratnavigo Consulting PLT. I formed this company in 2020, and I've known David, I think, since 2015, and I brought him to Malaysia 2017. Why? Because of my background in entrepreneur development. Before I was doing this freelance, I was actually with an Institute Keusahawanan Negara, or it means the National Institute of Entrepreneurship in Malaysia. And just quickly, the current state of entrepreneur development in Malaysia per se, we're looking at these 5 things: market access, funding, policy, training, and infrastructure. But the thing is, these things we have been doing for the past 60 odd years. And the thing is, how we teach or how we train people to be entrepreneurs, we teach them more how to manage, not how to be entrepreneurial. It's just like a factory. We just give them input. We say this, you got to learn to do a business plan, and do the accounting, do the systems, do the operation, do your calculation, and you're supposed to be successful. But the challenge is, it doesn't happen that way. And as we always say, Albert Einstein says, doing the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result is insanity. So when I was in the Institute, one of the things that I did was to look at what could we do differently to help Malaysia propel to the next level. So 3 things that I noticed is this: people, process, and platform. Because when we talk about entrepreneurship, like I mentioned, we can't teach them linear, like you go in a manufacturing system. But we have to take into consideration that entrepreneurship is very creative and innovative. It's individual. So how do we do it? And looking at the learning process. The learning process, 10% happens formal classroom, 20% is informal through conversations, through role playing, through having feedback from people, and the 70% happens on the job. So when we look at the entrepreneurship development learning, it's on the job. It's when they're doing the things that they're doing is when they learn. The challenge is this: when we have our current, or the way we teach people entrepreneurship is pretty much there's not much reflection. You just do what I tell you to do, you're gonna get the outcome that you want. It's like a copy-paste situation, when in reality it doesn't work that way. So what's missing? To me, what's missing is an advisor, somebody to help you. Not really, I would say, hold the hand and tell you how to do it, but rather be the guide. Like you're climbing a mountain, having this mountain guide sharing with you some sort of experience, but at the same time, allowing the entrepreneur to reflect and find their own solution. The challenge is that when we do advisory, typically advisors or coaches, what happens is that they bring in their knowledge, they bring in their own personality, and to some extent it impedes the learning, the thinking of the entrepreneur. For example, like me, I'm an accountant by qualification. So if I were to go to an entrepreneur with my current knowledge and expertise, the first thing I'll ask them is, hey, show me your financial statements. Whereas the actual problem is not, maybe it's that's the last thing in their mind. The first thing in their mind is, how do I sell my product, or am I doing well? So when I come in with my knowledge and my expertise and imposing on them, it doesn't help them. So that's one of the things that I noticed from my research when I was doing with the Institute. And of course, I also went to Babson and learning from Saraswati, not directly, reading her book, because she says, entrepreneurs need to start with what they have. They need to experience and reflect from their doing. So they think of control, what decisions and what actions I need to make, rather than focusing on what is unknown. So this is where, for me, I look at the need, especially in Malaysia, to help entrepreneurs to be able to pilot their plane the way they should pilot their plane, rather than the way I, as an external party or a government, tells them how it should be done. So one of the things that I think that really helped for me, and the reason why I'm a real believer in Growth Wheel, is because it allows that. As a Growth Wheel advisor, I have 100+ tools in my hand, so I don't need to be an expert. Who needs to be the expert is the entrepreneur. The entrepreneur is the expert in their business, and with the frameworks, with the decision sheets that we give them, they are empowered to make their decisions and take actions according to their needs. So just to share an example that I like to give, a couple of examples. The quick one is a cafe owner. He used to work in Australia, and he was so into the lamb, slow roasted lamb and things like that, which is a bit pricey in Malaysia. But the thing is, he said, hey, I want to start. If I were somebody from a financial point of view, I would say you need to have a cafe. You need to rent out a space in a commercial area. But instead, I ask him, using the decision sheets, I ask him, hey, what do you think you need to do? He says, I need to start. What do you have? So he used the checklist to actually list out what are the things that he has, what are the things he doesn't have, what are the things he needs to do, and we gave a timeline to that. So he started off actually from his own kitchen at home. Using the decision sheets helped him to decide just to start off to validate his business. He's just going to do business from home. So he opened a home-based cafe and he started making decisions, validating his decision, validating his action plan. And now he actually has moved out to a proper restaurant in a commercial area. Why? Because he already has the confidence that the market is there, it's validated. He has already enough people to cover the cost for him to start off to have a proper cafe in a commercial area. So to me, I did not impose what I thought as an advisor that he should have done. But using the decision sheets has allowed him to think on his own, come up with his solution, and go through it. So that's one experience for me. I think it was really super useful to have decision sheets that, frankly speaking, for me, I also use it. For example, social media marketing, not my expertise, but by having those decision sheets already ready for the entrepreneur to use when they need it and showcasing it to them helps them make the right decision and action at that moment. So here, as mentioned by David, are the 20 focus areas that helps entrepreneurs to actually make the decisions and actions that they needed. What I also like, taking into consideration that it's a buffet. You start where you need to start. You're not forced to follow a specific process or procedure. So the entrepreneur tells us, as the advisor, hey, I want to look at my vision. Then we work on the vision. Or we say, I need to make some decisions now. So we focus on what's important to them rather than what I think is important. So I really love the flexibility of Growth Wheel in handling my advisory work with my clients. Having said that, one of the things that we face challenge, Growth Wheel to me is like this awesome, perfect platform. But the thing is, people are still reluctant at most times to use the technology, to go in the platform because they feel that it takes a bit of time. But for me, what's the beauty is that we are also adaptable. If the entrepreneur is small and they're not comfortable with the tech, we can do it pen and paper. If they are of a higher level, more educated, and have experience on cloud and using the technology, then we showcase them the technology. So as an advisor, I'm more flexible, I'm more adaptable, I'm able to use as and when required by the entrepreneur. So to me, that's the beauty. Another example I like to share is the company that used to be very traditional in how they run their business. They do, in Malaysia, we call it prawn crackers. And the prawn crackers that they used to do is frozen, meaning they are very limited logistically when it comes to trying to penetrate export market. So with the decision sheet, sharing with them, having conversations, showing them the export decision sheets, they said, hey, we need to adapt our product so it'll be logistically more feasible. So now they're producing dried fish crackers, and they just went to Indonesia and Japan to showcase their product, which much success. So that's where, for me, Growth Wheel is meant for the advisor. It helps the advisor to be confident in being the best advisor to the client without pushing their personality and knowledge, making the entrepreneur more empowered to make decisions and take action. So to me, yeah, just showcasing from a practitioner point of view, how Growth Wheel has helped us make decisions and take actions. And I'm all for getting more Malaysians to be a certified business advisor in Malaysia. So that's it from me. David, back to you.
Much, Sephora, for giving these insights from a practitioner's point of view. And I think we can certainly welcome any questions in the chat while we continue. If anybody wants to ask a question or add a comment to what Sephora just shared with us just now. I am going to move on. I wonder, Dr. Hanadi, if we have our other speaker on the line, or whether we should continue.
No, we continue our discussion because I didn't see these speakers will be available now. Then you can start the discussions with the Sephora. Thank you so much, Sephora, about your nice presentation, and also David. We have a great relationship, more than 15 years, right? As we need to mention, I'm the first practitioner or advisory with the Growth Wheel from the Middle East. Then the others will be copying me, the other countries. I'm the first who's doing the Growth Wheel. And I'm so interested to joining all those here with David and the friend of David, all the consultant of David. We need to, David, present the best challenges you reach it when you start this one, because as you know, many people having specifically in the journey for the entrepreneurs, we have some, before you establishing your startup, you have some challenges because you put in your consideration who will accept it, why they coming for David rather than going for McKinsey, why not processing with going to the financial institutions to supporting them, why they didn't go for the consultancies who's preparing a strategy or a business plan, why they not implementing, what is the name for your competitor, this one in one page, what we call it, Canvas, why we going for indicators and some details, why we didn't go only with the Canvas. The Canvas is free of charge and it's only one page available there. Just to present, inform the people about your journey, because everyone need to learning from your experiences, how you're reaching the internationalizations from startup with their idea and inventions, because your production or your product is inventions of David, and then you convert it to be from inventions to be entrepreneurs or small startup, then you reaching the internationalization with now most of all countries over all the world implementing your tools. Can you please give us more about you?
Yes, I think maybe the best way to start would be to let the tool talk for itself, to kind of demonstrate what it is about, and try to answer some of your questions along the way. And this is, I think, in a great extension of what Sephora has been presenting, to take a little bit of a deeper dive. Because if you are a practitioner, if you are a business advisor, you need to figure out, what matters most for the client. And I think what makes Growth Wheel different than some of the other tools out there is the simplicity. So how do we find out what it is that clients really need to grow their business in an industry? It is certainly a challenge that clients have very many needs and too little time. Clients would need everything we can think of. And even if they finish one area, very soon they will need the same thing again. But the real problem is that there's too little prioritization. There are many ways to do prioritization and to find out what is important. And I'm going to show you here 6 classic ways to do that. One way that most advisors are maybe using if they don't have any tools is simply to ask client questions. So to find out what matters most, you would ask someone, what's most important? What matters most to you? And some advisors have either in the back of their mind or even in a list questions that they ask the company about their products and their markets and their challenges and things like that. And that is certainly a way to find out somebody's needs. Another way is, or used to be, writing a complete business plan. Of course, this is no longer the approach for most business advisors. Safura showed Saraswati and spoke a little bit about this. The problem with business plans are many. One thing is you have to read them. Another problem is you have to write them. It takes a lot of resources. But if you have actually made them, then it is a great way to understand somebody's needs. You can read it and look through and analyze and figure that out. Now, I will say that with AI, the problems of the business plans are much smaller, which is the time it takes writing them. It's much easier today to write a business plan. But on the other hand, it's equally harder to qualify it because it's no longer an expression of the person who wrote it, what their thoughts was, and it does no longer disclose when there's uncertainty and so on. It will produce a perfect, nicely readable, consistent plan, which is great. But at the same time, we may be losing out on really understanding what the needs are. So the work of the advisor is going to be the same to decipher it, and it'll be a lot of work, but it can be done. It's a way to understand someone's need. Another way to find out what a business needs is to look at its financials. Everything in a business shows up in the financials. If you hire someone, it's in the budget. If you go to a trade show, it's in the budget. If you develop a new product, it's in the budget. You can see margins, you can see ratios. There's so much information. So if you really analyze the budgets and financials of a company, yes, you would have a pretty good idea about what they need. A more simple approach would be a SWOT analysis. That is certainly known by many advisors. And it is a robust tool. It's been around since 1965. And of course, a simple way to make a brainstorm and a list of someone's strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. And as you have a conversation like that, you certainly identify needs. Maybe you have certain strengths that you need to utilize. Maybe you have weaknesses that you need to get away from and strengthen. There is opportunities in the market that will help you figure out what matters most, and there are threats that you need to protect yourself against. So that's another classic tool. Then there are tools focused on KPIs, and that would be, for example, the balanced scorecard, where you look not only at financial metrics, which is where it all ends, but you also look at other kinds of metrics for customers or, business processes or whatever you can think of, so that you show not only the profit and the revenue, but you show maybe the number of new customers, the customer satisfaction, the churn. You show maybe numbers for internal efficiency of releasing software updates and so on. So, if you actually have a company that has KPIs, or if you help the company define their KPIs, you can figure out what matters most and help them with that. And lastly, as you mentioned, Dr. Hannadi, there is Business Model Canvas, which we really like. It's a visual tool. It's one page. It has many of the values that we have in Growth Wheel. And Business Model Canvas, of course, is designed specifically to generate new business models. So when your need is to find a new business model, if your current business model is not efficient, if it's not producing the revenue and profit, or that you expected, if investors are not attracted to it, the business model canvas looks at 9 different elements that you can change. And for every time you change one element in the business model canvas, you can generate potentially a new business model. So when you do that, you will identify needs of what needs to happen to implement such a business model. So no matter what you choose, these are all about having a structured way to find out what matters most for a client, instead of just having a talk. And it's in that line of thinking that we developed the Growth Wheels 360 assessment that was designed to be more simple than the others, but also comprehensive enough that you can find out what matters most. And this is a part of our software that we could demo if we had time, or everybody's welcome to join a demo, obviously, of Growth Wheel later. It's also a pad. So advisors will bring a piece of paper to a meeting, because sometimes in a meeting you cannot be looking into an iPad or a computer screen. Maybe you have a meeting over lunch, maybe you're in a boardroom, and it's nice to have a piece of paper to talk through things and then go back and track things online later on, maybe print out PDF files and so on. And I'm going to give you little insights into how you can make such a 360 assessment. It's the practice of advisors opening a conversation by asking clients what is the most important. We need to get the big picture first so we can focus on first things first. And the Growth Wheel 360 screening is a tool that takes only 10 minutes to use. In fact, I would even argue that if you spend too much time, you are over-analyzing the situation at this stage. What we're looking for is really a screening, right? Like in the doctor's office, where they do a quick health screening of your essentials before you dive into any issues there might be. And that's really all the Growth Wheel 360 screening is. You make a very simple assessment of these basic areas of business by asking clients, how are things going? Please rate this on a simple scale, 25, 50, 75, or 100%. So everyone can do this, because you can even think about your own organization. You can think about your own business, and pick any one of the focus areas, perhaps branding. So when you think about your brand, your visual identity, your name, when you think about your values, when you think about, the origin stories of the brand, when you think about your visual and physical appearance, how happy are you with that right now? And some might say 100. I think it's fine. There's not much I would change. Everything can always be better, but it's 100%. So we don't need to focus on it. Or you might say, well, it might be 75%. It's good enough, but if I had the time and resources, I think I would do a few more things. Maybe you're not sure the clients are loyal to your brand. Maybe you're not sure that they are really talking to others about it. Maybe they cannot explain what your brand is about, because those words have not been communicated clearly enough. So it might be 75, or maybe 25, because maybe you are a local business and you need to go international, and you realize that you need to rebrand. Maybe you need a different company name. Maybe you need a different, visual presence, or whatever it might be, so that you can work internationally. So that's how simple it is. And anyone can do it very fast. Look at your product, look at your brand, look at your financials. How happy are you with it from 25 to 100%? So the reason we do it is that by putting on a number, you have to be specific. And of course, whatever scores the lowest, if you're making an assessment of how the company is going, is where you want to focus. And this is different from just talking about a business and saying, I think my branding is okay. I think my products are just about as good as they can be. When it comes to business processes, we are doing, we're progressing. Those are words we can't use for any measuring. So when you assign a simple number, it's easy to see what gets more points and what gets less. it's also a mental exercise. When people go through it, they kind of go like, well, is it higher this one or lower this one? So it kind of focuses the client, makes them present in the conversation, and it raises questions about why is one thing more important than the other. So that's the simplicity of it. And I think Dr. Hannadi, to answer that question, when you look at the success of Growth Wheel, I think it's because it's so simple and very natural and close to what advisors are already doing. They're already assessing their clients' needs. They're already doing it by a set of questions, and the Growth Wheel 360 screening have this just structured in a really simple way. So maybe I could show a little demo. A video
maybe David, if you can add to that, my experience of using this. So typically, especially in a team, you've got a founder which has like 2 or 3 co-founders, and each one would have a different perspective of their business. So when we have something visual like this, when they sit down and they do it separately, please assess where you are in your business and how do you see your business going. You will realize that these 3 co-founders would have different perspective. They might, if they're focusing on marketing, they would say, maybe their marketing is, they would know what's happening rather than a partner who's working more on the financial things like that. So it opens up a more, what we call objective conversation. And it also allows us to actually ask, hey, what makes you think this? What made you give yourself this number? What validates it? So it makes them be more reflective in the process so that they would be able to go back to the information, to the data they already have about their business and say, this is the reason why I give this. So to some extent, it not only helps them to give a visual representation of an assessment of their business, but it also helps with the team building within the co-founders itself to say like, this is the reason why, and they already have labeled it. So then it is a bit arm's length. It's not very emotional conversation. And from my personal experience doing this in Malaysia, for example, is where a lot of people tend to think the problems is in marketing or other parts, the green, the customer relations parts or the operation. And when we have a conversation, we're sitting there and we're saying like, why do you think you have problems in marketing? And they would talk about it. And suddenly they realize that in actual fact, the problem is in their customer portfolio. They don't really know their customer segment. They don't really understand. Didn't work on who is the primary, secondary customer, which one pays the most. So that opens up the conversation to actually really allow them to dissect the challenges that they're facing. So just to add that, David.
Thank you very much, Safar. You bring up a couple of nice points, and while we discuss further, please, again, I invite everybody to share comments in the chat, as well as any questions you may want to go into. But I think you raised two important things, Safar. One is about tools that allows for collaboration between managers, and I think we could even add between managers and team members, because whether someone is a co-founder or they're part of a management team, it's really the same, right? They would need a tool to discuss and align themselves, and any tool can help create a common language. And I think that's another reason that we've seen of the wide adoption of Growth Wheel is that it's a language that is international. It works in Malaysia, it works in Denmark, where I'm from. It works in the United States, where I live right now. It works in South Africa, where we have our colleague Hilton also with us today. It works also in rural areas, and it works in metropoles. It works for very young startups, and it works for large established businesses. And the only reason is that it's so fundamental and not really surprising. It's just one way of categorizing basic things in business. But when it comes out in a visual way, that's when it becomes that language that people can refer to. They can practically point They have the color scheme. They, can discuss things just like you described. Now, we have a comment here, a raised hand from one of our participants. So maybe Dr. Hanadi, you will allow the participant to share their comments. It's from Trat.
Yes, go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Or maybe Trat just raised his hand to indicate agreement. I don't know if the attendees can be given a voice on the webinar.
We leave the discussions is only for the speaker, if any speaker. What about if Hilton's is asking some questions or participating because he's in our room? Can you share any comments?
And otherwise, I'm happy to further discuss.
Continue,
yes, go ahead. Continue, David. Continue.
Yeah. So we cannot give Trat a voice in the webinar. Maybe Trat, you can add a comment in the chat.
Chat, yeah.
And I would be happy to answer that question, Trat. But I want to move then, meanwhile, along because the other thing that you talked about, Sephora, was this important. When you have a discussion between a group or founders with different perspectives, you get into the conversation that you touched upon about root causes. And I just want to add some visuals to that to dive a step deeper. And let me just get another slide deck up here to show how, here we go, how this works. And I would argue, now we're showing growth wheel, but you can do this without growth wheel, and you can do it with other tools here as well. All right, I think you have my screen up now, because what Sephora talks about is how you find the client's real business problems. It's hard enough to reveal the problems behind the curtain, but one other thing is to reveal the root causes behind what is symptoms. And there really is more to the picture than meets the eye in any business. And that's why we need to do the root cause analysis. And as Sephora described, we want to really look around, the wheel, around the entire business, whether you're using growth wheel or not, to connect the dots and see things with the whole holistic perspective. If you are a business advisor, you're already doing this. The 360 assessment just makes it visual. So let's see how you actually do that. We want to challenge clients with whatever comes up and see if we can offer a different perspective. So I think even you mentioned the examples of if someone wants to focus on sales, that might be a good choice. They look at the wheel and they say sales is the most important because I can get more revenue, more profit, better liquidity, cash flow. I have client references, but maybe there's a root cause behind the lack of sales. And what you can do with a tool like Growth Wheel is to look around and maybe realize that the real problem is the product. So the reason that the business is not selling as much as it would like is because the product is not good enough. It needs to be more valuable product, needs to have different functionalities, maybe AI integrated. And one of these days at this conference, we're actually going to show you the Growth Wheel AI, maybe tomorrow or Wednesday at the same time. Any product can have different packaging, different characteristics, and so on. So when you do a root cause analysis, you're looking to see, could it be something else? And sales, that is the problem. So sales is the symptom, but the root cause is the product. However, there could be another root cause. It might be that the root cause is an organizational problem. It is the lack of a sales staff or qualifications of the sales staff. So when you're not selling, in some companies, in small businesses for sure, You have maybe that it's the owner who's doing all the selling. So the root cause of lack of sales is that the owner doesn't have time, and maybe, is the only person to sell, or if it's a larger organization, there might be too few salespeople, or they may not have sufficient training. So again, what seems to be on the surface a sales problem is in effect an organizational problem. And we can go on. A third example of what could be the problem could be the cost structure. So the reason that you are not selling enough in any business is because the costs are too high. So the sales price is too high. You may have a high cost structure. You may have increasing prices because of inflation or currency rates or other factors. So we think we are going to solve a sales problem, but we're actually going to solve a cost structure problem so that we can be more competitive. So those are 3 examples, but when you look at growth field, there could be 19 root causes for the lack of sales. Maybe it's the marketing materials that are not good enough. Maybe there's not enough networking. Someone is sitting in their office. Maybe it's the business idea itself. The mission and the vision is not strong enough. Maybe it's the revenue model. The price structure and the revenue models are not right. Maybe it's the customer portfolio. You are simply going for the wrong kinds of clients. And if you find other clients in other markets, they might be better. It could be you need to look at your competition. The reason for lack of sales is the competition is better at selling. It could be that you need board members or investors who can help you open doors to new customers. It could be that you need partnerships with agents or distributors or call centers to help you sell. It could be your business processes that are not being defined for how you should be selling. It could be that your contracts are too complicated. Nobody wants to sign them. It could be your facilities. You may be located in the wrong street, in the wrong city, in the wrong country. It could be IT systems. Maybe you do not have a CRM system. It could be your production and delivery system that is broken. Your deliveries are always late. Clients do not come back. That's why your sales are low. It could be lack of funding to invest in sales. It could be your brand that clients buy, but they don't come back. They're not loyal to the brand. Or it could be that you're not present in social media. So you don't get in touch with clients who could not find you in any other way than through the social media. That is 19 potential root causes for the lack of sales. And that's the approach with Growth Wheel when you are a counselor. You take a holistic perspective, as Safura said. You do it in a management team. You do it as an advisor. And you try to find out what matters most. That's the whole exercise that we're working on here, so that you can now start making an action plan for what matters most. All right. Again, I'm going to take a little pause here and see if you have anything to add, Safura. You are certainly someone who have a vast experience in doing these things. And I don't know if you could maybe share, what is the reaction from clients when you do this kind of a root cause analysis? What kind of reaction does that create on the client side?
Okay, thank you. Thank you, David. Well, usually when I have this conversation, they share first, especially if it's a team, management team, then they say, oh, I never knew you were having this problem, or I never knew this was how you looked at it. So it's a lot of like eureka moments for them. That's one. And especially, when they say, hey, I've been doing all this marketing, people are telling me to do this on social media and whatnot. And I said, okay, share with me, what is your segment market? Who are you targeting? And suddenly they say, one example is that I'm targeting 7 years old to 70-year-old. And I said, okay, wow. Do you have the budget to cover? Then I said, no. Then what do you think? So the question is always going back to them, asking them to reflect. So it's not me telling them, hey, you got to do it this way. This is wrong. Because again, as a person, human being, if we are the one to tell them, you're not doing it right, what's the reaction they're not going to accept. They're going to close. They're not going to even engage you as an advisor because we're forcing our solution to them. So just to sort of like, Dr. Hanadi did say, why not a consultant? Why not hire somebody? Because in the end of the day, who's the expert in the business? It's the entrepreneur. If I were to give solution, this is when I do the workshops and they say, hey, tell me how I'm supposed to do it. And I say, well, if I tell you how you're supposed to do it, you have to give me shares in your company. Yes. I'm gonna own it. This is my, it's gonna be my business, but this is your business. So you are the expert and you need to come up with a solution. I help you through the process. So this to me, growth wheel is more like a process which is not linear. It's an iterative process that you can go back forth on your priorities, what's important for you. And for me, that's the biggest aha. They always have this surprise look when we say, tell me about, let's go to the yellow segment, which is the business concept, because in the end of the day, most startup will start there. Some people, when they look at it, just to share, they also sometimes get very overwhelmed. They look at the 20 focus areas and say, wow, do I need to fill up everything? And the human instinct of I need to be good at everything is there. So me as the business advisor, I have to tell them, hey, there's no wrong or right. Anything that doesn't go against your religion, your belief, and the law, it's free for you to do it, for you to test, to experiment. So that's what I tell them. You got to be comfortable in you don't have to be 100%. You got to be comfortable to say, why 70, why 50? The reflection to me is the most important part as a business advisor, helping them through the process.
Right. So I think this is really excellent advice here for anyone who is an advisor. I think you're right that the advisor should not be the one giving the answers. The advisor should be one asking the questions. And I would go so far as to say, even if you have the answer, you are much better off in showing the path for someone. And like you described, Sephora, you take off a lot of responsibilities off your shoulders. You don't really want ownership of the decisions. Unless you're on the board, unless you're an owner, unless you're an investor, that's a different situation. But as long as you're an advisor, counselor, mentor, coach, you are not going to assume that responsibility and certainly not take it away from the client. They need to reach these conclusions themselves. And one of the ways that can be done in practical terms is to give the client options. So what you do is not to tell them you should increase your price. You say you can either increase your price or lower your price.
Or
You say,
or the easier part, David, just give them the article.
We certainly have tools for that.
Growthview has like 22 articles for every focus area where they can, sort of trigger their thought process. And also the other one is the decision sheet. It's very comprehensive. And just to share, maybe to give a bit of background for David doing this, he crowdsourced the tools. So the tools is not from David's own imagination, but rather from practitioners. Right, David? Right. So you ask everybody to give what are the tools that you use when you're addressing issues on marketing, branding, and all the focus areas. That's where you compile it as a comprehensive tool. So it's not from David's own imagination alone.
We can show some examples of how this is done. But the principle, whether you're using Growthwheel or not, is this idea of giving clients options instead of one single solution.
And reflections.
Yeah, exactly. So, instead of telling someone, I really think you should increase your price to get more revenue, or instead of telling them, I think you should lower your price to get more revenue, or even keep it as it is to get more revenue, you will tell the client, these are your options. And then you have a discussion with the client where they make the choice. Now, you can say, if it was me, I might choose this, as long as you don't claim that is the answer to the client. They may find their own answer for sure.
Because there's multiple contexts. There's multiple contexts to each options.
Exactly.
You know.
And that's where the expertise, isn't it, of the advisor comes in. Your ability to relate to the client's situation, the environment, and so on. So let me show here some examples of how this looks. If you are an advisor who is not going to give the advice, but is going to give clients options. So we can share, Sephora, here some of our tools called frameworks. And this is an answer to the question of how you help clients get better ideas. So someone's like, how can I get more revenue? How can I do better marketing? How can I be better at hiring staff, and so on? And if you are a business advisor, the challenge is there's too much to know. There's just like so many things you need to be an expert on. Just look around the wheel, all those different areas, or think about all the books you read. But the real challenge is to remember all the things, because if you've been a business advisor for a while, or if you've been in business for a while, you already know very much. But how do you remember all those things from all the great books that you read? Well, we know that if you hear, you forget, but if you see, you remember. And that's why we need to use infographics to get more ideas. And we all know infographics. We use them every day. We see them every day. Here's an infographic, a classic one about the big cats. And, you know, when you see an infographic like this, you are reminded about the different types of big cats there are. If we don't look at this poster, we could all remember the lion, the tiger, the panther, the jaguar, or whatever. But we may just have forgotten the black Nepalese mountain lion, if there is such a thing. And the beauty with an infographic is that it helps us remember the different types in a category, whether it's a poster of big cats, whether it's a poster of fish, flowers, chilies, or different ways to do business. And what we've done in Growth Wheel is we try to make such infographics so you can see the alternatives for different aspects of the business, different aspects of the wheel. So how do you help clients, you know, look at these? Let me show you. I have my slides here. Hold on a second.
So while David is looking for the slides, you know, again, just to share, these tools are just tools to trigger thinking, to trigger reflection, to trigger what are the things that they could do and why. So for me, you know, I've met a lot of educators who are trying to teach entrepreneurship with university students. And for me, this is a great way to get them to be able to reflect on when they're going through the application of being an entrepreneur during the study, during the semester. Using these decision sheets actually help them reflect, you know, hey, why did I make those decisions? Why did I take that action? Did it work? Did it work? If it worked, we continue. If it didn't work, what could you do differently? I think that's the most important part. Learning about entrepreneurship is reflect from our application. So David, have you found the slides?
Yes, and thank you for filling in for me right there. Let me get this up here. Why is it not doing what I want here today? Let me see here. It's going to be just one more moment. Well, as you know, Sephora, we do have a lot of slides.
Yes, I know. A lot of information. And, you know, I do another challenge that I always hear from people, you know, especially if they don't, the first time using Growth Wheel, for example, is that they do also get overwhelmed by the tools that are available. in Growth Wheel, the decision sheets and whatnot. For me, again, we always go back to the focus area. So if we just focus on what the entrepreneur needs, then we won't get lost.
Right.
Otherwise, you know, everything, we want to do everything. Every tool looks beautiful.
Let's see
Okay,
some.
go ahead.
And I think you're right. Whether you're using Growth Wheel or any other tool, the only way to avoid clients getting overwhelmed is that you are going to be the filter. If you are an advisor, you want to filter the information and you want to make things simple. In fact, the Growth Wheel itself is such a framework. There are 4 things in a business, or there's 20 things in a business. And then you can dive down and show what are the different ways you can be profitable. What are the different players in the market? What are the different ways to do marketing? What are the kind of people you could have on your board? So a classic example of a framework, an infographic is this one, the product mix, where you can think about your own business, or you can think about one of your clients, one of the companies you may have invested in, how they can have introductory products, core products, add-on and flagship products. So this framework doesn't tell anybody what is right, but it opens up a conversation whether a business should have an introductory product, something cheap, free, or small to get a foot in the door. After you have had the client come in, and by the way, on LinkedIn, this is the freemium model before you actually buy a subscription. In the food shop, it's a little taster at the counter before you buy something. At the car dealership, you get a drive in the car before you buy it, and so on. So many of businesses have it, and it's one area of further developing the product portfolio. There's also core products, whatever that means. That in itself is an interesting conversation. What is a core product? Is it the one that gets the most attention, the most revenue, the most profit? And whenever people bought a core product, there can be an add-on, and some businesses make most of the money from the add-on. Would you like to have a coffee with your donut? Would you like to have an extra cable with your phone? And so on. And by helping businesses define add-on products, it's an avenue to get them to make more money. Flagship products at the bakery is the wedding cake. It's the biggest car you can get at the dealership. It's the most advanced phone with the most features and so on. Not everybody's buying the flagship product, but because you have it, they may buy smaller ones. So this is an example of an infographic where, as Sapura described, you don't have to tell somebody what's the right solution, what's the right product. But by introducing a visual framework, you can advise them into making the choice. Now they see the options, and as Sapura said, they may be the expert on their own business. So they know what they already have tried, they know what they should be trying next, and so on. Here's another example, the marketing fan. Marketing is much more than social media. So there are classic ways that are still very effective, from advertising, prints, direct marketing, publications, and various kinds of promotions. There are frameworks for being more profitable that shows that there are only 2 ways to be more profitable in a business: more revenue or less cost. And there's only 4 ways to increase your revenue, and there's only 4 ways to reduce your costs, and so on. So that is just an example here of some of the Growth Wheel frameworks that helps what Sapura describes to avoid being the advisor that tells someone what to do, but be a facilitator of their decision-making process. And if you're not a Growth Wheel user, you can find plenty of other infographics. We structured them in a certain way. We color-coded them. We made them simple. We have a certain style. But the principle goes beyond Growth Wheel. It's the principle of choosing the advisory style that Sapura has described and finding visual tools that will support giving clients options instead of giving them answers, right? Asking them questions instead of giving them answers. And these are examples of that, as we have 3 minutes left of our presentation here today. Are there any last questions or comments? Or Dr. Hannadi, is there anything you would like us to address in this session before I might say a few words about what we're going to cover in our sessions tomorrow, that I will have the pleasure of hosting as well?
Just a quick one, David, just, because Dr. Hannadi did talk about business model canvas, just a quick one on that. Yeah. Business model canvas actually complements growth wheel very much. Why? And I know it from experience because I know business model canvas very well, used it a lot. But business model canvas is very strategic level, you know, looking at the business as a whole. How could you be more in, you know, exploiting or exploring your business model to create and capture value, where growth wheel supports it in the execution. To validate, to make decisions based on the strategy that we have, you know, created through the business model canvas. So it is not something which is extraordinary or different or contradicting. Even if you talk about SWOT that David mentioned is since 1965, it makes, with a business model canvas and growth wheel, makes SWOT even more effective. Why? You're comparing your strength and weakness and opportunity and threat compared to somebody else's business, rather than you know, in Malaysia we call short sendiri, or you just have self-belief. You're so into yourself, so you're doing your decision based on information and you know, comparison.
I'm in total agreement, Sephora, with your opinion and also with David. Even though we can take it from other perspective, the canvas is focusing in generalization, but the growth wheel focusing in the specific KPI, and in each KPI you can evaluate and get advice. On the other hand, the people who's using Canvas, if there are I put in my opinion, if it's a startup just starting the business 1 year or 2 years, it's difficult for them to go to the canvas and writing their strategy. They need someone to write business plan for them or answering all the concern. But for the growth wheel, it's an easy matter because the decision sheet told you all the key, all the indicators and all, even though the percentage, they provide us with the percentage, they give us more details rather than generalization. Everybody now implementing a growth wheel. Now we have a great awareness. I give you congratulations, David. We have a great awareness in our startups in Kuwait and also in the GCC about the growth wheel, 360 growth wheel. I keep educate and give advice for companies and startup, even though we're giving for government level people to understand how they can evaluate the business plan when they receive it from the client. And we have a great plan to invert this one in banks or financial institutions, instead of collecting from the startup before they taking loan from the bank. So they ask them, please provide us with your business plan, then we can provide you with the loan based on the business plan. Now we can take away the business plan, and we can, with a few decision sheet from growth wheel, they can give the decision, and they can having a very great result with those startups. And the bank will be saving time, saving money, saving employee. And this is, it's my my perspective for the coming years.
Thank you, Dr. Hanadi, and thank you for this opportunity to share some of the things we've been working on here for the last 15 years. We are over time now, but I just want to say that in the days to come, we're going to demonstrate the Growth Wheel AI, where advisors can generate action plans and map out ambitions. And we're also going to present a brand new business advisor certificate in interpersonal skills to become a trusted advisor. So this is going to be same time tomorrow on this channel for those of you who will be here again tomorrow.
Thank you so much, David. Thank you so much, Sephora, for your presentations and your experiences. I think Professor Naz Onel, your time to alert you. David, be with us, and looking forward also to see you tomorrow.
Thank you, Dr. Hanadi, and thank you, David. This was a great session, and it's You're only 2 minutes over time, and this is impressive, actually, considering all the different sessions and so many people are attending. Hanadi, as always, you're doing an excellent job. It's so impressive how this is going so smoothly, and congratulations. It's another great conference.
Thank you for your support. We miss Mike this evening. He is in the flight going to the daughter.
It's 2 p.m. here. I'm in New Jersey, so but I've been enjoying it. Thank you again for having me. When I have been asked if I could join again, I attended last year's sessions, and it was a pleasure. I learned a lot, and when I was asked this year, I was ecstatic. I said, yes, I want to be there. So thank you again for having me. So
thank you. More than welcome all the time.
Thank you. So this session 7, innovative approaches to teaching entrepreneurship and creativity. This is the session we will have 3 presenters, and I saw them. They are already here, which is wonderful. First, I want to again thank you, Professor Hanadi, for having me this year again. And last year, I found attending this conference really, really very eye-opening, enriching experience. And thank you for leading this amazing conference from all over the world. The attendees, we get to see each other, listen to each other, and get connected through social media and other sources. Thanks for leading this. Thank you again. A little bit about me, just really briefly. I'm an associate professor of business administration and director of the dual degree program at Stockton University, which is in South Jersey, New Jersey, in the US. As I said, it's 2 p.m. here. It's a good time. It's sunny, although it's a little cold here, but it's a nice day. And I teach graduate and undergraduate courses. I do a lot of research on consumer decision-making and well-being, artificial intelligence and sustainability marketing, digital consumer behavior, consumer environmental and social behavior, and corporate social responsibility. So these are some of the areas that I'm focusing on. So this conference is really also, in terms of the research area that I'm interested in, so much richness it's bringing to me and my research, and that's why it's a pleasure to be here. First, we will start with Dr. Wasim Al-Balkhi from Central Lille Institute. I think I barely, yes, I'm seeing him. He's right here with a very pretty view in the background.
Thank you.
Is that where you are? Is it Paris?
Yeah, we are in Lille. It's 1 hour away from Paris by high speed train.
I do not have the title of your presentation, but the floor is yours.
Okay.
Everybody's going to get 15 minutes, and we will get the questions at the end, if that's okay with you. So the floor is yours. Thank you for joining us.
Okay, thank you, Naz. Thank you, Hanadi, for this opportunity to invite us. My presentation. Can you see my screen?
Yes, yes.
So my presentation is entitled Lean Construction 4.0, Human and Technology for Value and Continuous Improvement. Firstly, I would like to introduce myself. I am a postdoc researcher in Central Lille Institute, which is a school of engineering in the city of Lille in the north of France. I got my PhD in civil engineering recently, working on the topic that I'm presenting it today. I have a master's degree in engineering project management from University of Jordan, and I am a member of the board of directors of the French Lean Construction Institute. And I have 13 years of experience in the construction industry, in addition to other things that can be mentioned later. So the plan of this presentation will include a general context for the construction industry, Then covering the topic of my presentation, which is Lean Construction 4.0. Then some few examples very quickly about the integration between the two sides of this concept. And finally, covering the future of this topic. So the construction industry, as it is widely conceived, it's one of the most important industries in the world that employs more than 97 million people around the world. And it has more than $13 trillion spending every year. However, this industry is suffering from different problems related to the low productivity levels, the large amount of wasted time, the large amount of non-value adding activities, or what it means, the activities that are done for nothing, in addition to the vast amount of waste in this industry. So taking an example, the French construction industry, it's not an exceptional industry. It has the same problem that every construction sector in the world suffer from. For example, in 2019, there was more than 28 company deaths in the country in the field of construction industry. There are one accident every 2 minutes in the industry in France. More than 45% of the home buyers are not satisfied with the quality, and more than 25% of them are not satisfied with the delivery of time. And there are a large amounts of construction and demolition waste. Out of them, many of them are hazardous waste. And in addition to that, there is a very low level of spending on research and development in the construction sector in France. This is the general case in the world, and it's also in France. So therefore, there is a need to create a change in the industry, the need to create a change in the practices, in technology, and in the way of thinking. One interesting report was presented by McKinsey and Company, showed different opportunities to create this change in the industry in terms of reshaping the regulation, reviewing the way of contracting, rethinking about the design, improving the whole supply chain and procurement practices, and reskilling of the workers. And the same report pointed out to the importance of the industrialization of this industry, of the construction industry, by presenting some technology-based solutions. The construction industry is known as a low-tech industry that does not value a lot the importance of technology. In addition to creating some different practices, depending more on modularity, prefabrication, and standardization, and the adoption of lean construction. So the adoption of lean construction with construction 4.0 can be covered when working on the title of Lean Construction 4.0, which is the integration of two important concepts, lean construction and construction 4.0. So starting with the first concept, the origin of lean construction comes from Toyota production system, which were developed to efficiently and quickly deliver high quality vehicles to satisfy the client needs. So based on the lean thinking, everything that does not add value for the client, it's a waste and should be eliminated. And there is a need always to create a continuous and smooth flow of work, materials, and information in order to make a continuous improvement in the production process. So apart from the different definitions of lean construction, there's one interesting definition that we can adopt. In the project management thinking, there is this ironic triangle, or the project management triangle, which suppose that there are, for each product, project, or service, there are three main constraints: time, quality, and cost. And whenever we want to improve one of them, we are obliged to sacrifice at least one of the others. So if you want to deliver the project earlier, we may sacrifice the quality and cost. But lean thinking is about working in order to try to improve everything together. Time, cost, quality, and even go beyond that to improve stakeholders' engagement, collaboration, safety and health, sustainability, and client satisfaction. The other concept is the construction 4.0, which is about the application of the fourth industrial revolution technologies and practices in the company, in the project or in the production process. In these systems, Industry 4.0 enables all actors to interact and communicate with each other using innovative technologies and practices. And in these systems, organizations, devices, and processes communicate and exchange information autonomously and continuously to enable information-based decision-making process. There are many construction 4.0 or industry 4.0 that applications and technologies that can be applied to the construction industry, such as 3D printing, digital fabrication, building information modeling, digital twin, artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, and many others. So the motivation to work on this topic comes from the shared objectives between the two concepts, lean construction and construction 4.0, which are about improving the innovation, sustainability, cost and time saving, safety condition, quality, predictability, and many others. In addition to the need to integrate these two concepts, one example is lean construction is sometimes considered as a low-tech concept, while construction 4.0, it's a very high-tech solution. So when we talk about their integration, that means that we don't overemphasize on the technology and neglect people. And at the same time, we benefit from the advanced technologies in order to improve the information sharing, the reduction of complexity, the inclusion of the client, and the traceability of the client's needs and requirements. So the first example in this presentation about the integration of lean construction and 3D printing. So their integration, while lean construction very helpful to identify the value and work for a better value and improving the process continuously, 3D printing is helpful to improve safer, greener, and better construction environment. So both of them can work together. So examples of how 3D printing can eliminate waste. 3D printing can eliminate, in comparison to conventional construction methods, 3D printing can eliminate waiting for materials, for transportation, for formwork, or for resources. It can also reduce the large amount of waste in inventories, the transportation of workers, machines, and materials, in addition to the overproduction of material. In turn, 3D printing themselves may have some waste that should be eliminated, such as the defective layer, the design error, unprintable materials, waiting due to maintenance or quality measurements, transportation of spare parts, and overproduction also. The other example is about the integration of lean construction and Internet of Things. And this is one of the results of our research. It is what we call lean construction and IoT matrix. It's based on the integration of lean construction principles, which are flow, creating a smooth and continuous flow, value generation, problem solving, and developing partners. In addition to the IoT functionalities, which are about monitoring, control, autonomy, data transfer, data storage, data analytics, and integration. And such integration is helpful to create a quicker decision-making process, to ensure the work continuity on site, in the construction site, to maintain the inventory levels, to include the requirements and trace the requirements of the client, and to solve problems even before they happen, so due to early warnings, and to benefit from real-time information and data to improve connectivity between different partners in the construction project. The third example is about the integration of lean construction and digital twin. So digital twin is about creating connection between the digital asset, the physical asset and the digital replica of this physical asset, and then improving the decision-making based on the quality of the data collected from the physical assets and managed and analyzed in the digital replica. So this integration is helpful to improve planning and visualization in terms of visualization, understanding the process and continuously visualize this process, and provide the opportunity for different partners to have access to these plans and achieve the principles of collaborative planning for lean construction. It also helped to improve the monitoring and control process using the real-time data and identifying the bottlenecks and eliminate the waste in the process. This integration is also helpful in order to risk mitigation or risk management by doing some simulation in the digital twin and application of the error-proofing principles of the lean construction. And finally, improving the supply chain management by modeling of the entire supply chain to optimize the production and delivery and achieving zero inventory and avoiding waste in the inventory. So the future of lean construction 4.0, very quickly, there are many opportunities to work on this topic, including, firstly, providing some ways to identify the maturity levels of the application of this concept or this philosophy in the construction project, and the barriers to adopt this concept in order to benefit or to maximize the benefits of both of them together. Also, there's a need to study their applicability during the different phases of the project life cycle. There's a need to create new business models in order to identify the possibilities of these applications. And in addition, to create results-based or impact-based application of lean construction 4.0 to integrate sustainability, design for deconstruction, circularity, and value for the earth. So thank you for your attention. I hope that I was on time.
Yes,
here are my
perfect.
contact
Thank you,
details.
Wasim. Thank you very much.
My pleasure.
Yes, on time. And this was a great presentation. We will immediately jump into the next presentation. Dora is here with us. Dora, hi.
Hello,
welcome.
hi,
I think
Hannah.
you are from the same institution, right?
Yes, but when I finished my PhD, I moved to a new company. Kadrij is a company for a high-end renovation project. So.
Okay. It's a pleasure having you here today. We are
Thank
ready
you.
for your presentation.
Thank you so much, Hannah, for having me. I will share my screen.
Sure.
Can you see it? No?
Yes, we can.
Just one. You can see the slides?
Yes.
Okay.
We are seeing presenter view. Is that okay with you?
No.
We can see all the notes.
I will take it off. So
this is perfect. Now we are seeing the presentation. Yes.
Okay. So today I will present a part of my PhD work is lean and digital twin in brick manufacturing. So I will start with the introduction for the bricks manufacturing, introduce lean and industry 4.0, the methodology and the conclusion and first steps. So as you know, the bricks are one of the oldest building material, and present nowadays they are used in more than 25% of houses and construction projects. So some of challenges that bricks manufacturing is facing is the increased population growth, the migration to urban areas, unreliable supply chain due to the impact of COVID, and others like wars and disaster, like the war, especially the war in Ukraine, which create a gap between demand and supply of housing. Other challenges that the bricks manufacturing are facing is the environmental impact due to the high consumption energy due to the kiln for the curing part of the process, and also this skilled labor, and productivity and efficiency, and the low quality and operational waste. So to overcome these challenges, we used the Industry 4.0 to reduce waste, to improve the operational excellence, and to improve the energy consumption. Some of challenges that we face during this project is the lack of knowledge and skills in SMEs, especially with the Industry 4.0 and with new technologies. So the case study is a company based on the north of France, which is a family-based company with more than 100 years old, and produce this different type of clay-based brick, and it's a provider of brick for many projects in France, England, Ireland, and many other locations. So the process that we studied, it starts with extraction and storage of raw material, preparation of the mixture with burying, grinding, and transfer to the aerial feeder, and then with shaping with the extrusion and cutting the pudding, and then we go to drying to reduce the humidity of bricks to between 100 and 4 from between 1 and 4%. And then we go to curing in temperature, which can attain 1,100 degrees Celsius. And then we go to the quality control, palletization, and finally to the storage. So we started with making, we studied the current production process with to collect data and make some interviews with workers. There is also some data collected with sensors that already exist in the SME. Then we made some observation. We stayed around 3 months or more to study the process and to measure some data, so we can make our VSM, the value stream mapping, as a static model, and then we will make our virtual model with digital twin, and to put all the data that we collect for the VSM, then we can create the future production and create the bidirectional data flow between the physical and virtual model. So the idea was to implement predictive maintenance to predict future failures in machine and avoid machines breakdown that would cause productivity loss, because it's a problem that is which is happen very often in the company. So the use of an interactive model that links the physical process and the digitalization process to provide real-time data and update about the effectiveness of change in the process, the production process, especially that the SME is trying to implement the multiple principle of Industry 4.0. So this is the VSM that we get at the end. We have the different phase of the process, and we have the cycle time, the different data that we collect, the cycle time, change over time, the weight of material, the flow, the energy, type of energy, the power of the machine, the energy consumption especially, and the temperature and the time of working per year. So with making the VSM, we get as a result that there is a high level of defects in different places along the process, stoppages in the production line due to some reasons such as fallen bricks in the wagon path, problems in machine, and stoppages due to the cutting machine. The latter is responsible for a lot of stoppages, around 5 to 6 times per day, due to frequent failure in the cutting wires, which require their replacement each time. And each time the machine stops, it requires around 15 minutes to put the new wires. Also, there is a level work in progress which affects the freedom of movement and create problem in brick storage. So the idea was to make the digital twin of the production line, which was made in collaboration with Dassault Systèmes and Central Lille. So we create the 3D modeling of different state of brick. We start with raw material storage, mixing, grinding, the column to be cutted, and then we have dried brick, fired brick, and package. And then we create the manufacturing of bill material, which integrate the different 3D model of brick in the logical order of the manufacturing process. Then we make the process planning and flow simulation, which cover creating workstation consistently with the flow in the original process and linking them due to the previous phase. So in each phase, we create the workstation, and we put this parameter for each station: the flow, the cycle time, the estimated operation time, interval between failures, repair type. So this is the same data that we collect in the value stream mapping. And each workstation has to be connected to the workstation after and the one before. At the end, we get this production line with different steps, and for each step, we have the different workstation. For example, we have for the cutting machine here, we have the conveyor belt, we have the cutting machine, and another conveyor belt that sends the material to the storage and then to put it to send it to the dryer. As a result, the digital twin presents useful information in the shape of a Gantt chart about the system, the operations, duration of each part for each part of the production line, and the most important part is the rate utilization of the system machine. So, for example, here, which in green, it means that there is a low utilization rate of the machine. So it's something bad. I don't know why it's in green, but it's the software. So here, for example, if we want to make any change on the machine, we can test different scenario and try to test how it will impact all the process production line. So which will enable us, if we can stop the production line, to change some parameters of the kiln, for example, or we cannot do it. So I will present a kind of a scenario that we test. As I mentioned before, there is the cutting machine where the wires are frequently broken. So each time the wire broke, we have no sensors. So the workers, it will detect that there is a problem in the wire machine in the next station. So here the idea was to put the sensor to test, can predict the breakage of wire and automatically will stop the process. And once the process is stopped, there will be a kind of sensor to inform workers that the line is stopped. So here the rate utilization of the machine, and we suppose that there is 6 stoppages per day, and for each stoppage it's 15 minutes to change the wires. So this problem will reduce the rate utilization of the machine per 7.5% of use the machine. And the second scenario that we tested here, so facing bricks are produced by sewing conventional bricks, which create a lot of waste of material, of energy, and even time for workers. So manufacturing them directly to the right dimension by modifying the production line would save over 6% of the energy used in the brick works annual production. So the idea was to test if we can make some change in the production line, and we produce our facing bricks and then go back to produce conventional bricks. So to make these changes, we need 35 minutes change. So it will reduce more the utilization rate of machines per 2.5%. So with the stoppages of the wires, the broken wires. So here it will affect the utilization of the machines per 10%, which cannot be possible. So the idea is to make a second production line for facing bricks. So the future step, a network of sensors is currently under construction to be connected with the developed virtual model to ensure the bidirectional flow of data between the virtual model and physical model, because the idea that the sensors are very expensive. So we are trying to how we say it, to ask for funding from the government, because it helps SMEs to develop and to change the production line to Industry 4.0. And making a network of sensors will help us to integrate more detail in our digital twin, so it can help us to analyze more the production line. So as a result, the proposed framework allows to a dynamic and continuous monitoring of the production line and testing different production scenario and integrating real-time data to improve predictability. The contribution of this work it shows an example of Lean and Industry 4.0 integration to digitalize in SMEs and to improve performance in brick manufacturing. And as a future research, we try to modify and test the framework in other industry, so we can define the KPI, and also we want to investigate the impact of the model on the performance and identify key performance indicator of the framework. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dora. Everybody's on time in this session. This is wonderful. Thank you. This was a great presentation.
Thank you.
I tried to understand everything, but it was difficult because of the concept. But yeah, you explained everything very clearly. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so
for being
much.
here. Okay, we have the last but the least presenter here, Slim Rabbi. And Rabbi, the floor is yours. We're excited to hear your presentation.
Thank you so much. So I'm sharing my screen. Are you seeing my screen?
Yes, perfect.
Okay, so thank you for inviting me. My name is Slim Rabbi. I'm in my final year of PhD studies, and I'm working on the advanced work packaging methodologies for complex construction projects in partnership between Central Lille here in France and Concord Project Technologies. So our main presentation will be about 5 main questions. What is AW methodologies? How does AWP work? How can we integrate AWP, and how to integrate the AWP in the industry, and what are the impact of in the organization? So the first question was, what is AWP? Advanced Work Packaging is a new methodology for managing complex construction projects to improve their performance. And it is a construction-driven project delivery process that adopts the following principle: that the construction the customer is the construction on itself. The meaning of complex projects here are divided in 3 main sectors, and we are making research about that. We can say that where there are simultaneous interactions and there are several stakeholders, and the project can be on a duration for several years. So the historical background of the AWP, it's in its origin, it's what created initially in the North America between Canada and the USA. And it was a consortium of 13 organizations. The University of Texas at Austin is one of them. And it was under the supervision of the Construction Industry Institute and the Construction Owners Association of Alberta between 2011 and 2013. And at the end of this consortium research, the advanced work packaging methodology was denominated as best practices for construction projects. So this methodology was integrated in several construction projects, mainly in energy sector, in petrochemical industry, in mining, in infrastructure, in industrial aspects. And it gave so many performances. One of them is the safety. The organizations that implemented AWP have recorded 0 accidents in some cases, and it implement a total decrease of production costs by 10% and increasing productivity until 25% of labor productivity. We can say that these performances can be reachable at a stage of maturity and of implementing the AWP in the organization. So how does the AWP work? So the AWP principle is it is a construction-driven planning methodology, and its value is in improving delivery and execution efficiency. And it is dedicated to complex construction projects, and its main principle is about full sequencing of all the work packages that are planned without constraints, starting within the mind to do the work in the right way from the first time. So the AWP stakeholders approach, its main idea is to invite and involve all the stakeholders from the beginning of the project, and they will be working together to develop interactive planning. And as it is an execution-driven process to resolve individual constraints, and all this path is managed by the construction team project. So the main deliverable of this methodology is the path of construction. And here it is concerning of logical sequencing of the construction work. We can see here in the right image that the plot plan was divided in several areas, and we can see that here the arrows marking the construction path of the project. So the quality of the construction plan is explain the know-how and the experience of the poor quality and it is an indicator for the likelihood of a project success. And the second main deliverable of the AWP is the construction work areas. And here in our project, we decompose the plan into different parts of the site plan represented logical work areas. And here the construction work areas will include all the disciplines, and in the image on the right, we can see a selected construction work area. And this construction work area will be divided in itself in several construction work packages that are logical, manageable distribution within the scope of the construction, and they are divided in a single disciplines. And here we can see the example of dividing the pipe work in the construction project. After that, we need the input for the construction work packages, and here we are talking about the engineering work packages and the procurement work packages that are the deliverables for maintaining and doing the work of the construction work package. And after that, as this methodology is construction driven, we have every construction work package will be divided in installation work package, and these deliverables are enables an installation team to carry out safely, predictably, measurably, and efficiently the work that they have to do. And here we can see the overall sequencing of the work package. We start with the composing of areas, and in each area we will be focusing on disciplines, and in each discipline we will need the engineering and the procurement work packages, and to finish with the installation work package. Once we how to integrate this methodology, the question is, can we really integrate the AWP? Here I'm sharing with you the implementation of the AWP worldwide. And here we have more than 40 regions in the world that implemented the AWP in their projects. Different cases that I'm sharing with you, we have International Airport Modernization in Canada, the power plant construction projects in South Africa. We have the power plant construction project, the Baraka in the United Arab Emirates, and the copper mine construction project in Mongolia, and the refinery construction project in Canada. So there are several companies that are interested in AWP. I'm sharing with you a list that is not exhaustive, that were interested in AWP. And one of these companies are Shell, Worley, ExxonMobil, Samsung Engineering, that these companies implemented AWP in their projects. And also there are other types of companies that are offering the AWP as part of their software solutions, like Autodesk, O3 Solutions, and other companies. So the AWP could be identified as a solution for all critical planning elements, and it is a detailed engineering that solves all the constraints. And finally, once on the site, on the construction phase, the methodology changes to be agile, an agile approach. And here we maintain that we have no mobilization on the site until we solve all the constraints that have to be solved yet. So the traditional approach of construction projects is a linear construction methodology or project approach, and the AWP is based on collaboration between the project owner and the project manager in the first way, and after that, in the collaboration between all the team of the project members. So the first question is how to integrate the AWP. The first of the need is to maintain a good preparations that involve all the engineering to respect dedicated times. And these preparations have to integrate a stronger sequencing of activities on the project. And this preparation have to be construction-oriented planning as a result. The second need is the contracts on themselves. The contracts that will be used in on the project have to integrate the AWP expectations at the outset of the project. And here the stakeholders' coordination and involvement have to be right from the design phase. And Also, we have to integrate the training, the support, and the coaching of the AWP. And here I'm sharing different ideas and training courses and materials that could be integrated with the AWP. As I'm working in a partnership between Concord and Central Lille, we are trying to implement the AWP in the French construction market here in France. It is to mention here that the AWP is translated in English, in French, and in Spanish language. And we are proposing trainings for companies and for researchers at the same time. So here are the different types of training that could be provided for the AWP methodology. We can see the different languages and outcomes of training AWP. And here I'm sharing with you example of certification that are provided when making the AWP certifications with its different roles. So this led us to our final questions. What is the impact on the organization when implementing AWP? To be honest with you, I can say that the only new role in the organization is the AWP champion. That is a new role. It is not the project manager. It is a specific role that is dedicated to implement the AWP on the organization. And here I'm sharing with you the impact on the organization when implementing the AWP. And here the yellow boxes are the changes on the organization when implementing AWP. And here the red boxes are the changes that our subcontractors have to integrate to follow the process of implementing the AWP. It is also to mention that the integration cost for AWP varies between 0.5 to 3% of the total cost of the project. And here I'm finishing my presentation, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Slim. Okay, all the presentations are completed, and we can now take questions. Any questions from anybody? It's very interesting subjects, and thank you all for being here. And anyone? There is one question, but I am not able to read it. It's in a different language, so
it's about a certificate for those who are attending certificate. I think it's for the organizers.
Oh, okay. Okay. So it's something else. It's not a question about the presentations. Okay. I wasn't sure.
Yeah.
Thank you for translating. Since
pleasure.
you talked to Wasim, you'll get the question from me. Okay. So you talked about lean construction and 3D printing. Very interesting subject. And you talked about applicability during the main phases of the project life cycle.
Yeah.
Towards the end, you mentioned that as a future direction.
Yeah.
Or maybe a barrier.
Yeah.
Could you please elaborate on that a little bit? Explain like how that could be a problem or how it could be implemented.
Yeah, in fact, it's not a problem. It's a direction to be investigated. So the idea of lean construction itself is about improving the production system. So lean in general, it's a philosophy to improve the production system in general. It's about improving the processes and creating a continuous improvement culture. So therefore, the focus on the implementation of lean construction received greater attention in the construction phase in comparison to the other phases, because it's directly related to the production process. A little attention or less attention was received to the design phase. There are many concepts about lean design, but maybe the integration of the whole project life cycle for lean construction and for construction 4.0 would be an interesting idea to be covered. And in the presentation, I mentioned relating that with different topics, including, for example, design for deconstruction and circularity. So it's linking everything. So it's not working on only, let's say, specific period of the project, but also trying to integrate the overall project life cycle with these concepts.
Thank you, Wasim, for explaining it further. Thank you. Anyone else has any questions for Wasim or anybody else? Otherwise, I have one more question. No? Okay.
Yeah.
Adora, the question is going to you. So again, towards the end, you mentioned we can modify and test the framework that you presented in other industries. That's what you mentioned. Which industry would be a good match, you think, to implement this this framework? And like, what would be the first one you could think of, or can you give some examples to that?
So the work was made especially for SMEs, because here, for I don't know in other countries, but especially in France, SMEs, they think they are not capable to start working to implement Industry 4.0 principle. So the idea is to show them that there is possibility to implement the Industry 4.0 principle with collaboration, for example, with academia. We started just by interviews, collecting data. You can do it manually if you don't have, you can't afford to buy sensors and to implement to make a network system with the sensors. So the idea is mainly SMEs and industries. It doesn't matter the type of industry, it's just for SMEs. And I'm trying to do now the same thing with the company with construction, is to start with study the main process, the current process in the company, and to define, you can do it with VSM, you can do it with only tables to collect data to see what is wrong in the company, what the bottleneck of the process. And then we can think about the technologies and how tools, we have a lot of tools today, we can implement whatever we want, but it's more, the most critical phase, I think, is to detect what are the bottleneck of our process, what doesn't work in our process. So then the tools, we have a choice to implement whatever we want. So I don't know, bricks manufacturing, maybe we can do it in also a glass manufacturing, because it's almost the same thing, because there is a high energy consumption in the glass manufacturing also. We can start with that to respond to your question.
Thank you. Glass. That's very good. Okay, very good answer. Thank you both. And any questions? No? Okay, my last question. Slim, it's coming to you. So we have 4 more minutes. Take your time, 4 minutes. But advanced work packaging you talked about, and could you please tell us what is the next first step moving forward?
Okay.
I know this is a very general question, but that's what I'm curious about. if you could answer.
So I will talk about the objectives of my PhD research in this partnership between Concord and Centraline here in France, because the idea is this methodology is start to be implemented in different regions in the world. So the idea is why not to implement it here in France? So, and with that, I start working on that, the AWP for the construction industry in mega projects, petrochemicals, and all that. And the first question is this methodology really applicable in different construction sector, like building, classical construction projects, or not? And this is one of the challenges that we are working on. And the second step is, could we really implement it here in France? Is there any barriers to implement it, regulations, mindset? So we are working on that, on these aspects. And also, as Wasim said, so we are working AWP, lean construction. Lean is earlier on construction projects. So one of the main the different questions that always I'm asked is what is the difference between the AWP and lean construction? Is there any similarities or differences between these approaches or methodologies? And we were also working on making or highlighting the similarities and the differences between these two methodologies. And each one of them has its main properties and characteristics. So the idea after all that is try to implement the AWP in the construction France sector in the first time, and then move forward to the all European region.
Yes, we are right on time, and I want to thank you all. I think we had a great session. Thank you for attending. Very impressive work, each one of you. Thanks again for being here.
Thank you.
I see Professor Anderson is here. Hello, Professor Anderson. How are you? Good seeing you. You're muted. You're muted.
Sorry.
Hey,
okay.
How are you
Hello.
doing?
Yes, I'm
Everything
here.
is good? It's good to see you.
It's good to see you.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, this is a great opportunity. Thank you again for having me. And floor is yours, microphone is yours. And yeah, I'll be here. I'll try to attend as many sessions as I can. Thank you again, Dr. Hanadi, for having me. And thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Professor.
Well, I don't know if I have my speakers here or not for this session.
Yes, the first speaker is Professor Mu'min. He wants to finalize their presentation quickly. You can start. And the other two, it's already in contact with me via WhatsApp, and they told me is ready. So sorry, Professor Mu'min, about delaying you, but this is our time. And you accepting our time from early stage. Go ahead.
Yes. I think I should say sorry because it's my pleasure. Unfortunately, the timing is that now is in my place 2 a.m. Morning.
Are you in Bangladesh?
Yeah, now in Bangladesh. Yes.
Okay, I was going to introduce you, but that's okay. I was going to say I'm pleased that you are here, and I was very impressed with your resume, but I was...
my pleasure.
Yes, you are with the Independent University of Bangladesh, is that correct?
Yep, now it's
Yes, now. And you were at University of Texas in Arlington.
Arlington, yep.
Yes, okay, very good. And you are in School of Business of Entrepreneurship. Is that correct?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Well, I'm looking forward to your presentation.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. First of all, I'm so sorry that I'm delivering my lecture earlier. In fact, if you allow me that after the my lecture, I'd like to leave the session because tomorrow morning I have to leave because tomorrow morning I have another meeting early in the morning. So I should get up there early. So so let us start. I'm like to share my screen. Is it visible?
Yes.
Okay. So basically, I like to talk about the entrepreneurship as I'm working in the School of Business Entrepreneurship. So I like to also share that what kind of knowledge is very important when you think about the entrepreneurship. I think already our session chair already introduced myself, and also Dr. Hanadi also mentioned me. So first of all, if you start to think about the entrepreneurship, that how we can think that this kind of mindset will be available inside our mind, inside our graduates. Basically, if you look very carefully, when you talk about the entrepreneur, the first name will come up everywhere, that Bill Gates, Steve Jobs, Zuckerberg. It's a very common name will come up that as they're the icon of the entrepreneurs. So that is something what I said, that entrepreneurship is the ability and readiness to develop, organize, run a business enterprise along with the uncertainties. But remember, the main target to get the profit, but there's uncertainties as well. So maybe it could be the opposite way. So it's also part of the entrepreneurship. And then if you look very carefully here, you can understand one thing is that we are talking about the different types of the entrepreneurship. So small business entrepreneurship, and the scalable startups, large company, and the social entrepreneurship. Social entrepreneurship, the new concept, is also very popular in our country due to the Professor Dr. Yunus. His social entrepreneurship concept, his social business concept is a very popular all over the world. So basically, whatever you have the entrepreneurship culture or entrepreneurship mindset, we have to start to think there are a few basic characteristics in order to become the entrepreneur. That is like innovation or creativity. Innovation and creativity, and professionalism, risk-taking. What I said earlier, our target to get the profit, maybe we couldn't get the profit, there is a loss. That is a way that how we can learn, that how we can go to the next level. We have to analyze the break-even analysis, break-even point. It is very important for the entrepreneur. New entrepreneur, they should think about this one, that how they will come up with the break-even. At least they can get some basic idea about their business. Passionate, the planning, we'll discuss this one later on. Knowledge. Today, I like to talk about this one. That there's some concept is very important to know when you like to become the entrepreneur. One of the very important concept is the supply chain concept. You have to understand the whole supply chain, from the supply to customer, from the raw materials to finished product. We have to understand the social skills. It's very important. That whether the people, those who work in the industry, how about their skill, the social skills. And the open-mindedness, I would say, is very important because we have to be that kind of mindset, that like learning people and even failure. So what I said that open-mindedness, or I would say that sometimes we should change our mindset. Our earlier mindset is a very clear mindset. We like to get the profit. But what I said that it is the way that you have to think. There is also failure. And now, coming to that point, what I like to discuss supply chain knowledge for entrepreneurs. Suppose what I said that we have to start to think that when you like to become the entrepreneur, that supply chain knowledge. So that is the one chain that will start from supplier to customer, and we have to think in the raw materials to finished product. We have to think of the flow of goods for manufacturing industry, flow of service for the service industry, flow of information, integrated information system from the supplier to customer, and definitely the flow of fund, flow of money. So this is very basic few things you have to know from supply chain point of view. Basically, as my specialization on the supply chain management, and when you like to talk with the new entrepreneur, or even if you like to discuss entrepreneurship course, we always try to highlight that you have to know this knowledge in order to become the entrepreneur, because you have to know this one, who is your target point, who is your customer, who will be your consumer, and how you can produce the raw materials to finished product, because you like to add the values to the society. So what I said that there are very basic few things, basic supply chain for the any industry, whatever manufacturing service industry, like raw material, finished product, supplier and customer. So raw materials come from supplier end, after the processing, finished product delivered to the customer end. Then we have to think the flow of goods, what I said earlier, flow of information, flow of fund. This three flow is very important. So suppose you have become the entrepreneur, and you have to need that kind of mindset that you have to understand the whole business, so that you can think how you can give the input, how you can get the output as well. There is the basic supply chain for the manufacturing industry. I don't want to talk too much about this one. I like to just mention this one. Suppose the new entrepreneur, suppose he like to do the business of the pharmaceutical industry, and his production capacity is low production capacity. So in that case, his supply chain or her supply chain would be like supplier, manufacturer, and then customer. If the medium level of business, medium production capacity, and then we should think about another body, the retailer. So that in that case, our supply chain will be the supplier, manufacturer, retailer, and customer. And finally, when you feel like the large production capacity, then our supply chain will be like supplier, manufacturer, distributor, retailer, and customer. And if you think about the Walmart, Tesco, you can see there are the few distribution center, and then the few hundreds of retailer all over the country, and it is a chain shop all over the world as well. So that means we can see that based on the production capacity, we have to increase the number of distribution center. We have to increase the number of retailers. This kind of knowledge is very important when you like to become the entrepreneur, particularly in the manufacturing industry. There is a basic supply chain for the service industry. We do not want to talk too much about this one, but we have to understand that example so that you can think like our hospital supply chain. You are working you like to become the entrepreneur in the hospital area. You like to become the entrepreneur in the academic area. So you have to know this one, who will be your supplier, who will be customers, how you can get the raw materials, how you can produce the finished product. So if you ask me that education supply chain, so that's the raw materials means the students, and finished product means that graduates. Hospital supply chain, the raw materials is the patient, and the finished product is the healthy patient, recovered patient. So now you are become the entrepreneur in the service industry, like hospital, education institutions. Then you should think how you can manage this one. If you look very carefully, there's another one thing: the consumer, the end customer, end user, final customer, final user. So when you talk about the service industry, it is one of the target is that how to add the values to society. You are like to become the entrepreneur in the service industry. Your focusing point whether you can contribute to the society or not. How you can produce that well-being of the society. It is one of the key points to become the entrepreneur in the service industry. Some of the examples: manufacturing industry and service industry. I don't want to talk too much about this one. And then this is a basic definition. When you think about I mentioned earlier supply chain, that chain will start from supply and finish the customer. And now we are like to talk about supply chain management. When you like to talk about the supply chain management, then you just look very carefully. You have to understand this one, that there are some few facilities very important. And then there will be the few function activities very important. This kind of facilities and functions and activities very basic for supply chain management. We do not want to talk too much, but the main concept is that we should think about this one, that this kind of facilities is very basic facilities, and we have to try our best to provide. So you like to become the entrepreneur, so you have to understand that what is your function activities, what kind of facility you should provide. Otherwise, how you can continue this kind of entrepreneurship in that industry. If you look very carefully, you can see this one, that you can understand. One thing is that we mentioned there are a few things. If you look very carefully, there are few facilities. You can see this one, that what type of facilities you can see here. There is a warehouse, factories, processing center, distribution center, retail outlet, something like this, very common. So now you have to think that you are planning for like the agriculture industries, and you like to work as an entrepreneur there. So you have to think, what will be the processing center? How about your distribution center, something like that. There is some very basic function activity you should think. I don't talk too much about this one, but when you are become the entrepreneur, this kind of function activities you have to know. Otherwise, how could you manage, like forecasting, like how could you manage this, your inventory, and even that information system, a digital information system, how could you manage this one? And you know that when you work in as an entrepreneur, whatever the manufacturing industry or service industry, always remember there are some basic tools you have to think, like 3 decision level of supply chain management. So you have to understand the 3 decision level. So the strategic, planning, and operating level. Strategic level means the long-term decision. So strategic decision, like the top level manager will take the decision. And planning level means middle level manager decision, like the director, general manager. And then operation level, very basic decision makers, like the staff, like the supporting staff, officers, something like that. So what I said, the strategic level decision is long-term decision. So the 5 years to onward decision. And planning level, this means in this year to next year. And operational level means that the very daily operations, regular operations. So now you are entrepreneur. You should always think how you can fix it, the strategic decision, planning decision, operational decision. And you know that in the supply chain, we always mention one thing is that there are 2 things, like responsive supply chain strategy and efficient supply chain strategy. So responsive supply chain strategy, you should think the quick response, high quality, high cost, and then efficient supply chain strategy, cost effectiveness, cost compromise, low quality, something like that. Suppose if you ask me, then I can give the very simple example. Like if you think like the Robinson, if you think about the Zara in London, all are the responsive supply chain strategy. On the other hand, if you come to the Chatuchak market in Thailand, Moso Center in Singapore, China market, all are the efficient supply chain strategy. So you have become the entrepreneur, you should think which strategy you like to apply. And based on that, you have to decide your tools and strategy and plan and operation. That is a very important thinking, important concept. When you like to become the entrepreneur, this kind of basic knowledge you should think. Otherwise, very difficult to sustain in the market as an entrepreneur. I don't want to talk too much about this one. And then finally, you know that digital innovation. When you like to become the entrepreneur, digital innovation is very important. So you should think that what kind of modern digital technology you can apply. It could be like the IoT, artificial intelligence, big data, blockchain, something like that. And you know that during the COVID period, we understood one thing is that we noticed that our business pattern has been changed. Suppose even the Walmart, Tesco, they're also planning home delivery service. Nowadays, we like to depend on the 2 months, like the online order, so online delivery. So that is something you have to think how we can apply here that automation and small batch production. And our target will be the very rapid wholesale digitalization. So that from the supplier to customer end, from the raw materials to finished product. So all our entities in supply chain, they should be familiar with this kind of automation and this kind of digitalization. And finally, you understand, you have to understand one thing is that, and that when you like to become an entrepreneur, buyer and supplier relationship. And what I said earlier, the supply chain, supply to customer, the robust supply chain. And maybe in that case, you can apply the advanced technology, what I said earlier, artificial intelligence, industrial revolution, and then 4.0, industrial revolution 5.0, automation, IoT, blockchain, big data. Because our main target, we like to quickly take the decision in the supply chain, so that we don't want any kind of disruption. So when you have become the entrepreneur, is one of your target. We should try whatever ways how can we overcome this kind of disruption, supply chain disruption. And our target, create a smart, agile, industry-driven, resilient supply chain with maintained ecosystems. It's very important discussion. Ecosystem, we have to maintain the environment friendly, environment friendly in the whole our supply chain. Is a key to build the global trade and investment network. Even we can sustain in this kind of disruption, like COVID period or maybe the Russia-Ukraine war. So this kind of disruption always creating the problem as an entrepreneur to make the sustainable supply chain from the supply to customer end. So that's all from my side. Thank you so much. If you allow
thank
me,
you very
question,
much.
Yeah, you're most welcome. Is there any
And
Q&A for me?
I'm sure we will have some questions, but let's leave the questions till the end, if that's okay with you.
I'm so sorry.
No, it's not okay. He wants to sleep. He wants to sleep now.
Oh,
no problem.
Okay.
No problem.
Well, I had one. Well, I thought it was interesting because his last slide, when he talks about disruptions, is I think that most entrepreneurs need a plan B.
Resilient, how they could be resilient in even the disruption.
That's right, because you never know if there's a storm, a volcano, a hurricane, everything can happen.
Right.
Always need a plan B.
Right. And then even the supplier, we have to choose the first tier supplier, second tier supplier. Is a disruption, then you have to go to the local suppliers. So maybe the multinational business, the MNC business, but always think about the backup, the plan A, plan B, plan C. It's very important during the pandemic. We have learned it. Thank you.
Okay. I don't see any questions in the chat. Does anyone? I don't see any other questions. I think we'll let you go get some sleep now. Thank you so very much for your
I'm here only for Dr. Hanadi. Yeah, she requested me to come. Don't miss this one. And I was enjoyed the earlier presentation with the Dr. Naz and the presenters. So I'm so sorry that I miss it now, but tomorrow hopefully I'll join again and to enjoy some session. So thanks again for inviting me to this kind of session.
Thank you.
My pleasure.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Assalamu alaikum.
Okay, so do we have Professor Hanada? Who was to be the first
Good afternoon.
speaker? Oh,
good evening.
How do you pronounce your last name?
I don't, Firas, Professor Firas Hanande.
Harade. I was trying very, very hard.
Try again,
to make sure I was correct, but I wasn't sure about the pronunciation. But we certainly are pleased to have you. And you are president of your university, right?
Yes, right. So national president of Al-Jnoun National Universities in Jordan, in Kingdom of Jordan.
Yes, in Jordan. I've been in Jordan. It's a lovely country. At least I thought it was when I was there. It was a lovely country. So anyway, I was very pleased that as a president, you have time to do some writing and presentations. This is wonderful.
Well, it was very hard actually because I have a lot of things to do. But because I love your conference and it's very interesting subjects. That's why I did my best. And sorry because if any shortage in my presentation, but I tried my best to do it.
Well, that's good. So it's all yours.
Thank you very much. Sorry. Is it shared?
Yes, we can see it.
You can see, right? Actually, innovation, when we talk about entrepreneurship, it's a very important subject those days because of digital transformation, which we are facing in the world. So innovation is a key for entrepreneurship. So definition, if we want to define the innovation programs, actually, it's an innovation program is a portfolio initiatives by around innovation strategy aligned with the organization's business goals. We have to think about the goals and objectives of the company, of the university, of the institution to pursue an innovation program. The portfolio should adhere to a set of policies actually and actions aimed to achieving the goals of the company or the institution or at any university. So also if we talk about the importance of creativity and entrepreneurship in business, Actually, creativity is something we have to think out of the box to be creative, to be initiative. It depends on the work. It depends on the what you are doing. What's your job? So in teaching, there's an innovation. There's an creativity. You can be a creative lecturer. You can be a creative president. You can be creative in administration. If you are a director of some of the departments, also you can be creative. Thinking out of the box, as I said, it's a movement from traditional work to something new. Especially nowadays we are facing the introducing or the embedded artificial intelligence. Actually, artificial intelligence is embedded in every major nowadays. That's why the knowledge, the science is something now, it's a different than before. Traditional, no more use for the teaching, especially also in teaching and no more for traditional teaching now because of the e-learning now, electronic issues in teaching nowadays. We have to transfer from the traditional one to the e-learning one. So there's some creativity to introduce because when you think that you are lecturer to teach some courses in e-learning is different than you are teaching the students in an interactive course in the class. I mean, so it's different. So that e-content, you have to think more in how to teach the students. That's why you have to think more to get some ideas how to formulate a course using the electronic component. The e-component is different than slides. You are not presenting normal presentation, just present some slides to the students. You have to use an animation. You have to use some simplification issues. The simplification issues you are trying to do, it is something you have to be creative to allow the students to get your idea. How can they think? How can they get your knowledge, the science from you? It's not easy just to tell them something. And when you present using some videos or some infrastructure in the e-learning issues. So it's a very important how to be a creative in this issue also. If we talk about the role of innovation and creativity and entrepreneurship in business, actually innovation is a driver of business growth. Business, if you are a businessman and you have some business to develop, to enhance your business, so innovation is a driver of business growth. Without innovation, the business will be just traditional growing, and there's no new enhancements to your business. Also, creativity as a catalyst for problem solving. Actually, the problems is very complicated nowadays, especially in the new world now. You know that the world is changed differently. It's changed 180 degree nowadays, so we have to follow up. Also, entrepreneurship as a key driver of economic development. The economic now is very complicated in all the world, in all countries, in all nations nowadays. That's why economic also you have to think more. You have to think in a new way to develop the economic of the country, of the city, of your business, as it's very important. Actually, challenges in fostering innovation and creativity. You have to face some challenges. Any technology, when you use a new technology, you will face some resistance from the people, some resistance from the traditional people who they are working on a project. As example, when you are administrating a company and there is as example, maybe traditional people doing some traditional jobs. So you will face some problems to change or to transform from the traditional to the new, using the new innovation when you are a creative administrator, a creative president, as example. One of the main challenges to creativity and innovation is the lack of clarity about the problem. That's why you have to simplify the problem. You have to plan well. You have to analyze well. After analyzing, you have to design well. After designing, you have to implement well also. implementing the problem solving is not an easy way to do. You have to think more in the planning phase, the analyzing phase, the designing phase, and finally the implementation. So those phases, those strategies, you have to follow up using some ideas, some creative ideas. Without a clear definition of the problem and a desired outcome, it's hard to generate and evaluate ideas, sure. So simplifying the problem, clarifying the problem is a very important issue to proceed to pursue. Opportunities of innovation and entrepreneurship and innovation are closely related. As I said, there's no way to have some entrepreneurship without innovation. It's a related but distinct concept. While innovation involves introducing something new. It's the main definition of the innovation. Introducing something new, such as example, business model, product ideas, or service. Entrepreneurship focuses on turning a great idea into a viable business opportunity. Actually, not all the ideas will be viable to a business opportunity. That's why you have to think more, you have to find the solutions for your problem, to your ideas, to transform it or turning it to a viable business opportunity. The 8 biggest challenges in innovation management in 2023, innovation culture. You know, the culture is very important. As I said, the culture is one of the biggest challenge to be innovative man or a person. Also management, as I said, also changing management is not easy because you have some traditional people, some traditional way of thinking, some traditional procedures, some traditional systems. That's why digitalization is very complicated. Actually, when you say digitalization, you have to say something about digital transformation, how to transform from the traditional business to the digital one. Digitalization in every, as I said, digitalization maybe depends a lot on artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence is the key now, the key to science nowadays. So transformation is a very important issue. So also the business relevance. Business must be relevant to the sub systems which the business uses. Depends on the business. If I said the marketing or teaching, it's all of them is a businesses. Also foresight, also customer centricity, tracking the right KPIs. Also KPIs are very important, as I will clarify it just now. The rising importance of sustainability also. Traits and tips of innovation. The patience. Because you will not imagine that your way or your thinking or your designing or your implementing or your planning will be proceed as easily. So you have to be patient. The patience is the first step in traits, as example here. After that, proactive problem solving, because you have to clarify the problem. You have to have the clarity and problem. So that's why after clarifying the problem, you have to start solving it. Then effective communication skills. Actually, the communication, the communication skills is very important also to have some relations, conveying ideas, and it's working with others. It's working with industry professionals. You have to have some networking with some related people. So determination. You have to determine well the problem and the overcoming obstacles and persevering in the face change challenges. This is the traits. And after that, the tips: create a solid financial plan to ensure stability and manage resource effectively. Then engage in networking to build the valuable connections and partnerships. After that, accept constructive feedback as a mean for growth and improvement. Then leverage insights and customer feedback to continual enhancements after that. It's same as building a systems, as I said. After the final one is also the customer feedback to enhance, to redesign, to replan again, to implement, finally to implement again. It depends on the customer's feedback. After that, the best practice of designing and implementing innovation, the implementation phase, I mean the creativity and entrepreneurship program, and establishing clear program objectives and goals. Actually, when you are, when you initiate any project, any system, any project in your life, you have to clarify or to have the clear objectives and goals. And goes to, after that, to have some problem statements to solve it during the methodology of your work, building a diverse, inclusive program community, creating supportive and collaborative environment. Now, as example, brainstorming and ideation techniques. Brainstorming is a very important issue in innovation. To be creative, you have to use the brainstorming with your networking people, your related people in the work on the projects. You have to have some meeting to have some brainstorming and to think more out, as I said, outside the box. Then to design the thinking and the prototype. You say system development life cycle, system SDLC, system development life cycle, and system analysis and design. In our major in computer science, it started from, as I said, from plan. The plan is a very important, is the most important step or phase. After that, the design. After that, the analysis. After the analysis, you analyze the problem, you have to design. Also, the thinking is a procedure. Designing, thinking, and prototyping method. You have to use some prototype to be sure that this prototype will be successful, executed or performed or implemented. After that, the technology and digital tools for innovation. You have to use some technology, some tools, some digital tools for the innovation you are thinking about, or you are performing, you are developing. Then the strategies to develop the entrepreneurship mindset in innovation programs. They're promoting risk-taking and resilience. Actually, resilience is a very important. You have to use this issue of resilience, because you will face some challenges, you will face some resistance, that's why you need the resilience. Then encouraging growth mindset and adaptability. After that, providing mentorship and networking opportunity. Then creating the interdisciplinary teams. Define your mission to the team, then grow your team organically, work with overlapping skill set, find a common language between you and your team, hone a digital mindset, then facilitating open communication and knowledge sharing, define common objectives, create a collaborative culture using effective communication tools, establish regular meetings, and check and then encourage peer learning and mentoring. Implementing team building activities and workshops. Make sure your team knows each other. The communication skills. Communication skills is a main factor for the success of any of the entrepreneurship, because of communication skills is the key actually to start with the people also. This is especially important for project team that, as I said, that are newer, also the newer team or the newer members of your team. Make sure that rules of cooperation are clearly set out. Then communication is key, as I said. Be also reliable to fair. Nobody should ever feed or feel like a team building exercise in their expose their weaknesses. And then the key performance in the KPIs, the key performance indicators for program evaluation, as it actually are measurable and quantifiable metrics used to evaluate and assess the performance of your company organizations. You have to keep you keep measure to keep measure using the KPIs to be sure that your way of thinking or your developing or your execution or your implementation is successfully executed and performed. Then the methods of collecting, analyzing program data. Actually, the collection of data can come in different forms, such as internal or external sources, surveys, interviews. It depends how to collect all the requirements, how to get the requirements, getting the requirements from others, from users. So internally or externally, the source of the surveys, interviews, questionnaires, and focus groups, among others. It depends on the project. But finally, you have to collect or you have to understand the requirements. As I said, by interviews, it depends on success. Then the case studies and success stories. Case studies or the success stories offer tremendous opportunities to learn from other change leaders, the decisions they made and actions they took to achieve successful change outcomes can inform your creativity strategies and approaches and streamline your efforts. The example in Google and Facebook, the case studies.
Excuse me, you've gone 16 minutes.
Sorry.
Do we have the third speaker, Hanadi?
Yes.
I just wanted to make sure that there was time for our third speaker.
Yes, the third speaker is available, Mr. Mohammed.
Yes, I just didn't want the third speaker not to have the appropriate time. I'm sorry. You can wind up very quickly.
I'm still awake. Yeah, don't worry. I'm not going to sleep.
So thank you very much. Sorry for.
No, take your time.
No, it's okay. If finally, sorry, because So the future trends actually and innovation in the field of innovation, creativity, emerging technologies and their impact and innovation. As I want to say something, actually, this is all those theoretical issues, but to be applicable when you are, as example, I have a case study in my university. We transferred, as example, the traditional campus to the smart campus using the intelligence or the intelligent teaching using the smart campus. So when you think in the university and you're administrating to transform from traditional to smart campus means that you are make something new, you are creating something new, you are so in any business, in any project, in any way of life. You can create, especially in your, also in your house, in your home, how to deal with your kids, how to deal with your family. You have something, you have to think more. You have to think in a new way, especially nowadays, because nowadays, as I said always, teaching now become electronic. A way of driving be electronic. The life is electronic life nowadays. You can e-commerce is an e-commerce, government, e-government. Everything now we are living in. We are doing now. We are using electronic issues. That's why we have to change. We have to transform from traditional life to electronic life. This is the entrepreneurship. This is the creativity. This is actually the way of thinking. Your way of thinking must be changed because the life before is not the life nowadays. So it's something important actually for us to transform. You have to have intelligent teaching nowadays. Dealing with the students is different than before nowadays. Dealing with your students in the university, in the schools is different way of thinking, different way of teaching. That's why it's very important, the creativity, the entrepreneurship actually to deal with, actually present them, actually perform them, actually execute them, actually design them. So this is the way I think, inshallah, in the coming future will be more better, more fruitful for all of us in our life. So thank you very much. Let's shape a future of innovation, creativity, and entrepreneurship together. Thank you very much.
You are muted. Maybe
muted. Beverly, you are muted.
Muted?
No,
Oh,
not
thank
you.
you very much. Is our third presenter here?
Yes, yes.
Is it? It was muted?
No,
Yes.
only Beverly.
I thank
okay.
you very much for your presentation. I'm glad you had time to work it in with all your other obligations.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yeah, I had several things we could discuss, and maybe we will after the third presentation. Is Professor Zaid here?
No, I am Muhammad Sharaf. I am the director of Al-Najah Innovation Park. So I will present today.
Oh, okay. That's perfectly fine. I just don't have your bio.
Yeah, thank you. So I will share my presentation. So my name is Muhammad Sharaf. I am professor in AI and IoT. I graduated from Italy and I was CTO for Italian company for 6 years, working in smart systems. And right now I am leading the innovation park at Al-Najah National University. So I will start my
Just a moment. We have the previous speaker needs to stop screen sharing.
Yes, exactly. Professor Firas, please, can you? Yeah.
You have to stop your screen sharing so you can share your screen.
Screen sharing has stopped. Okay. Done?
Okay. Now, Mohammed, can you share your screen?
Yes. Yeah, I will start from where Professor ended. We need to shape the future. We challenge the present to shape the future. So we'll start our presentation from this section. So I will start introducing the entrepreneurship sector in Palestine. Then I will present, this is the agenda. Then I will present Al-Najah Innovation Park. We created a hub in Palestine called Al-Najah Innovation Park, consists of all centers related to the innovation. So I will start my presentation.
You may go ahead. Is your screen stopped?
Yeah. The screen stopped. Yeah, I'm illustrating about the relationship between ecosystem and higher education inside the university. So the screen is stopped. Can you see this figure?
Yes.
Okay.
We can see the figure.
Yeah. So.
Are you speaking? I can't hear.
No, nobody is hearing. Dr. Muhammad, nobody is hearing you.
Really?
Yes, please. Can you start again?
Yeah.
Have your time.
Yeah.
You are the last presenter. Don't worry. We are with you.
Yeah, okay. Don't. So I will share it again. Stop sharing.
Is his screen frozen, I wonder? Oh, there it is. Now we can see we can see your slide.
Yeah, okay, perfect. So
okay.
I would like first to introduce النجاح National University. النجاح National University, one of well-consolidated university nationwide and known as the best higher education institution in Palestine. Yeah, النجاح National University is committed to supporting evidence-based solution through teaching, scientific research, producing, and offered services are consist with an important work of fulfilling United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, for 2030. Now we are watching a short video, facts and figures about An-Najah National University. This, can you see? Can you see this video? Yeah. We are the biggest university in Palestine. We have many rankings related to QS, related to web metrics, and many green metrics, and so on. Yeah. This is some of international achievements related to the university, related to Scopus, and how many right now we have 4 campuses. Big 4 campuses. We have more than 25,000 of students. Right now in Palestine, we are using e-learning because we cannot go to the universities. So we, with Corona right now, yeah, this is the numbers, more than 24,000. Postgraduates, female, we have in Palestine, we have 67% of students are female. Each year we graduated more or less 5,000 undergraduates and more than 500. Till now, we graduated since establishment around 90,000 of graduates. Yeah, this is the figure of new campus. This is the old campus. This is technology college, and this is for agriculture college. This is the 4 campuses in the university. We have more than 29 centers and institutes, 11 scientific and humanitarian faculties. 4 libraries. This is some of achievements for this university. This university more than 100 years from started. We have a big hospital related to this university. Yeah, usually our website, some of our website visited more than 2.5 million because we have many, we provide many services, not also online courses, recorded lectures and websites. So this is our university. We challenge the present to shape the future. This is our slogan. So then I will start to present this figure. This figure presents innovation ecosystem in Palestine, starting with structure of innovation ecosystem in Palestine. Here the relationship between higher education, institutes, and industry is the backbone of this ecosystem. As illustrated in this figure, universities are at the core with direct connection with the private sector and partners. Usually, university and their industries partners have different missions. They have also complementary skill sets. Each brings something to the table for the innovation and discoveries. University researchers are very good at finding difficult problems and having the freedom to pursue difficult solutions, but companies are good to taking these discoveries and developing them. Corporate and higher education's investment are different, but complementary. Having these complementary skills is a reliable formula for successful partnership. The collaboration between the industry and university can take many forms, include industry in curricula development, develop effective and smooth internship program, share resources on the latest technology between private sector and university. If you go expose the private sectors to the project idea from the university, also finance for the research, taking funds from the industry. Supporting organization also in this figure for like donor organization are part of the ecosystem. This organization have dedicated funding in Palestine and support toward entrepreneurship and innovation program. The final element in this ecosystem is the government. It's a very, very important players because which plays a critical role for supporting innovation. They have key responsibility to create framework for protecting innovation and knowledge production. They also bring stakeholders together and provide a framework for collaboration. Following that, here assessment of innovation and entrepreneurship capabilities of higher education in Palestine. All of these are Palestinian University, Al-Quds University, Jerusalem, Birzeit in Ramallah, Hebron Palestinian Polytechnic University, Nablus is another city, Gaza Strip. We had university there in Gaza Strip. Here in assessment of innovation and entrepreneurship capabilities of higher education in Palestine, this table shows Palestinian University in West Bank and Gaza Strip. We have totally 29 unit and center in Innovation Park. Let's first take a look of the history of entrepreneurship and innovation at Al-Najah National University. We started at 2007 and with the university established Information Technology Incubator. 2014 changed to Business Incubator. In 2019, we have NABIC, was established until 2019, where the business and innovation Ingate. Right now, we have a new establishment called Al-Najah Innovation Park. The new model developed combine all innovation and entrepreneur initiatives under one consolidated entity called Al-Najah Innovation Park. This is the entity where I am the leader for this innovation. We started this innovation park. The Innovation Park, or InnoPark as a short, is an environment where simulate working, studying together in diverse teams and environment which catalyze movement of people between industry, business, and academia. Our vision is to become sustainable. This is very important. Innovative institution through integration of research and learning and industry to serve researcher, student, entrepreneur, and society. Our mission is to promote culture of innovation. Yeah, it is very, very important to promote innovation of culture, culture of innovation and entrepreneurship, commercialized research, simulate development, incubation, innovation idea, and build youth capabilities in partnership with workforce in various industries. This is what we have to do. And also, right now, we will talk about objectives. Our objective at InnoPark, harmonize incubation, acceleration, commercialize support activities, create an ecosystem of business resources that range from data mining tool, from marketable ideas, producing consumer products. This is important. Support innovative idea, startup, create spin-off, can be incubated and invest in, develop the skills of students, graduates, preparing them for competitive work, upskill Palestinian workforce with the emerging and needed competencies, improve corporate partnership based on joint venture, research, and training programs. If we're talking about our stakeholders, students, graduates, researchers, entrepreneurs, spin-off, SMEs, researcher, and educational institutes, investment community, research funders, including foundations, and so on. Right now, we created model. The model we developed at InnoPark consists of three main pillars. That reflect the innovation ecosystem in Palestine. These pillars are research, industry, and learning. Yes, the interaction among them, which take many forms of collaboration. First, let's go to research and industry. Industries are relying on academia. Why? To assist in resolving difficulty issues, developing global strategies, investigating promising early stage opportunities. If we go to academia industry collaboration scenario, if we created scenario, an institutional researcher has developed a commercial viable idea. The invention can be advanced into marketplace by partnering with company that works in that commercial field, benefiting both parties. An investigator is working on the topic, is close to, but not exactly, what a company needs through sponsored research. We need sponsored research in the university. The company can work with the researcher for multiple benefits. In an optimal scenario, this can be done while also advancing the academic interest of investigator, creating synergy between them. A company has a near-term goal for commercial product and seeks help on a tight timeline to get results through collaboration with the institution. TTO, it's a very nice terminology, knowledge transfer between university and industry. What TTO do, protocol and timeline for IP, intellectual property, contracts, patenting, and licensing. Secondly, research and learning. If we take a look about the figure, research and learning, university researcher can engage in research activity within the training centers, facilities. This approach allows researcher to work on project, have practical implication for the training center and its students. Collaboration also can lead to the development of customized training program that incorporate latest research finding and methodology. In the training center, we have three training centers inside InnoPark. Training center can integrate research-based content into their curricula. University research finding can and insights can inform the development of a training material and coursework. Third relation, incubators. Incubators offering training and educational program such as workshops, webinars, courses to enhance business skills and knowledge, and providing access to educational resources and materials. Provide short-term specialized courses tailored to the need of the industry and open up new technical upskilling and reskilling pathway for young graduates and workers. Last thing, customized training program can be effective way to improve employee performance and productivity. This is right now I will talk about the division of InnoPark. In InnoPark, we have AI and Data Science Center, we have Academy, we have also Innovation and Business Hub, we have Data Science Center, we have TTO Center, and right now I will go through those divisions. First, maybe I can start with the first division or first part, which is an AI and Data Science Center. AI and Data Science Center reflect our hierarchical structure. Starting this, the first one, what we do in this, we identify feasible data project concepts that are grounded in real world issues or opportunities. Then designate them for implementation as ultimate products by team of experts. As Professor Firas said, it's very important, AI everywhere. This will implemented in AI Center. The unit also provides capacity development in data for people with computer. Let's go to the Business Hub. Business Hub, second division. The hub is designated to carry out tasks related to offer, incubation, and acceleration program. We have both to help business grow and scale and increase the overall research productivity of the university in the area of entrepreneurship and innovations relevant to the industry needs. Additionally, we work to strengthen the capacity of entrepreneurial innovation among faculty, staff, and also students, and facilitate partnership with outside entities operating in the sector such as health, manufacturing, agriculture. This is very important to create innovative and create startups related IDEs, innovation-driven startup. This nice terminology. Business Hub team oriented, environmental to provide viable solution. We will provide viable solution to the business problem. The second one, I will talk about TTO. This center is very important. Moving to TTO, TTO is committed to knowledge transfer between university and industry. It focuses on improving the quality of impact of innovation product on the economy and society, providing a formal and effective mechanism for researchers who wish to commercialize their ideas. This is very important. The journey of a novel technology from bench to market involves multiple steps. The process in TTO involves in activities such as identifying, evaluating technologies, protecting intellectual property through patents and copyright, negotiating licensing agreement, and providing support, guidance through transfer process. The TTO office encourage and support the development, disclosure, protecting, and utilizing of the university intellectual property, and develops appropriate commercialization strategies for the intellectual property, including identifying prospective license. Further, TTO identifies opportunity for funding to conduct research. But nothing like upskilling and reskilling. We will go to training academy. Training academy is an extension to academic process of An-Najah National University. It's very important for innovation. It provides short-term specialized courses tailored to the needs of the industry and open up a new technical upskilling and reskilling pathway for young graduates and working. Allow them to acquire specific new complementary techniques for their works. Academy contributes to economic growth by supporting entrepreneurship, job creation through courses that encourage learners start and grow business, and also to leverage resources to start successfully manage their own business or freelancer career. The Academy organizes collaboration projects, hackathon inside this Academy, challenges that inspire students to use their knowledge in real-world situations, resulting in a new solution and creative output by utilizing dedicated collaboration platforms or tools such as project management software. Finally, we will talk about sustainability. To be honest, this innovation.
You know, we've gone 10 minutes over time. So are you about?
I finished. Done. Yeah. Last statement. I would like to say, this is the building of Innovation Park. This one, it is really park, and we have two villas right now. We will use it for innovation, and also we will make it sustainable to provide. This is most important thing to create sustainable innovation park. So thank you for listening. Sorry for delaying you, and thank you.
That's okay. We always have a plan B. And being that this was the last session of the night, I think that being that we're all over the world, and some people it's early morning, some people it's very late at night, and some people it's the middle of the day. But I want to thank everyone for staying with us through this time. I think we have 30 participants. And I want to thank all three of our participants in this session. I thought this was very interesting, what this university is doing. I thought the previous presentation, I love the idea of thinking outside the box. I think that's a wonderful thing, but I think we also need to learn how to connect the dots within the box, which is just as equally important going along with it. So being that it is 10 minutes over, I think we'd better close the session now, Hanadi.
It's up to you. It's up to you.
Okay. Well, does anyone have any questions before I... I really enjoyed these presentations. I thought all of them were really very, very interesting going along with it. And I'm impressed with what the University in Palestine is doing with their innovation center, their various types of trying to get sustainable development along with it. And I really think what Jordan is doing is also being very creative. I think that was what we came away with. You have to be creative. Are there any other major comments anyone would like to make?
Great, thanks for their participation and to be aligned also with the track. The track, it's focusing about how we implement the innovation strategy in education or in academic institutions. This is the reason why we ask the university to participate in this track. Thank you so much for your presentations and for participations.
Yes, I particularly like when you talked about teaching. It's new, everything sort of new again. I was thinking how in the United States, we have gone through many different iterations of how mathematics should be taught. And we keep trying to find what's the best way to teach mathematics. And sometimes I wonder, everything old is new again. We seem to recycle the way we're teaching. And I think that's a really interesting way that you talked about, is the students today are different than they were when I was teaching. They are.
Yes, it's a smart now. Now all the smart growth, and this is important also for us to knowing the latest tool and technology that to transferring for them to be educated and have high skill when they graduated for the market. Then we need to connect them with the market with the latest tool.
That absolutely, absolutely. The world has changed. It's not the world I grew up in. My husband and I were just discussing that at lunch today. It's not the world we grew up in. So anyway, thank you all.
Thank you. Beverly, thank you all for your participation. Looking forward for tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Goodbye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Thank you.